The sun did not shine. It was too wet to play. So we sat in the house on that cold, wet day. I sat there with Sally. We sat there, we two. And I said how I wish we had something to do. Too wet to go outside and too cold to play ball. So we sat in the house. We did nothing at all. So all we could do was sit. And we did not like it. Not one bit. And then something went bump, and how that bump made us jump. We looked, and then we saw him step on the mat. We looked, and we saw him, the Cat in the Hat. And he said to us,
"Why do you sit there like that? I know it is wet, and the sun is not sunny, but we can have lots of good fun that is funny. I know some good games we could play,"
said the Cat in the Hat.
"I know some new tricks. A lot of good tricks. I will show them to you. Your mother will not mind at all if I do."
Then Sally and I did not know what to say. Our mother was out of the house for the day. But our fish said, No, make that cat go away. Tell that Cat in the Hat, you do not want to play. He should not be here. He should not be about. He should not be here when your mother is out."
Now, have no fear,
said the cat.
"My tricks are not bad,"
said the Cat in the Hat.
"Why, we can have lots of good fun if you wish, with a game that I call Up, Up, Up with a Fish."
"Put me down," said the fish. "This is no fun at all." "Put me down," said the fish. "I do not wish to fall."
"Have no fear,"
said the cat.
"I will not let you fall. I will hold you up high as I stand on a ball, with a book on one hand and a cup on my hat. But that is not all I can do,"
said the Cat in the Hat.
Look at me now,
said the cat.
"With a cup and a cake on top of my hat. I can hold up 2 books, I can hold up the fish, and a little toy ship, and some milk on a dish. And look, I can hop up and down on the ball. But that is not all. Oh no, that is not all. Look at me now!" It is fun to have fun, but you have to know how. I can hold up the cup and the milk and the cake. I can hold up those books and the fish on a rake. I can hold the toy ship and a little toy man. And look, with my tail, I can hold a red fan. I can fan with the fan as I hop on the ball. But that is not all. Oh no, that is not all.
That is what the cat said. Then he fell on his head. He came down with a bump from up there on the ball. And Sally and I, we saw all of the things fall. And our fish came down too. He fell into a pot. He said, "Do I like this? Oh no, I do not. This is not a good game," said our fish as he lit. "No, I do not like it. Not one bit. Now look what you did," said the fish to the cat. "Now look at this house. Look at this, look at that. You sank our toy ship, sank it deep into the cake. You shook up our house, and you bent our new rake. You should not be here when our mother is not. You get out of this house, said the fish in the pot.
But I like to be here. Oh, I like it a lot,
said the cat in the hat.
I will not go away. I do not wish to go. And so,
said the cat in the hat.
So, I will show you another good game that I know.
And then he ran out. And then, fast as a fox, the cat in the hat came back in with a box. A big red wood box. It was shut with a hook.
Now look at this trick,
said the cat in the hat.
Take a look.
Then he got up on top with the tip of his hat.
I call this game Fun in a Box,
said the cat in the hat.
In this box are two things. I will show you now. You will like these two things,
said the cat with a bow.
I will pick up the hook. You will see something new. Two things. I call them Thing 1 and Thing 2. These things will not bite you. They want to have fun.
And they ran to us fast. They said, "How do you do? Would you like to shake hands with Thing 1 and Thing 2? And Sally and I did not know what to do. So we had to shake hands with Thing 1 and Thing 2. We shook their hands, but our fish said, "No, no! Those things should not be in this house. Make them go. They should not be here when your mother is not. Put them out. Put them out," said the fish in the pot.
Have no fear, little fish,
said the cat in the hat.
These things are good things. They are tame. Oh, so tame. They have come here to play. They will give you some fun on this wet day. Now here is a game that they like,
said the cat.
They like to fly kites,
said the cat in the hat. No, not in the house, said the fish in the pot. They should not fly kites in the house. They should not. Oh, the things they will bump. Oh, the things they will hit. Oh, do not like it. Not one little bit. Then Sally and I saw them run down the hall. We saw those two things bump their kites on the wall. Bump and thump and thump and bump down the hall. Things 2 and Thing 1. They ran up and they ran down on the string with one kite. We saw Mother's new nightgown. Her gown with the dots, they're pink, white, and red. And we saw one kite bump on the head of her bed. Then those things ran about with big bumps, jumps, and kinks, and with hopes and big thumps, and all kinds of bad tricks. And I said, I do not like the way that they play. If Mother could see this, oh, what would she say? Then our fish said, Look, look. And our fish shook with fear. Your mother is on her way home, do you hear? Oh, what will she do to us? What will she say? Oh, she will not like it to find us this way. So do something fast, said the fish. Do you hear? I saw her. Your mother is near. Think of something to do. You have to get rid of Thing 1 and Thing 2. So as fast as I could, I went after my net, and I said, with my net, I can get them, I bet. I can get those things. Yet. Then I let down my net, and it came down with a flop, and I had them at last. Those two things I had to stop. And I said to the cat, Now you do as I say. You pack up those things and you take them away,
Oh dear.
said the cat.
You did not like our game? Oh dear. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame.
Then he shut up the things in the box with a hook. And the cat went away with a sad kind of look. This is good, said the fish. He has gone away. Yes, but your mother will come. She will find the big mess. And the mess is so big and so deep and so tall, we could not pick it up. There is no way at all. And then, who was back in the house? Why, the cat,
Have no fear of this mess.
said the cat in the hat.
I always pick up all my playthings. And so, I will show you another good trick that I know.
And then we saw him pick up all the things that were down. He picked up the cake, and the rake, and the gown, and the milk, and the strings, and the book, and the dish, and the fan, and the cup, and the ship, and the fish. He put them away. Then he said,
That is that.
and then he was gone, with the tip of his hat. Then our mother came in, and she said to us too, Did you have any fun? Tell me, what did you do? And Sally and I did not know what to say. Should we tell her the things that went on that day? Should we tell her about it? Now, what should we do? Well, what would you do if your mother asked you? In the shadows near the moon so bright stood the cat in the hat on that eerie rainy night. Raindrops fell with a chilling sound as he lingered there, silent and profound. His eyes glowed like orbs in the dark, a mystery enveloped, leaving a mark. With a hat askew and a grin so sly, he whispered secrets that made the bravest man shy. The raindrops danced on the knife so sharp as he plotted and planned there in the dark. Outside the house in the cold, damp air, the cat in the hat left an ominous stare. The wind whispered secrets, tales untold, of the cat and the night, a story to unfold. In the dark and the rain, he stood alone, a chilling presence, his intentions unknown. Professing themselves to be wise, they become fools, who change the truth of God into a lie. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the women, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly. St. Paul, Romans 1. He slipped into a corner booth away from the dancing men, where it was quietest, where the odors of musk and frangipani hung less heavenly in the air. A slender lamp glowed softly in the booth. He turned it down to where only the club's blue overheads filtered through the beaded curtain, diffusing, blurring the image thrown back by the mirrored walls of his light, thin-boned handsomeness. Yes, sir. The bar boy stood through the beads and stood smiling, clad in golden sequin trunks. His greased muscles seemed to roll in independent motion, like fat snakes beneath his naked skin. Whiskey, Jesse said. He caught the nonchalant grin. The broad white tooth crescent that formed on the young man's face, tried to control the flow of blood to his cheeks. Yes, sir. Running his thick tanned fingers over his solar plexus, tapping the fingers, making them hop in a sinuous dance. He hesitated, still smiling. This time questioningly, hopefully, a smile drenched in admiration and desire. The finger dance, the accepted symbol, stopped. The pudgy brown digits curled into angry fists. Right away, sir. Jesse watched him turn. Before the beads had tinkled together, he watched the handsome athlete make his way imperiously through the crowds, shaking off the tentative hands of single men at the tables, ignoring the many desired symbols directed towards him. That shouldn't have happened. Now the fellow's feelings were hurt. If hurt enough, he would start thinking, wondering, and that would ruin everything. No. It must be put right. Jesse thought of Mina, of the beautiful Mina. It was such a rotten chance. It had to go right. Your whiskey, sir, the young man said. His face looked like a dog's face, large and sad. His lips were a pouting blot of line. Jesse reached into his pocket for some change. He started to say something nice. It's paid for, sir, the barboy said. He scowled and laid a card on the table and left. The card carried the name E.J. Hobart, embossed in lavender ink. Jesse heard the curtains tinkle. Hello. I hope you don't mind me barging in like this, but you didn't seem to be with anyone. The man was small, chubby and bald. His face had a dirty growth of beard, and it looked out of tiny eyes encased in bulging contacts. He was bare to the waist. His white, hairless chest dropped and turned into folds at the stomach. Softly, more subtly than the barboy had done, he put his porky stubs of fingers into a suggestive rhythm, and Jesse smiled. Thanks for the drink, he said. But I really am expecting someone. Oh, the man said. Someone special? Yeah, pretty special, Jesse said smoothly. Now that the words had become automatic. He's my fiancé. Oh, I see. The man frowned momentarily and then brightened. Well, I thought to myself, I said, EJ, a beauty like that couldn't have very well be unattached. But well, it would certainly be worth a try. I'm sorry. It's perfectly all right, Jesse said. The predatory little eyes were rolling, the fingers dancing in one last-ditch attempt. Good evening, Mr. Herbert. Bluey veins showed under the whiteness of the man's nearly feminine mame. Jesse felt slightly amused this time. It was the other kind. The intent ones. The humorless ones like the barboy. That repulsed him, turned him ill. Made him want to take a knife and carve unspeakable ugliness into his own smooth, aesthetic face. The man turned and waddled away crabwise. The club was becoming more crowded. It was getting later, and heads full of liquor shook away the inhibitions of the earlier hours. Jesse tried not to watch, but he had long given up trying to rid himself of his fascination. So he watched the men together. The pair over in the far corner pressing close together, dancing with their bodies, never moving their feet, swaying in some slow, lissome movements to the music, their tongues twisting in the air, jerking like pink snakes, contracting to 2 points and curling invitingly, barely making touch, then snapping back. The tongue dance. The couple seated by the bar. One a beast, the other a hunter. The beast old, his cheeks caked hard and cracked with powder and lineaments, the perfume rising from his body like steam. The hunter, young but handsome, the fury evident in his eyes, the hurt anger at having to make do with the beast from time to time. He would look around, wetting his lips in shame. and those two just coming in, dressed in mother's uniforms, tanned, mustached, proud of their station. Jesse held the beads apart. Mina must come soon. He wanted to run from this place, out into the air and into the darkness and silence. No. He just wanted Mina, to see her, to touch her, listen to the music of her voice. Two women came in, arm in arm, beast and hunter, and drunk. They were stopped at the door, angrily, shrilly, and told to leave. The manager swept by Jesse's booth, muttered about them, asking why they should want to come dirtying up the phallus with their presence when they had their own section, their own clubs. Jesse pulled his head back inside. He'd gotten used to the light by now, so he closed his eyes against his multiplied image. The distorted sounds of love got louder, the sing-song syrup of voices, deep, throaty baritone falsetto. It was crowded now. The orgies would begin before long, and the couples would pair off for the cubicles. He hated the place, but close to orgy time and you didn't get noticed here. And where else would you go? Outside, where every inch of pavement was patrolled electronically, every word a conversation, every movement recorded, cataloged, and filed. Damn Knutson. Damn that little man. Thanks to him, to the senator, Jesse was now a criminal. Before, it wasn't so bad, not this bad, anyway. You were laughed at and shunned and fired from your job. Sometimes kiddos lobbed stones at you, but at least you weren't hunted. Now, it was a crime, a sickness. He remembered when Knutson had taken over. It had been one of the little man's first telecasts. In fact, it was the platform that got him the majority vote.
Vice is on the upswing in our city. In the dark corners of every unit, preservations blossom like an evil flower. Our children are exposed to its stink. And they wonder, our children wonder, why nothing is done to put a halt to this disgrace. We have ignored it long enough. The time has come for action, not mere words. The perverts who infest our lands must be fleshed out, eliminated completely, as a threat not only to public morals, but to society at large. These sick people must be cured and made normal. The disease that throws men and women together in this dreadful abnormal relationship that leads to acts of retrogression. Retrogression that will, unless it is stopped and stopped fast, push us inevitably back to the status of animals. This is to be considered as any other disease. It must be conquered as heart trouble, cancer, polio, schizophrenia, paranoia. All other diseases have been conquered.
The women's senator had taken Knutson's lead and issued a similar pronunciamento, and then the bill became law, and the law was carried out. Jesse sipped at the whiskey, remembering the hunts, how the frenzied mobs had gone through the city at first, chanting, yelling, bearing place cards with slogans, "Wipe out the heteros, kill the queers, make our city clean again," and how they'd lost interest finally after the passion had worn down and the novelty had ended. But they had killed many, and they had sent many more to the hospitals. He remembered the nights of running and hiding, choking dry breath glued to his throat, heart rattling and loose. He had been lucky. He didn't look like a hetero. They said you could tell one just by watching him walk. Jesse walked correctly. He fooled them. He was lucky. And he was a criminal. He, Jesse Four Martin, no different from the rest. Too born and machine-nursed, raised in the charter schools like everyone else, was terribly different from the rest. It had happened. His awful suspicions had crystallized on his first formal date The man had been a rocketeer, the best high quality, even out of the hunter class. Mother had arranged it carefully. There was the dance, and then the ride into the space sled. The big man had put his arm around Jesse, and Jess knew. He knew for certain, and it made him very angry and very sad. He remembered the days that came after the knowledge. Bad days. Days fallen upon evil. Black desires and deep cord frustrations. He tried to find a friend at the crooked clubs that flourished then, but it was no use. There was a sensationalism, a bravura to these people that he could not love. The sight of men and women together, too, shocked the parts of him he could not change, and repulsed him. Then the vice squads had come and closed up the clubs, and the heteros were forced underground, and he never sought them out again or saw them. He was alone. The beads tinkled. Jess? He looked up quickly, afraid. It was Mina. She wore a loose man's shirt, an old hat that hid her golden hair. Her face was shadowed by the turned-up collar. Through the shirt, the rise and fall of her breasts could be faintly detected. She smiled once, nervously. Jesse looked out the curtain, and without speaking, he put his hands about her soft, thin shoulders and held her like this for a minute. Mina. She looked away. He pulled her chin forward and ran a finger along her lips. Then he pressed his body to hers, tightly touching her neck, her back, kissing her forehead, her eyes, and kissing her mouth. And they sat down. They sought for words, and the curtain parted. Beer, Jesse said, winking at the bar boy, who tried to come closer to see the one loved by this thin, handsome man. Yes, sir. The bar boy looked at Mina very hard, but she had turned and he could see only the back. Jesse held his breath. The bar boy smiled contemptuously then. A smile that said, You're insane. I was hired for my beauty. See my chest, look, a pectoral vision, my arms strong, my lips, come. Were there ever such sensuous ones? And you turned me down for this bag of bones? Jesse winked again, shrugged suggestively, and danced his fingers. Tomorrow, my friend. I'm stuck tonight. Can't help it. Tomorrow. The bar boy grinned and left. In a few moments, he returned with the beer. On the house, he said. For Mina's benefit, she turned only when Jesse said softly, It's all right. He's gone. Jesse looked at her. Then he reached over and took off the hat. Blonde hair rushed out and over the rough shirt. She grabbed for the hat. We mustn't, she said. Please, what if someone should come in? No one will come in. I told you that. But what if... I don't know. I don't like it here. The man at the door, he almost recognized me, but he didn't. Almost, though. And then what? Forget it, Mina. For God's sake, let's not quarrel. She calmed. I'm sorry, Jesse. It's only that this place makes me feel... What? Dirty, she said defiantly. You don't believe that, do you? No, I don't. I just want to be alone. With you. Jesse took out a cigarette and started to use the lighter. Then he cursed and threw the vulgarly shaped object under the table and crushed the cigarette. You know that's impossible, he said. The idea of separate units for homes had disappeared, to be replaced by giant dormitories. There were no more parks, no country lanes. There was no place to hide at all. Thanks to Senator Knudsen, to the little bald crest of this new sociological wave. This is all we have, Jesse said, throwing a sardonic look around the booth, with its carved symbols and framed pictures of entertainment stars, all naked and leering. They were silent for a time, hands interlocked on the tabletop. Then the girl began to cry. I can't go on like this, she said. I know it's hard, but what else can we do? Jesse tried to keep the hopelessness out of his voice. Maybe, the girl said, we ought to go underground like the rest. And hide there? Like rats? Jesse said. We're hiding here, Mina said. Like rats. Besides, Parker's getting ready to crack down. And I know Mina. I work at Central Dome after all. In a little while there won't be any underground. I love you, the girl said, leaning forward, parting her lips for a kiss. Jesse, I do. She closed her eyes. Oh, why won't they leave us alone? Why? Just because we're Mina! I told you. Don't ever use that word. It isn't true. We're not the queers. You've got to believe that. Years ago, it was normal for men and women to love each other. They married and had children together. That's the way it was. Don't you remember anything of what I've told you? The girl sobbed. Of course I do, but darling, that was a long time ago. Not so long ago. Where I work, listen to me. They have books. You know, I told you about books. I've read them, Mina. I learned what the words meant from other books. It's only been since the use of artificial insemination, not even 500 years ago. Yes, dear, the girl said. I'm sure, dear. Mina, stop that. We are not the unnatural ones, no matter what they say. I don't know exactly how it happened. Maybe as women gradually became equal to men in every way, or maybe solely because of the way that we're born, I don't know. But the point is, darling, the whole world was like us once. Even now, look at the animals. Jesse, don't you dare talk as if we're those horrid dogs and cats and things. Jesse sighed. He tried so often to tell her, to show her, but he knew exactly what she thought. That she felt that she was exactly what the authorities told her that she was. God, maybe that's how all of them thought. All the crooked people. All the abnormal ones. The girl's hands caressed his arms, and touch became suddenly repugnant to him. Unnatural. Terribly unnatural. Jesse shook his head. Forget it, he thought. Never mind. She's a woman, and you love her, and there's nothing wrong in that. Or am I insane? A person of old days who was insane because he was so sure he wasn't insane because... Well, disgusting! It was the fat little man. The smiling masher. E.J. Hobart. But he wasn't smiling now. Jesse got up and quickly stepped in front of Mina. What do you want? I thought I told you! The man pulled the metal disc from his trunks. Vice Squad friend, he said. Better sit down. The disc was pointed at Jesse's belly. The man's arm was out of the curtain. Two men came in, holding discs. I've been watching you quite a while, mister, the man said. Quite a while. Look, Jesse said. I don't know what you're talking about. I work at Central Dome, and I'm seeing Miss Smith here on some business. Yes? We know all about that kind of business, the man said. All right. I'll tell you the truth. I forced her to come here. Mister, didn't you hear me? I've said I've been watching you all evening. Let's go. One man took Mina's arm roughly, and the other two began to propel Jesse out through the club. Heads turned, tangled bodies moved embarrassingly. All right, the little fat man said, his white skin glistening with perspiration. It's all right, folks. Go on back to whatever it is you were doing. He grinned and tightened his grasp on Jessie's arm. Mina didn't struggle. There was something in her eyes. It took Jessie a long time to recognize it. Then he knew. He knew what she had come to tell him tonight. That even if they didn't or hadn't been caught, she would have submitted to the cure voluntarily. No more worries then. No more guilt. No more meeting at midnight dives, feeling shame and feeling dirt. Mina didn't meet Jessie's look as they took her out into the street. You'll be okay, the fat man was saying. He opened the wagon's doors. They've got it down pat now. Couple days in the ward and one short session with the doctors and take out a few glands and make a few injections, attach a few wires in your head and turn on a machine and presto, you'll be surprised. The fat officer leaned close, his sausage fingers dancing wildly near Jessie's face. Why, it'll make a new man out of you, he said. Then they closed the doors and locked them. That pale, huh? Jesus, I bet I look like a ghost. Feel like I've let out 2 gallons. What? No. Not a scratch. Sorry to ramble, it's just that I'm... what's the word for it? Detached. Strange feeling. Seen it enough times in the field. Sort of figured if I was ever going to experience it myself, that I would have experienced it by now. Hell of a thing. I feel like I'm floating outside my body. Just cut the cord and I'd float away. Did you see the crime scene? Don't. Don't look at the pictures. Don't even touch the file. He'll thank me. I can't get my knees to stop rattling. Is that why you're holding on to the coffee like that? I'm shaking the table, aren't I? Hold on a second. Let me back up my chair. There. That's better. We've got to go official now, Hop. Can you confirm for the record that you're waiving your right to an attorney? No. I'm still not interested in an attorney. I mean, yes, I'm waiving my rights. Sorry. And I'm as sound of mind as I'll ever be. Are you sure? Yes. Let the record show that Detective Hobson Millgate, retired, has waived his rights to an attorney. I won't need a lawyer after the DA stops puking and considers taking it public. They're not showing that to the jury. Are you ready to begin? No, but I'll talk anyway. What led you to the crime scene on the night in question? Would you believe that I was planning on taking a fishing trip before this started? Never mind. Hold on, I'm thinking. Hard to organize it all. Never been on this side of the interrogation table before. I guess it started with the reporter. Name of Bammer. She contacted me about a week ago by email and claimed that she knew information on the Driscoll murders. I was the lead investigator. The case had gone unsolved for 20 years. Cold as ice. But frankly, I thought it was all bullshit at first. You know how that can be. Most of the time, it's not even on purpose. Everyone thinks they know something that'll crack the case wide open. Theories are easy when you don't have to check on or go against evidence. The Driscoll murders were a big story around these parts. Lots of interest, lots of press. And over the years, I must have gotten a couple hundred shit theories. When I retired, I handed the investigation over to Detective Carroll. But I didn't want him to be bothered. I know he's busy with the recent gang activity. I figured I'd check it out as a courtesy. I wasn't expecting it to go anywhere. I met her for lunch at Ryer's Cafe. Good-looking blonde gal, professional. So she didn't fit the typical profile of a hoaxer or conspiracy theorist. Not that I put too much faith in the profiles. And again, she might have also been one of those creepy gals that gets off on death. God knows that I've dealt with those too. I still thought that she might be trying to pull my leg, or maybe that she'd been fooled too. But she had a file with her. Looked legit. It contained what appeared to be a conversation by the Driscoll. Well, he wasn't a murderer, was he? I really do wish he had been, you know. It would have been so much better for everyone. Can you please fill us in on the relevant details of the Driscoll case? Let's see, it would have been about 20 years ago now. Thinking of all those years, I mean, 20 goddamn years. That's a long time to be... Take your time, Hop. Thanks. The Driscolls were a family of 6 out in the suburbs. Upper middle class. Father was an attorney. Mother ran her own business selling pottery out of the house. 4 children, all high school age and below. Good kids. On a roll. No criminal records to speak of. The oldest son was caught smoking dope in high school once, but nothing besides that. Just the typical stuff that you find when you look into people too closely. They disappeared around October 13th, 1994. No trace was found of the bodies. The mystery, and seeing as how it was right around Halloween, is probably why the press went so crazy. You still see it show up on some of those unsolved mystery shows. A whole family disappeared and no one saw a thing. No one knew where they went. A neighbor lodged a sound complaint, which is how we got involved. There was a neighbor that had lodged a sound complaint, which is how we got involved. There was an alarm going off, and they figured that there might be an intruder or something. We dispatched a vehicle, and when no one answered the door, the patrolman went in to investigate. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the youngest daughter's bedroom. The bed had been flipped over and the sheets were torn. The alarm was a carbon monoxide detector. We found elevated concentrations of carbon monoxide on the fabric and on all the bread spreads except for the youngest daughter's. We wouldn't have known to look without the alarm. The neighbor indicated that the alarm had been sounding for over a day, and he'd been unable to get anyone to answer the door during that time. We also found several aluminum canisters and some hoses in the dumpster a few blocks away. At the time, we assumed that the Driscolls had been gassed and disposed of at a different location. Excepting, of course, the daughter, who woke up at the end and put up a struggle. Of course, our first thought was that the father did it. We checked it out, but he didn't have any motive. No leads to follow up on. Same with the mother. Surviving family checked out clean too. The father had a few clients who might have had motive, but the means weren't there. He was a divorce lawyer, but not for anybody who would have taken out an entire family without leaving evidence. There was a chemistry teacher who lived about 3 blocks away, and we investigated him for a while because of the canisters, but he alibied out. Same with the dentist who lived nearby. The wife had an online flirtation with some kid out in England, but nothing adulterous, and he wasn't even in the country at the time of the murder. We settled, unhappy on the idea of a random killing. Hardest pieces of shit to catch when there's no pattern like that. We must have sunk tens of thousands of man-hours into this case, chasing down leads. Nothing ever came of it. We did track down the canisters. They were stolen from a laboratory 10 miles away. There was no security footage. We couldn't find any leads on the thief. And after 6 months with no repeat attacks, the investigation went cold. The Driscolls had been knocked out and abducted. Like I said, no one ever found the bodies. Who was to say that they just hadn't ran off? Until, well, I'd rather only talk about that once. What can you tell us about how the confession wound up with Miss Balmer? She'd been following the case for some years, both personally and as a reporter. Like I said, it captured the imagination of a lot of people. Even seemingly normal folks thought that it could have been aliens, ghosts, or demons. Ms. Balmer published a retrospective on the murders given the 20-year anniversary. Caused a lot of renewed interest, which happened from time to time. As usual, I declined to comment, citing lack of new evidence. I remember her asking for my quote, though, which is why I accepted the lunch meeting. After publication of the article, Miss Balmer claimed that she had been sent a file. She wished to have me authenticate. The most pertinent part of the file was a confession. I assured Miss Balmer that such false documents are not uncommon, especially on older cases like this, and that I personally heard 24 confessions of the Driscoll murders. She was insistent, and once I felt that she wasn't trying to pull off a hoax or get off on the idea of talking about murder, I agreed to the meeting. She stated that the confession had been mailed to her in the same envelope she showed me when we first met over lunch. Can you describe the contents? Old newspaper clippings outlining the progress of my investigation. They seemed appropriately yellowed, so I'd guess that they were from the trophy book of the perpetrator. There were also 6 photos alleging to be the individual members of the Driscoll family, as well as several other photos of the facility where they had been taken. Look at that. My hands won't stop shaking. See? Trying as hard as I can, I just can't make it happen. I'll have to ask the paramedic for a sedative when I'm done with the statement. I don't think I'll be able to sleep otherwise. No, I'm fine for now. I don't want anything to interfere with my recollection for the recording. Just carrying it around in my head is like... Sorry. I'll stay focused. The photos were of the Driscoll family, of course. At the time, I didn't know that. The photos had aged poorly, and they could have been anyone. It is very hard to distinguish features. However, given the elaborate nature of the file, I figured it did warrant a further look. As the confession letter was very brief, it did give an address, and that's the first thing that I noticed. I couldn't locate the address online, which meant that it had to be old. The confession letter said, "Stop printing lies. I never killed anyone. It just took a little while to get them ready for breakfast." And there was no signature. I just remembered something. God damn it. We got sent a breakfast menu a month after the disappearance. Someone had drawn a red circle around a picture of pancakes, and the letter said, "They're not dead. They're getting ready for breakfast." We put it in the junk lead file. God. Detective Millgate, do you need a moment? God. How could I have known? We tried to track down the menu. We could never find out where it came from. It wasn't any place local, and the identifying information had been cut out. I don't know what else I could have done. Dear God. Why did you decide to personally investigate the location mentioned in the letter? Sorry. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a hoax. I still wasn't convinced. I've had 20 years of people sending me fake evidence. I guess maybe the case captured my investigation too. I also figured that one day I'd think of something I'd overlooked and solve the whole thing. It felt unbelievable to have someone dump the answer in my lap. I needed to see with my own 2 eyes. Miss Balmer had pinpointed the location with city records, but neither of us were sure if it was still there. It was an abandoned industrial building. The last time that it had a valid email address was nearly 50 years ago. It might have caved in for all we knew. I think I also wanted to be the one to crack it, whether or not it was dumped in my lap. The case had hung over my head for the last 20 years. Ms. Balmer and I agreed to meet there the following morning. Can you describe the crime scene? Yes. It was an industrial building, as I stated. Approximately 120 feet long by maybe 45 feet wide. It was a wooden structure, and at first the conditions seemed to match the neighboring buildings. However, I noticed the facade had been recently patched in a few locations. Further investigation also revealed that the entrance had been chained and locked. My understanding was that it was used by a sheet metal shop. At least... Excuse me, is there a garbage can? I might vomit. Thank you. Wait. I'm sorry. I thought I was empty. No, I want to get this done with. And then I'm gonna want that sedative. I could smell something from inside the building. Very faintly. I figured that would count as probable cause. Not that I needed it, as I was a civilian. But you never forget the way that a corpse smells. They were bad enough that they had the same smell. I hadn't forgotten how to pick a lock, so I let myself in. You know, I do really wish that they had been corpses. I really wish that he had been a serial killer, I really do. Please, say you believe me. I do. Can you describe the interior of the building? I'm trying to focus this through, I really am. I'm sorry. It's just that I'd like to go to sleep after this for a very long time. Is there a paramedic here? Is the sedative ready? Thank goodness. The warehouse had not been as abandoned as we previously were led to believe. The interior had a hallway with 6 rooms. The construction was old but visibly newer than the rest of the building. The walls between each room had been soundproofed. There were no windows to the outside or doorways between the rooms themselves. The only access was through the hallway. I tried to make Miss Balmer leave at that point. You see, the smell was stronger inside. You could feel it, the smell. Like a grit getting stuck in your nose. Like bits of sandpaper all over your skin. The rooms contained presses. Hydraulic presses. 4-foot by 8-foot custom presses. I couldn't figure out what they were at first because they were hovering over what looked like hospital beds. There were IV bags in each room as well as other medical equipment. That's how he kept them alive for so long, of course. I think I might be seeing black spots. Do you need a break? The idea of having to start this again is worse than any idea of finishing it. And please, describe your next course of action. The building was obviously an active crime scene. I had no doubt at this point. I was in the lair of what I believed to be a serial killer. I tried to tell Miss Balmer to leave several times. She refused on the grounds that it would not be right to leave me on my own. There wasn't much time to make out the issue of it. My opinion of her was that she was just a bit nosy, but basically alright, and I didn't think that she'd be a liability if she just stayed out of my way. I had to make a judgment call as to whether or not I should proceed on my own in case the family was somehow, impossibly, still alive and perhaps in danger, or if I should just leave and call for backup. I told my wife where I was going previously, so I knew my absence wouldn't be noted and reported if the worst happened. Neither of us could get cell phone reception. Sorry, I'm rambling. It was then that I heard, not even a gasp, it was like a gas, but not really. I don't want to describe it any more than that. There was a sound that drew my attention further on, and I had to act, and that's all that matters. There were some stairs at the very far end of the warehouse descending into the basement. I told Miss Balmer to remain behind and pulled my service revolver. I had a flashlight on my person as well, and turned it on as I descended into the basement. The basement had been hand-dug, maybe even over the course of the entire 20-year disappearance. I don't know. The floor was dirt, and there was a tunnel that had retreated far back enough that it had to be supported by struts at regular intervals. When my flashlight first illuminated the stack, I wish that they had been dead. I wish he'd been a serial killer. Please, take a moment. After I recovered, my first thought was, thank God they're all dead. I am 64 years old, for Christ's sakes. I'm not a young man who can forget things anymore. When you're a young man, you have the sense that you're invincible and that you're never gonna die. I don't have that to protect me anymore. Look at me whining. They had that done to them. It's my fault. I should have found them. Saved them somehow. I'm sorry, Hob. I've got to ask. Can you describe the scene? Yeah. I can. I didn't know what I was looking at first. Hell, I still don't. It was a stack. Maybe 2 feet thick. From the stink and coloring, it was obviously made of flesh. I thought maybe that he'd hacked them and stacked them into pieces. That would have been bad enough. The first thing that alerted me to the truth was the eyeball. On the top of the stack was a perfectly round eyeball in the middle of a socket that had been distorted to the size of a saucer. And that's when I realized what I was looking at. 20 goddamn years of torture, basically. He had the entire Driscoll family under those presses for 20 years, keeping them alive on an IV drip, increasing the pressure on them so very slowly that their bodies had time to adapt, till they'd been flattened like pancakes. He squished them by about a 1/4 inch every year for 20 years. Then he'd pulled them out when they were too broken and wretched to move, without any chance of recovering, and stacked them on top of each other. I've got no idea what for. And I don't want to know. And I was still thinking, thank God they're all dead, when the one on top started gasping again. What did he say? Nothing at first. It couldn't speak without help. I think it would have been Avery Driscoll. Not that I could tell much about the gender or the age. The hair was blonde where there was hair. The head was a mess of scars. And I think the son of a bitch who did this must have removed parts of their skull. I've got no idea how he got their heads so flat otherwise. Not as flat as the rest of the bodies, but flat. Who the hell knows how their brains handled that? Their lips were punctured by teeth otherwise. After the presses had flattened out their noses, I guess. Avery was 14 when he disappeared. I've stopped shaking. Goddamn weird the way our bodies work, isn't it? What else? There was a machine. a sort of pump. I followed a hose with my flashlight and realized that everyone in the stack was hooked up to the pump. I don't think that they could breathe on their own, you see. Not after a while. There simply wasn't enough volume for their lungs to inflate. There was some sort of opening cut right into each of their chests. There was a switch on the pump. And I don't know why I pressed it. I was in a panic. I wanted to do something. Maybe just some stupid part of me thought that if I switched it on that they would inflate and be okay. I switched it on and increased the volume of air to the topmost hose. And I could hear the pump working harder. Which is when Avery Driscoll started to scream. He begged me to kill him. He said other things too. He didn't make much sense. Kept yelling "Bane of Error" over and over again. Something about the family too. Didn't understand it. He was in pain, and I'd hoped that he had gone insane several years previously. Oh my God. My thoughts exactly. I didn't know what to do. He wouldn't stop screaming. I believe he was convinced that I was his torturer. A closer look at his eye revealed that it was mostly a mess of white scar tissue. He was as blind as a bat. You know, I spoke with some burn victims once. They told me that they managed to find meaning and purpose again after a while. I don't know how anyone in the Driscoll family could have done that. I stated my name. I told them I was a detective. I told them that I was there to help. I repeated it over and over again, knowing, of course, that there was nothing that anyone anywhere could do to help. Miss Balmer arrived, drawn by the sound. Before she saw the stack, she told me that I had screamed and she had come to help. But I don't remember having done so. Nevertheless, she arrived. Then she saw the stack and screamed, but I was intent on Avery Driscoll. He was able to hear, and he became lucid for a few moments. It was a strain to understand what he had said, but I'll never be able to forget it. Please kill me. It hurts. I don't want to be a monster. Please kill me and tell my family I died a long time ago. I don't know if they're still looking for me. Don't let them know what happened to me. Please kill me. He could still cry, and he did, although his tear ducts were too deformed for it to be noticeable. I should have forced Miss Balmer to leave. That is the only action in the matter which I regret more than failing to solve the case 20 years ago. Not just for her own sake, but for what she did next. I don't think that she could have wounded them any more deeply if she tried. She took away the last comfort any of them on the stack had had. You see, they had not been able to speak to one another for 20 years. She had gone on to say that that's all of them, isn't it? That's the entire Driscoll family. They're all still alive in there. The whole family. For 20 years, each member of the Driscoll family had been unaware their fellow inmates were the other members of their family. They'd all been holding out hope that their family was okay. All of them dreaming someone out there loved them and was free from suffering. You know what the screams of 6 people tortured over 2 decades, smashed down to the width of 4 inches, sounds like when they're all stacked on top of one another? Sounds like the gates of hell swinging open. I think that's enough, Detective Milgate. Not yet. It was my mistake. I should have tried harder. Maybe that's what they meant, screaming like that. It was my error, so it was my responsibility. And I shot them. Mercy's hard, but I owed it to them. I am the one that failed to save them. It only took one bullet to go all the way through. I emptied my revolver, though, to make sure that they didn't linger, to give them that final piece. It was the only kindness that I had to give them. We left and called for backup after that. Neither Ms. Balmer nor I wished to remain with the bodies. I elected not to follow the crime scene investigators back into the basement. I asked if I could make my statement and leave, and after one of them saw what I had seen, they agreed. Can I have that sedative now? Yes, of course. Thank you. Please show in the paramedic. I'll roll up my sleeve. My wife has diabetes, so I'm well aware of the routine. No, and please make sure that you show the same courtesy available for Miss Balmer. She seemed to have it worse than me, after poor woman couldn't even throw up or cry. Of course. Do you know where she is now? She told the lead at the crime scene that she was going to go home, but we haven't been able to reach her. Did you try the paper? Which paper? The Daily World. Are you sure? There is no one by the last name of Balmer on the staff with the Daily World. I woke up in a birthing sack, panicked and choking on amniotic fluid. I clawed at the fleshy walls, fighting with all my terrified strength to free myself. With a wet, ripping sound, I was dumped onto the muddy cobbles of the street below, twisting my ankle as I landed. Cold rain blasted my naked body clean of the sack's liquid. I tried and failed to get to my feet. The street was alien to me. An insane medley of architecture ranging from the modern to the prehistoric. The sky above me boiled with storm clouds, illuminating my surroundings with non-stop flashes of lightning. A man walked over to me. His hair was matted with filth, and the rain streaked down his mismatched leather clothes. He said nothing, just watched me squirm on the floor. "Please," I gasped. "Help me." He answered by slamming a foot down on my face, breaking my jaw and making my vision reel. He moved on to my limbs, stamping and tugging until he heard the bones snap. Crippled, naked, and screaming, there was nothing I could do to defend myself, as he started to eat me alive. My introduction to hell wasn't unusual. Very few people survive their first hour, let alone their first night. When they die, they go through the same thing again, emerging from a new birthing sack in another part of the city. Eventually, they learn to attack the first person that they see, and if they're lucky, they'll be able to kill that person. That's the one rule of hell. The strong take from the weak. Get used to the idea, and you might just make it through the afterlife. I'm going to give you a helping hand. Consider this your handbook to hell. A primer on the inferno. Make no mistake, though, I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. When you die, you'll owe me one. Don't worry about trying to find me. I guarantee that we'll run into each other eventually. Eternity's a long fucking time. So it's a matter of when, rather than if. Do as I tell you, and you'll have a better chance than most of avoiding my own nasty introduction to the pit. Welcome to hell. Some people swear they saw light at the end of the tunnel when they died. To my mind, those people either hallucinated or they're lying. Most of us just wake up in a birthing sack a few minutes after death. The buildings of hell are covered in things. Horrible, yellow-brown pimples growing out of the brick. I've already mentioned that the first thing that you do is claw your way out and get ready to fight. This is where the real bitch of the situation comes into play, since not everyone has the strength to break through their sack's flesh. You get the body that you had just before you died, see? So, Let's just say that you were born a cripple, or maybe you died too young or too old. Well, tough shit. You're going to have a rough eternity drowning in birthing fluid over and over. If you manage to break free of your sack, don't waste time moping around, wondering what the fuck happened. Get on your feet and get ready to defend yourself. Chances are good that the first person who sees you will be hungry. There are no plants or animals in hell, so cannibalism is your only option if you don't fancy starving to death and having to start over. Aim to kill the first person that you see. It might take a few tries. Most of Hell's residents have been fighting for survival a lot longer than you. They might have armor made from tanned skin, scavenged metal, and bone. They'll almost certainly have a shiv, club, or an axe. All of that will be useful to you if you take it from them. The next thing to do is find shelter. It never stops raining in Hell, and pneumonia is a shitty way to die. Luckily, you'll have a selection of buildings to choose from. Ever wanted to live in a rundown Victorian manor with half a roof and no furniture? How about an ancient Egyptian mud brick hovel? If people have built it, you can find a crumbling version of it in Hell. Pick a building, kill any squatters you find, and move in. The best houses are the ones that come with a supply of scrap metal and timber. Not only are those good for making weapons with, they're also vital for getting drinkable water. I learned the hard way that Hell's rain is teeming with disease. It has to be boiled before it's safe. So getting a fire going and something to make a bowl with is a necessity. So, we've killed your first man and found a home. Things are going well. Get that far and you're going to want to hang on to whatever it is that you have forever. But you won't. Something will kill you eventually and you'll have to start over. My record is a year. If you want to beat that, you'll need to understand Hell, as well as its denizens. The damned. The people of Hell can be grouped into two categories. The first, the fresh meat, are those who've just climbed out of their birthing sack. It's kill or be killed when it comes to fresh meat. Always has been. The newly birthed want clothing and tools and will kill you to get a hold of them. The second category, the residents, view fresh meat as a quick and easy supply of food, leather and bone. Residents have an easier time of it for sure, and all of them will fight to retain their resident status for as long as they can. Make no mistake though, residents victimize each other just as much as they prey on the fresh meat. If you're a woman, for instance, well, you better get used to any hang-ups that you have about rape. Women get raped in Hell far more than men. It's just a fact. If you're one of those bodybuilders or warrior women, do the smart thing and prostitute yourself for protection. Self-respect doesn't keep you breathing. Remember how you get the body that you had just before you died? Well, that fact forms the core of Hell's society. The truth of the matter is that throughout history, it's usually been men who die in battle. That means in Hell, there are a lot of men with young, strong, fit bodies for war. Don't like it? Tough. Those are the guys who call the shots. If you can't fight them, you better do as they say. If you live long enough to fight well enough, you might get invited into one of the resident tribes. These are groups of people who have banded together for the sake of safety in numbers. Believe me, being part of a group makes things a lot easier in Hell. However, keep in mind that you're only part of the tribe for as long as you're a resident. Get yourself killed and it's back to being fresh meat. Tribes offer the closest thing to civilized society that you'll find in Hell. If you're part of a tribe, you have people on your side who probably won't kill you unless shit gets rough. It doesn't sound like much, but that's as good as it gets. My own survival record was thanks to getting into a tribe. Life was good for a while there. We had about 50 soldiers and plenty of girls to fuck. Nobody could touch us, and the men abided by an honor code. So the usual fear of being stabbed in the back by your friends wasn't too much of an issue. I could have spent my eternity in reasonable comfort, but Hell has many ways of fucking over a good thing. Human flesh and boiled rainwater doesn't exactly make for a balanced diet, and sooner or later, even the strongest residents die of malnutrition. I did well to last a year on it, though the last few months were agony. If I believed in God, I'd swear he designed hell in such a way that nobody stays on top of the food chain for very long. The city and the wasteland. Most of the damned live in Dis, the city of hell. That's where all the fresh meat is born, and consider the size of the place coupled with the short life expectancy. A lot of people will spend eternity without ever having set foot outside of Dis. Take my advice. Do not leave the city. Things are rough on the streets, that's true. But trust me when I say it gets a whole lot worse if you try to leave. Dis is surrounded by a wasteland called Gehenna. At first glance, it doesn't look like much, just an empty expanse of gray stretching out into infinity. Sometimes the damned lose that fire in their belly, the will to survive, and set off wandering into Gehenna. Most of them never come back. I made the walk myself once, a long time ago. I don't care how hard you think you are. Spend enough time in hell and it starts to break you down. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a good person for whoever deserves this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a good person who never deserved this. Nobody can say that and not be a liar. I'm not evil, though. Or rather, I wasn't. Not until I got to hell. You murder, rape, and torture because you know they will do the same thing to you. You're murdered, raped, and tortured because they know you'll do the same thing to them. Give it long enough and you just don't want to face it anymore. That's when you take the walk into Gehenna. The first couple of miles I walked were nothing special. The rain stopped after a while, and the sludge beneath my feet giving way to gray ash, and I caught my first glimpse of hell's sky beyond the clouds. It was a flat gray with a white sun, completely devoid of beauty or warmth. But I trudged on. While walking through Gehenna, I lost any urge to eat, drink, or sleep. My body started to waste away, but I didn't care. Even when my skin started to peel away and my bones were exposed, I still didn't care. The further I walked, the hollower I became in mind, body, and soul. I don't know what would have happened if I'd kept going. Frankly, I don't want to know. Some part of me still wanted to live, so I turned back. I'd walked for days, maybe weeks. Yet when I turned around, Dis was only a few steps away. I stepped back into the city and my body finally fell apart. When I emerged from my birthing sack, I swore never to step foot into Gehenna again. Escaping from hell. There are ways to leave hell. That should be obvious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you, would I? Sometimes the living get it into their heads that they want to talk with the dead. They get their crystals, incense, and spirit boards in the hopes of reaching their loved ones. Most do nothing more than trick themselves into thinking that they've made contact. They smile or cry, convinced that their beloved granny is playing the harp on a cloud somewhere before getting on with their lives. A few have the skill to actually reach us, though. They can open a gate between hell and the world of the living that we perceive as a pillar of fire stretching down from the clouds. As soon as one of those pillars show up, the damned scramble to be the first to get to it. You haven't seen the true nature of man until you've watched thousands of the damned swarming over each other, kicking, biting, clawing to be the one who escapes. Contacting the dead always results in a bloodbath. Even the most civilized tribes fall apart the instant that it becomes clear that only one of them can leave. I've left hell twice now. Left my body behind and ridden that pillar of fire up into the clouds. Some people believe that you can be possessed by demons. Let me tell you something. Demons are not real. What the living sees as demonic possession is just one of the damned testing out their new body. Let's face it. If you fought your way through hell to get back to the world of the living, you're not going to be on your best behavior for very long. Sooner or later, we take things too far. Our host dies or their family cave and recruit an exorcist. Then we're fresh out of the birthing sack and on the streets again. I'm going to go on now. When you get to hell, remember my advice, and that you owe me one. Maybe one day we can form a tribe. Someday. For the time being, though, I want to see what my new body can do. By now, you should have a good idea of what you can expect from hell. You know to kill the first person you see when you fight your way out of the birthing sack. You know to find clothing and tools and shelter. You know that no matter what you will do, how well you do, someday it's back to being the fresh meat. Dis is the biggest city you can imagine. Tribes fight and die for territory, and taking a wrong turn is a fucking death sentence. You'll get a feel for where you should be going and shouldn't go eventually. Develop the kind of street smarts you need to stay a resident for more than a day. Even so, there are places in Dis that you should know about. Let's do a little sightseeing tour of hell. Maybe the advance warning will do some good for you. Skin Street. Allow me to tell you about the first time that I saw Skin Street. I dropped out of my birthing sack onto the road, stood straight back up and got myself ready to fight. But nobody was there. Not one single person was out on the street that stretched for miles in either direction. I relaxed a little and took a look around. Most of the streets in Dis are a labyrinth network of buildings. You spend most of your stay in hell paranoid that, just around the next corner, there's someone ready to beat you down. Skin Street isn't like that. It's a single, straight line with only the rain and the darkness to hamper visibility. I felt more vulnerable there than I felt in any parts of Dis. You ever walked into a wide, empty space and suddenly felt exposed? Yeah. Imagine also being naked, unarmed, and in hell. Still, I know what I was supposed to do. The first step was to find some clothing. And that's where I learned how Skin Street got its name. Every building, every busted streetlight and gas lamp was decorated with flayed skin. I'd been in hell long enough by that point to not be too freaked out, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. In a fucked up kind of way, it reminded me of Christmas, you know? People hanging wreaths and lights from their houses, that sort of thing. I remembered the time I'd spent with my family, with my kids on Christmas morning. Feelings like that will get you killed. I pushed them back down and pulled some scraps from the nearest building. If somebody was going to leave clothing material lying about, I may as well take it, right? I didn't know it at the time, but every step I took on Skin Street was being watched. When the attack came, I didn't even get a glimpse of the guy. My skull fractured from an expert swing of a club. Whoever hit me went for my eyes, and the second I hit the floor, stuck his fingers right into my sockets. I was blind and crying like a baby when he started to peel away my skin. Here's the thing. Some people are fucked up even by hell's standards. The loners, serial killers, stalkers, and psychopaths all make their way to Skin Street in the end. Most of the damned use the whole body of a kill, but the Skin Street people like to take trophies. They leave their ornaments out as bait for the ignorant, skulking in the shadows and watching for the best moment to ambush. If you find yourself on Skin Street, you're going to have to think fast. Forget clothing, just grab a rock, piece of wood, or anything else you can as a weapon. Stay out of the shadows. Keep checking behind you. And get out of there as quickly as you can. The Perdition Farms. You're going to be chased in hell. That's unavoidable. At some point, you'll stumble into somebody bigger than you and you'll find yourself outnumbered. Forget about a fair fight. If somebody can take you down without you fighting back, you bet that that's what they'll do. It's easy to lose focus when you're running for your life. You can forget to pay attention to your surroundings. And that, my friend, is a big mistake. The outskirts of the Perdition Farms are littered with billboards. They promise free food and safety to anybody fucking stupid enough to believe them. The tribes that fight over that particular territory like to herd people off the streets and into the industrial complex they call home. The good news is that those tribes will not kill you. The bad news is that they're big fans of taking people alive. They've got a project, you see. Been working on it for as long as I can remember. I couldn't tell you who originally decided that hell should have organized food production, only that the idea stuck, and that over the years, countless tribes have taken it upon themselves to try and make that dream a reality. Get yourself captured by them, and you can look forward to a bit of slave labor. For the most part, the Perdition farm tribes try to make use of the birthing pods as a resource of food. They force their slaves to harvest them from the walls, grind them up into industrial vats, mix them with blood, body parts, rainwater, and anything else that they can conceivably make a broth. The life of a slave is short, brutal, and disgusting. Particularly when those slaves are then used as guinea pigs for the latest concoction. You see, amniotic fluid can be drunk if you're desperate, though drinking too much is guaranteed to make you empty your stomach from every available orifice. The flesh of the sacks is a different matter, though. I couldn't tell you exactly what the birthing sacks are. Some people say that they're actual flesh, while others swear that they're more like a fungus. What I do know is that they repair themselves over time. Eat some of their flesh, and over the next few days, you'll grow a new birthing sac inside of you. It's a small mercy that you won't live long enough to see it break through your skin. You'll be dead shortly after your stomach bursts. If you're lucky, your days as a slave will end when the tribe decides that they want some real meat. They're not stupid enough to test their broth themselves. Not when there's a shortage of slaves in hell. Look, I can't force you to stay out of the Perdition farms. I can only offer advice. In my opinion, if you think that you are being herded there, it's better to take whatever's to hand and cut your own throat. I'd take fresh meat status 100 times before spending another day on the farms. The boneyard. So maybe you're thinking to yourself, hey, I'm a kind of nut job who'd join a cult. Is there anything in hell for me? That sounds like you. The boneyard has you covered. You see, there's a certain kind of religious fanatic who really does belong in hell. I'm not talking about the old dears who bake cakes to raise money for the new church roof here. I'm talking about the guys who went to war because God commanded it, who burned women for supposedly consorting with demons, and who saw nothing wrong with fucking the odd kid. When those people get to hell, they're too thick-headed to make sense of what happened. Why face reality when you can pretend it's all just a test of faith? They'll find like-minded folk in the boneyard. I'm told at one point the boneyard was a cathedral surrounded by a cemetery that stretched from horizon to horizon. Maybe that's true. I don't know. These days, it's a shanty town of temples and churches built from materials scavenged from the streets. Everywhere you look, you'll find wild-eyed zealots preaching their own twisted version of redemption and gangs of masked men on the prowl for fresh converts. Mortification of the flesh is the main pastime in the boneyard. If you listen to the cacophony of sermons, you'll be informed on how the flesh is wicked and must be purged of sin. How lucky we are to be given such a holy duty. How fortunate to be given the opportunity to redeem ourselves before God. The people of the boneyard have had a long time and plenty of fucking practice when it comes to mastering torture and degradation. Now, I'm not a good person. I've killed, raped, and cannibalized, but I can honestly tell you I'd never been able to dream up some of the shit that goes on in the boneyard. I wandered in there by accident once, and I've never been able to get what I saw out of my brain. I watched a woman, naked and bound, forced onto her knees and violated with iron rods. A preacher sewed his own eyes and lips shut in front of the crowd before sawing off his manhood with a piece of slate. A boy maybe 14, was publicly crucified, and a girl was drowned in shit. An older man had sharpened flint pushed under his fingernails. I couldn't list off 100 other atrocities done in the name of redemption. Stay away from the boneyard. The people there decide that hell just isn't hellish enough for their liking. Forget about redemption. Forget about God. The only way out of hell is by riding a pillar of fire and taking over a living body. Focus on that if you want to escape. The damned can't offer you salvation. The damned only offer pain. I have to leave you soon. If I'm to make the most out of life on Earth, I'm afraid I'm going to have to skip town. While I've had plenty to keep myself entertained, this body just isn't suitable for a run-in with the police. It's only a matter of time until some nosy neighbor thinks to pick up the phone. With the humidity over the last few days, Mummy and Daddy are already pretty ripe. Here's something you have to understand. Hell is a big place. I've given you fair warning about a few of the locations I myself have run into and that will have to do. Even if I wrote a library's worth of novels solely dedicated to mapping out the distinct locations within Dis, I still couldn't tell you everything about the city. What I can do is give you a bit of information about some of the damned. The Slaughter Man. Take a moment to think about all of the celebrities you know. How many of them do you reckon would do well in Dis? Not many, I'll wager. Perhaps none. Fame and fortune on Earth doesn't count for shit when you're dead. Very few people are strong enough, mean enough, and downright psychotic enough to earn a reputation in hell. Those few who have what it takes are people you never want to meet. The Slaughter Man is one of hell's legends. A huge, bearded man with filed teeth, bloodshot eyes, and foam on his lips. Rumor has it that the day that he first emerged from a birthing sack, he was unlucky enough to land on the feet of a slaver tribe. Well, those tribesmen chuckled to themselves and readied their clubs and whips, all too happy to take some fresh meat captive, outnumbered 12 to 1, naked and unarmed and brand new to hell. Most people wouldn't stand a chance. If you believe the stories, the Slaughter Man shrugged off the clubs battering against him and the whips cutting into his flesh as though they were just insect bites. He picked up the first slaver, put his hand into the man's mouth, and pulled his jaw right off of his skull. He moved on to another, and then another, tearing them apart with his bare hands until the survivors turned and fled. Nobody knows for sure who he was in life. I've heard theories, though, and the most popular one being that he was a berserker of Stamford Bridge. Supposedly, a single Viking held up the English army single-handed. It didn't matter that he could never win, that he was outnumbered, that his enemies had better weapons and armor. He stood on the bridge and he fought. By the time that he was brought down, he'd killed no less than 40 men. I don't know how true any of this is. I've never seen the Slaughter Man for myself, and I don't fucking want to. What I can tell you for sure is that people don't become legendary in hell without good reason. I'd guess that the only one who knows the truth is the Slaughter Man himself, and he isn't saying anything. Since the day he arrived in hell, he's only spoken once. The fleeing slavers heard it as the Slaughter Man tore their tribe apart. Naked, bloody, and surrounded by corpses, the Slaughter Man looked up to the storm-racked sky and bellowed a single word. Hellhounds. How about a little story? I wasn't new to hell. I had made myself some clothes and a wooden club, found shelter, and had a big slab of meat roasting over a campfire. The only thing I didn't have was a tribe. The area I'd been birthed in seemed slummy even for Dis. All half-collapsed hovels and mud huts. Iron was scarce, barely enough to make myself a water bowl. All in all, Not a good spot for a tribe. My plan was simple enough, though. I'd have a decent meal, carve myself a shiv or two in case I lost my club, then find somewhere more or less dry to sleep. After that, I'd set off to look for a tribe. Even the mildest tribal initiations result in a few scars and a broken nose, so I wanted to be at least well rested as much as I could be. Sleep in hell is both vital and dangerous. There's an act of finding somewhere that's simultaneously sheltered, hidden, and with access to an escape route. Even then, you never get more than a few hours at a time. In hell, the slightest suspicious noise should scare the shit out of you. A low, throaty growl definitely counts as a suspicious noise. I leapt out of my impromptu nest of skins and wood, raised my club, and returned the growl with one of my own. A woman had crept into my building and was staring at me with dilated pupils. She looked to be in a bad way, skinny, naked, and covered in weeping sores. Her lips peeled back to reveal broken and jagged teeth. It took me only a second to size her up. She'd been living rough for a few days, or maybe even weeks. Judging from her protruding ribs and bloated stomach, she was well on her way to dying of starvation. So, she was weak, hungry, and didn't even have a weapon. "I've already eaten," I said, relaxing a little and giving my club a few practice swings. "No sense in letting you go to waste, though." I took a step towards her and she bolted, just turned right around and scampered away into a strange animal gait. I took off after her, certain that I would outpace her. Even if there wasn't much meat on her, bones can still be useful. I chased her through a few streets, struggling to keep my footing on the muddy ground. When I finally got close enough to swing my club, she stopped dead. The suddenness of it caught me off guard, and I tripped over her, losing my club as I fell. She howled in triumph, a sound that was echoed by a dozen other throats. That day, I learned two things about the Hellhounds. Those people who lose their minds and become little more than beasts after enduring centuries in hell. Firstly, they have the necessary animal cunning to hunt as a pack. Secondly, human teeth and fingernails are perfectly capable of ripping flesh from the bone. The surgeons. Modern doctors rarely thrive in hell. Academia and reliance on technology don't leave you in the best state to endure the endless violence and brutality. There are exceptions, though. The people who learned to sew their friends back together amid the machine gun fire of the Somme. Shamans, witch doctors, and holy men who endured famine and warfare. Survivalists who learned how to cauterize their own wounds in the middle of a forest. Those are some of the people who might just be strong enough to plead their trade to the damned. After all, working knowledge of basic medicine is just one of the things that's beyond a lot of the meatheads roaming Dis. Most of hell's surgeons find a tribe as soon as they're able. Their tools might be crude, but they soon learn how to make do. Flint, slate, and shards of glass serve as their scalpels. They make thread from human hair and needles from slivers of iron. Whenever a member of the tribe has an infected sore, a surgeon will be the one to drain the pus. A tribal surgeon could well save your life, but they'll do it without any anesthetic. Then there are the freelance surgeons, the people who try to go it alone. They make themselves a uniform, the theory being that the damned will recognize them if they all look alike. It doesn't really work, but you can't expect much logic from people who've lost count of how many times they've died. For one thing, fashions change over time. I'm told that freelancers wore headdresses and bone necklaces at one point. The current trend is to mimic Venetian plague doctors by donning a beaked mask and wearing a long coat of fire-blackened skin. Freelancers are rare. Very rare, in fact. You'll see thousands of the damned for every freelance surgeon you come across. When you do come across one, be fucking careful. Firstly, surgeons don't get a free pass in hell. The damned are more likely to attack a freelancer than they are to barter their tools, clothes, and slaves in exchange for his services. You also can't be certain that if the man in the bird mask and black coat is really a surgeon, or somebody who murdered a surgeon and took his clothes. Perhaps they made the outfit themselves in order to draw the weak and wounded close. Advertising doesn't always work as intended in Dis. If the freelancer turns out to be genuine, that doesn't give you an excuse to drop your guard. Freelance surgeons aren't usually the most stable people. Put it another way, freelancers are usually sadistic fucking psychopaths. Sure, they might stitch you back together and send you on your way. They might also decide it would be more interesting if they stitch you to someone else. They might think that paying an arm and a leg for their services should be taken literally. They might turn out to be some wannabe serial killer who's yet to find their way to Skin Street. For each freelancer trying to do a tough job in a tougher place, there are a dozen or so Mengels who want to try out their toys on somebody too injured to fight back. Stick with your tribe surgeon if you're lucky enough to have one. Failing that, learn to patch up your own wounds. Trust me, if you're able to read, you've already got the intellectual advantage over a lot of Hell's residents. Universal education is pretty recent. Freelancers aren't worth the risk. Cambions. I'll be honest with you here. I don't know if Cambions actually exist. What I'm going to tell you is something that somebody else told me. It's up to you to decide if that's true or not. Personally, I really fucking hope it isn't. People rape one another in hell. It happens a lot. If you're not strong enough, it'll happen to you. The good news for the ladies out there is that damned men fire blanks. You'll almost never be impregnated. Now, I say almost never, because if you believe the stories, there's an incredibly slim chance that a couple of those little swimmers will be awake and looking for an egg. Just to put this into perspective, we're talking conjoined twins level of unlikeliness here, and that's just conception. The chances of a pregnant woman surviving the full 9 months in hell are probably conjoined triplets level of unlikely. You're talking about the perfect storm of beating the odds here. But this is eternity. A monkey randomly smashing keys on a typewriter will eventually produce the complete works of Shakespeare if it goes on for an eternity. The results of that perfect storm, of those monkeys with the typewriters, is a Cambion. A child conceived and born in hell. I'm not saying they exist, okay? I'm just saying I've met somebody who swears it's true and that he's seen a Cambion for himself. You see babies in their birthing sacks from time to time. Usually it's just a body. Occasionally, you see one drowning. Most of the time, damned ignore them. They wouldn't survive a day on the streets even if you could afford to devote your full attention to them. Better to leave them be. It's only the really fucked up people who cut through the sacks and... yeah, I'm not going to finish that thought. I'm getting a little sidetracked. So, this Cambion, who may or may not exist, apparently looked like a normal child. It cried, it shit, it sucked its mother's tits just like a regular baby would. The mother was part of a tribe and they'd been able to protect her throughout her pregnancy. Couldn't tell you why. Maybe curiosity, perhaps. When it was born, the whole tribe gathered around to have a look. Among them was the man who told me this story. Somebody I'd met years later and eventually would kill. This man cut the baby's cord and lifted it up to his face. Every man in the tribe had raped the mother at one point or another, and he wanted to see if the child looked anything like him. The Cambion looked like a normal child in every way but one. Its eyes were dead, lifeless, like a doll's. Sure, the kid was alive. It wriggled and cried like a normal baby. Those eyes were wide open, though, not scrunched closed like a newborn's eyes should be. Wide open, empty, doll's eyes. If that story is true, I don't blame the tribe for killing the child. Something like that should never exist. So with that, I am done, and I have to go. This is the point where people like to have things nicely tied up. A few dragons slain, a few maidens served. At the very least, you could expect some kind of moral lesson to think over. I think that, in this case, that sort of thing is missing the point. There are no dragons to slay, no morals to learn. We do not live happily ever after. There's no grand revelation, no clever twist, no purpose, no redemption, no hope. There's only eternity among our own kind. Well, hey, it's been a long time. The last body I had in the living world didn't cope too well with my mind driving it. It's sometimes hard to remember that the lessons you learn in hell aren't a good fit for the civilized world. When murder is just a normal part of existence, you tend to keep doing it out of habit. The inevitable result is either death or exorcism, and a trip back to the city of Dis. Safe to say, I got a bit carried away the last time that I was here. After my last taste of freedom, I knew that I had to get back out of Dis. My existence ever since I squandered my last host has been utterly dedicated to finding my way back into a pillar of fire. I had to escape Dis. After what I've seen, I had to escape. This new body seems a little bit more durable than the last one. Now that I'm back, shall we take another trip to hell? Phlegethon Swamp. It rains in hell. It rains all the fucking time, and the waters have to go somewhere. Most of it drains into Gehenna, where it sinks into the otherworldly ash and apparently disappears. The rest flows either into the sewers beneath the city, or it collects into Phlegethon Swamp. Remember how it is a bad idea to drink the rainwater in hell without boiling it? Well, the swamp water will kill you no matter what you do with it. Even letting the stuff touch your skin can be deadly. You see, the swamp isn't just filled with disease and rot. It's also brimming with chemical waste. One pool might simply be undrinkable, but another might dissolve your flesh. If you're mad enough to travel to Phlegethon, or unlikely enough to be born there, your odds of survival are slim. Phlegethon's waters are inky black, and it's impossible to tell just how deep the pool is by looking. It could be an inch or it could be a mile. You never know whether or not your next footfall will plunge you into the cloying abyss. Worse still, there are places where the sewers gradually drain the water and create unseen vortices capable of dragging down even the strongest of the damned. To navigate the swamp, you're better off using the crumbled buildings as stepping stones. The corrosive water causes wooden supports to wither and collapse, so there's plenty of debris lying around to stand on. Even so, if you take it slow and keep your balance, it's easy to slip and subject yourself to a fucking agonizing death. Last but not least are the wildfires. These are the reason that even the most insane tribes don't even try to establish a permanent stronghold in Phlegethon Swamp. All that chemical waste and decaying matter makes the swamp extremely volatile. A lightning strike or buildup of gases can result in an immense explosion that ignites Phlegethon's surface for miles around. Wildfires move fast. I guarantee that you won't outrun one. Cocytus. The first time that you see Cocytus, you could be forgiven for thinking you'd reached the very edge of Dis. The pit is dozens of miles wide and several times as deep. At some point in the dim and distant past, a fragile alliance of tribes put their slaves to work digging a quarry. Why they did this is lost to time, but many believe it was an attempt to escape Dis. Perhaps those tribes hoped that, if they dug far enough, they'd eventually tunnel their way out of hell. In my view, the more likely answer is that those tribes were looking for resources. If that's true, then the evacuation was a success. Miles below the surface, beneath the rock and dirt, There are caverns filled with veins of iron and copper. So far underground and sheltered from the relentless fucking rain, it's far easier to create a fire hot enough to smelt ore. The value of such a position wasn't lost on the tribes, and that alliance soon showed just how brittle it was. After a short but savage burst of treachery, the initial shelters of Cocytus all but wiped themselves out. Since then, the pit has been settled and mined countless times. Coordinated efforts from various tribes have transformed the quarry into an abyss. So far, these alliances have always been broken sooner or later. Cocytus has many paths into its depths, and the lower you go, the more labyrinth the pit becomes. The sprawling caverns shelter entire shanty towns and crude smelting facilities. Some are abandoned, others have been lost to cave-ins. Yet there are still plenty of tribes who fight, join forces, and betray each other over the precious ore veins. By this point, you have to go pretty fucking deep to find an untapped vein, and this is where Cocytus becomes truly deadly. Anybody who thought they might be able to tunnel out of hell would be sorely disappointed once they learn what lies in the depths. In all these years, after digging for so many miles, not one person has run into some magical portal leading out of Dis. They also haven't run into magma for the matter. Instead, the deeper you go, the colder Cocytus becomes. I've never been to the very bottom myself. I'm told that down there, the air is cold enough to freeze your blood and shatter your skin. Maybe that's true. I could certainly believe it. On the rare occasion I've seen Cocytus, I've also had to turn back once the walls became more ice than rock, and the narrow walkway became a death trap. If you have the numbers to do it, Cocytus is still a valuable place to settle. Just remember that when hunger, cold, and greed are your constant companions, none of the damned can be trusted. The Pale Witch. I've told you about the Slaughterman previously, but hell has other legendary figures, each with their own sobriquets. The Ripper, the Grim Doctor, the Tyrant, and many more. So far, I've only encountered one of these figures. During my last stay in hell, I came across the Pale Witch. As is always the case with legends, the truth about the Pale Witch tends to get lost amid superstition. I've heard plenty of theories as to what she is. The Pale Witch is a Striga who has the power of the evil eye. The Pale Witch is a Gorgon whose gaze turns her victims to stone. The Pale Witch is a succubus who entraps the minds of those she wishes to consume. All of that is bullshit. I've seen the Pale Witch, and I know the truth about her. When I first saw her, I didn't realize who I was looking at. She was naked and locked in combat with an armed resident, so I took her for fresh meat. Here's a tip for you. If you see a resident fighting fresh meat, kill both of them while they're distracted. I planned to do exactly that, but something about the fight seemed off. Residents usually have the upper hand in a fight against fresh meat, and this particular bout definitely seemed about as one-sided as it gets. She was naked, whereas he was clad in leather and bone. She was unarmed, whereas he had a club. She was a wayfish, whereas he was huge. Despite him having the advantage, the resident was clearly terrified of her. The rules of hell dictated that he should have cracked her skull, taken her skin, and eaten her flesh, but that just wasn't happening. He was uncoordinated and apparently desperate to escape. Every swing he took was clumsy, and the blows he did manage to land on her didn't seem to have any effect. I could only stare at this naked, vulnerable woman that took the resident's club from his unresisted hand and swung it on his knee. I'm accustomed to the sound of bones breaking by now, but this time the noise caught me off guard. How the fuck was this happening? She brought the club down on the other knee, then his elbows, then his ankles, and then his shoulders. She left him broken and screaming on the floor. She could have finished him off with a blow to the head, stolen his clothes, and taken her rightful place as a resident. That's how hell works. These are the rules I've learned through bloody trial and error. That isn't what happened. Rather than kill him, she sat down beside him in the mud and took his hands in hers. I actually thought that she was going to console him. Instead, she started breaking his fingers, one by one. She snapped the fingers on both his hands with a calmness that made no sense to me. Torture is common in hell, but there's also a purpose behind it. The people in Skin Street do it out of sadism, and the people in the Boneyard do it for their insane purification rituals. This woman did it without emotion and without reason. I honestly don't know if she even understood that she was hurting him. I don't think her mind works the same way as ours. Eventually, the resident lost consciousness. A man can only take so much pain before the shock gets to him. Surely now she'd be satisfied, right? Surely she'd take his clothes and restore hell's order. No. She stood up, tilted her head slightly, and uttered a noise for the first time. It wasn't a victory cry, nor was it even a sigh of relief. Instead, the sound that she made was nothing more than a faintly bemused It was as if she couldn't comprehend why her plaything had stopped moving. She stood up and stepped away from him, apparently content to leave him alive. Unconscious and crippled on the ground, she kept his club but didn't take his clothing. The cold and the rain didn't seem to bother her. And then she looked at me. In that instant, I knew I was looking at the pale witch. I looked into her eyes and I couldn't fucking move. I understood what she was straight away, and the sheer terror of it froze me. The pale witch isn't a striga. She isn't a gorgon, and she isn't a succubus. The pale witch is a cambion. It's hard to put into words exactly how paralyzing the sight of a cambion is. That perfectly serene face and those dead, staring eyes just don't belong on a body that's otherwise human. It was like looking into the face of a mannequin and knowing that it's looking back at you. That noise again. That kind of detached curiosity shouldn't exist in the world of predator and prey. Might makes right. Survival of the fittest. Nobody in the city of Dis has any right to make that noise. She took an awkward step towards me, and I saw that her right leg was broken. It seemed that her fight with the resident had injured her after all. She just didn't notice. She tried to walk normally, completely unaware that one of her legs had an extra joint. I don't care how tough you are. Nobody should be able to put their full weight onto a broken leg without even wincing. She stepped closer, her zombie shuffle steadily closing the gap between us as I stared at her. She raised her club, and my survival instincts finally kicked into gear. Her transfixing spell broke just enough for me to stumble backwards and avoid her swing. And I ran. I ran from a woman with a broken leg, and I'm not even ashamed of it. Looking back at my experience, there are some things I just can't comprehend. The Pale Witch is a cambion. I'm certain of it. She was born in hell, and hell is all she has ever known. She also looked to be about 30 years old. That just shouldn't be possible. No baby survives in Dis. Even if they had a tribe to protect them, there just isn't enough nourishment for an infant to grow into a toddler, let alone an adult. Pale Witch is a walking impossibility. Her existence is a defiance of all reason. I would endure every torture the people of Skin Street and the Boneyard could conceive of if it meant that I never ever had to look into her eyes again.
Tell me, what is it that you would like my help with? The man sitting across from me requested. He was well dressed, wearing a three-piece pinstripe suit, with his long blonde hair tied neatly into a braided ponytail. I wanted to make it so I died instead of her, I stuttered, fighting to hold back the tears that threatened to stream down my face. You do understand the cost of such deals, yes? The man questioned in response. I do. I understand, and I'll offer it gladly, I replied, holding my posture straight and with as much determination as I could muster. How about you tell me your story, and we'll go from there, he suggested. He had a much kinder face than I would have expected. If I didn't know any better, I would almost think that he was reluctant to make the deal. I was always led to believe that these things were quite simple. Just sign your name on the dotted line, give a quick handshake, and the world gets rewritten for a one-time easy payment of one's soul. This felt more like an interview than a bartering session. 1 year to the day before this very meeting was when my life ended. Well, it may as well have ended as far as I'm concerned. It should have been my life that was lost that night. She was innocent. She was a far better person than I could have ever pretended to be. I was selfish and arrogant. I never really appreciated her. Not nearly as much as she appreciated me anyway. She was my heart, and I never really understood that until it was ripped away. Do you believe yourself to be more selfish or arrogant than anyone else? He asked me. I do, I replied. How many other people got the ones they loved killed because of these aspects of their personalities? Surely this man could see how awful of a person that I am. He, more than anyone, should understand that much. I knew she was tired that night, but she agreed to go to the party anyway. She said that she would go because I wanted her to. Had I been a better man, I would have just offered to stay home. I would have told her that I knew that she wasn't feeling up to it. They were my friends, not hers. And sure, anyone who met her loved her. I don't think anyone who ever knew her didn't love her even just a little. She had that effect on people. She had such a pure and beautiful heart. And she was mine. She loved me completely. That's why she agreed to go with me that night. No guilt trips, no dragging her feet to get ready. She wanted me to be happy, even though she was exhausted. And I took advantage of that. Is it not possible that she wanted to go as much as you did? He asked. Was he really trying to convince me that I shouldn't feel guilty? This is not how this is supposed to go. It was still my idea. It was my fault. It should have been me, I insisted. His unexpected tenderness was almost frustrating me. Why was he making this so hard? She smiled and laughed all night, even though she had worked all day. She told me that I could drink if I wanted to. She knew that alcohol would just make her sleepy, so she offered to be my driver for the night. She said that she wanted me to have fun. You've been busting your ass lately, babe, she said, gently running her fingers through my hair. But you're tired, I said. In all honesty, I wasn't trying to be convincing. I wanted to drink. I wanted to relax. I just came off of 3 straight weeks of work the previous night. It was my first day off in almost a month. I had slept in that day, though. Then I was rested. I should have put up more of a fight. But I didn't. I just went with what I wanted more. It sounds to me as if she genuinely wanted you to have a good time, he said. His eyes were wide and sincere. She loved you, he concluded. She did, I replied. And I couldn't fight off the tears anymore. I hung my head feeling shame for the scene that I was making in front of him. I didn't want to show weakness. Not to this man. She sat at the table in the dining room of my friend's house. Several of the wives and girlfriends were hanging out there. They laughed and joked about how drunk us guys were getting. I know she mainly took a seat because her feet were hurting. Her nursing job kept her moving a lot. She bowled a 10-hour shift that day too. And regardless of how beat she was, she still smiled. I would turn to look at her sitting with the girls, and every time I glanced her way, She was smiling at me. "It's good to see her relaxed and happy," she told me later that night, brushing her hand across the side of my face. Her touch was always so warm. "Do you really think that this is what she would want?" the man asked, continuing his interrogation. "She didn't have a choice in what happened," I replied, the tears still freely rolling down my face. Why couldn't he just make the deal already? It was close to 2 in the morning when we said our goodbyes and headed home. My motor functions were heavily weighed down by my inebriation. So she wrapped her arm around me and guided me to the car. And after making sure that I was buckled in, she kissed me on the forehead and smiled widely. "You have fun?" she asked, brushing her hand across my face again. I nodded and returned a smile. "Did you?" I asked. She just nodded and gave me the half smile that would make my knees weak, even when I was sober. "Did you believe her?" he asked. "She never lied to me. Not ever," I replied. It was true. Well, aside from the normal simple lies that we would tell each other. "No, I didn't get you that expensive Christmas gift, even though we both knew I did. Of course, that haircut doesn't make your ears stick out. Yes, we'll be together forever." The drive back to our home shouldn't have taken so long, but I asked her to hit up a drive-thru, and my stomach was starting to churn from the alcohol. She shrugged and said, "I could use something too." She smiled at me. We got our food and got back on the road. My barely functioning hand reached for my large soda in the cup holder, and I inadvertently knocked it out of the indentation in the center console and onto the floor at her feet. She screamed and laughed when the freezing beverage splashed across her feet. And somehow she managed to control the car after yanking her foot off the accelerator pedal. She turned the wheel to the side to guide us down to the breakdown lane. "You're not the first man to ever tip a drink onto the floor," he professed in defense of my actions. Why was he defending me? Is this really the man that I had arranged to meet? I was starting to believe someone is messing with me. She was still laughing while we parked off to the side of the road. I pulled a handful of napkins out of the paper bag and held our food. "I'm so sorry," I insisted, chuckling along with her. She shook her head and gave me that gorgeous smile again. "You better be glad that I love you," she said with a wink. "I am glad. I don't think I could be more glad of anything," I replied. We just stared at each other for a moment. I drank her gaze in like it was the most refreshing drink that could ever pass across my lips. How could I ever be so lucky? Even after all these years, I still got butterflies in my stomach when she looked at me like this. "I love you so much," I tried to say, but my words were interrupted by the truck that crashed into our rear. "I'm so sorry," the man said. He put his hand on mine, which was outstretched on the table. His skin was warm and his eyes were glassy. The truck must have been gunning it down the road. It crumpled our small sedan like an empty potato chip bag. I watched my beautiful wife smash into the windshield when the driver's seat forced her forward into the glass. Time seemed to slow as I watched the smile on her face transition to surprise and shocked fear. When she made contact with the window, blood splashed across the glass, instantly filling the cracks with deep crimson. The way the headrest from her seat cut into the back of her neck. I knew she would not survive this. I felt the car spin and flip while I watched her body slowly twist and contort in ways that any skeletal structure would not tolerate. "It's not your fault," the man said, still holding his hand on mine. "How can you say that?" I shouted, pulling my hand from underneath his. "It is all my fault. Her being there, her being up so late, her pulling over to the side of the road, and her being dead in my arms." I screamed as tears flowed freely. I was unable to even attempt to fight against them. The man studied me for a moment. I couldn't help but feel like he was inwardly mocking my crumbling outer shell while I fought to compose myself. I do not believe that I can help you, I'm afraid, he said after a moment of silence. What? I asked, anger bubbling over inside me. I shouldn't have allowed myself to become so irrational, but his behavior through the entirety of our conversation had bothered me in ways that I still can't describe. You're not exactly a fit candidate for the arrangements that I would normally offer, he replied. You see, My rage overflowed, interrupting his words without a second thought. Are you kidding me? I shouted, standing upright and kicking the chair out from under me. I am offering my soul on a silver platter, and you're not interested? I exclaimed. This is some complete horseshit. I belted out, continuing my verbal assault on the man in the finely tailored suit. You're upset, and I understand what you're going through, he replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. You will just sit back down. No, I will not sit back down, I raged, interrupting him again. You have the nerve! And with a simple gesture of his hand, the chair that I had knocked to the floor rammed into the back of my legs, causing me to fall back into a sitting position as I skidded back towards the table.
Do not presume that my lack of interest in what you offer grants you permission to unleash an assault on me, child,
he said, as his voice grew louder. It was as if his words echoed as they cascaded into the walls, causing the room to feel as though it were experiencing a sudden earthquake. His face formed a scowl that showed me a small glimpse behind the facade that he wore to this meeting. I'm sorry, I stuttered, feeling my body tense all over. I didn't mean to. I wasn't. I tried to form a coherent sentence, but my ability to form anything legible seemed a bit hard to get to all of a sudden. If you will allow me to finish what I was saying, he continued, immediately regaining his composure, I will be explaining my reasoning. Okay, I replied, suddenly feeling incredibly intimidated by the man who sat across from me. It seemed just a normal person when our conversation began. I even started to think that he was not who I expected to meet, and this was some sort of elaborate con. I now had no doubt that I was sitting before the very being that I sought out, a realization that made me feel very small. Your soul is pure, you see, he began, though I wasn't sure where he was going with this. What you offer, to sacrifice your life for another, is quite the noble deed, he continued. Some would consider this the ultimate sacrifice. Such an act would only remove my ability to take possession of that which you offer, thus negating the very bargain you seek to make. His words caused the emptiness that had consumed me since I lost my love to return with a stabbing pain in my heart. I had given into the hope that I would reverse our roles in the accident that took her away from me, but the desire had finally proved fruitless. I slumped in my chair, feeling the weight of my loss begin to overcome me again. That being said, the man said, pulling me back out of my brooding thoughts, there may be another who can grant you a more satisfactory arrangement. He got to his feet and pulled down at the base of his waistcoat. He reached into one of the small pockets on the side of his vest and pulled out a tarnished silver watch that hung from the chain that attached to the button that paralleled the pocket. He tapped on the glass with his forefinger and held it up to his ear. Would you be willing to take a walk with me? He asked, tucking the watch back into his pocket. Where to? I stuttered, having no idea where he might guide me. Only moments ago you offered your soul on a silver platter, was it? He asked with a slightly mischievous grin. I just chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of my head. I imagine it's a lot to ask, given my reputation, he said, tilting his head to the left. But would you be willing to trust me? His expression remained peaceful, and even a bit melancholy. But this was not a man that I would think to trust. Still, There was something in the way that he spoke that made me want to. Okay, I said, standing up and straightening my back. The man began to walk to the back of the room. It was a deserted bar in which I met the man that night. It was only one that I had passed by many times, but never had the inclination to visit. It was only when I received the letter in the mail with this very address on it that I even remembered it being here. There was a single door at the back of the building, which I assumed led to a dark alleyway or even a storage room of sorts. I would be sorely mistaken on both assumptions when the door finally pulled open. There was a payphone mounted to the wall beside the door, something I rarely paid attention to anymore, but the man reached out for it as we approached the rear doorway. He held the phone to his ear and punched in a series of numbers on the keypad, though it was far more than 7 digits of a phone number, or even the 10 if entering an area code. His fingertips danced quickly across the keys. It had no way of telling how many numbers he had even punched by the time that he latched the phone back upon its hanger, and turned the doorknob and opened the door to reveal what appeared to be a darkly lit cavern. He strolled through without hesitation and stood on the other side, looking back at me with his arms behind his back. "Do be sure to close the door behind you on your way out," he stated. In the months after she died, I became obsessed with finding any means of changing our fates. I had wept and prayed every single night since I lost her, though I had never been a man of faith. I just grasped at anything, whether reasonable or free from any semblance of reason. After giving in to the fact that seeking assistance from above was entirely pointless, I sought out far more unsettling methods of reversing my mistakes, even if it would cost me my soul in return. The cavern was massive. I could barely even make out the ceiling as it was so high above, and only the torches that were mounted sporadically across the walls provided any source of light. And didn't speak as he strolled ahead of me with his right hand placed to his left behind his back. Our footsteps didn't seem to cause any sort of echo, and I could barely even make out any sounds other than my own breathing as I walked behind my well-dressed guide. I was bordering on giving into insanity while I visited everything from libraries to back alley bookshops, searching for supernatural means of switching the fates of my love and I. Though I wasn't a believer, I'd always held a fondness for tales of the paranormal. Perhaps it was sheer madness that fueled my search, but my obsession had driven me to such lengths. I even sought out anything that I could find on how to access the dark web when the strange email arrived in my inbox. The long walk came to an end and I found myself standing in front of a giant room. It was circular in design, and a lone individual sat upon an elegant throne in the center of the room, surrounded by a seemingly endless configuration of floating hourglasses of all shapes and sizes. Some were elegant and lined with delicate filigree, while others were downright plain and simple. Some were wide and some were tall, but there were far too many to even register. It was as if they filled the entire chamber with the exception of a thin pathway that led to the sitting man. He was tall, far taller than anyone that I had ever seen. He wore a thick and tattered robe that revealed only his large hands and pointed white beard that hung from under the hood that was covering the upper half of his face. He seemed indifferent to our arrival at first. "How are you, my old friend?" the man bellowed in a voice that sounded deep and ancient. "I'm well, Jonas. And you?" the guide asked in return. "I am well, though curious as to what brings you here with such a guest by your side," the man, who was apparently named Jonas, replied. "May I speak to you in private for a moment?" the man who led me here asked. "We would be private were it not for the company that you keep," Jonas said. "But you may approach." My guide walked up to the giant man, who leaned over to hear what my guest had to say. I couldn't make out a word that was spoken between the two, but their conversation seemed heated and bordering on intense. The email came from an unknown address, and it contained nothing more than a single paragraph that ended with an address. As it read, "Dear Sir, Madam, It has come to our attention that you have been in search of making a very specific manner of arrangement. Should your conviction to this cause be true, please send a letter to the following address stating the nature of your request, along with a drop of your blood next to your signature. Your reply must be handwritten in ink. Any typed response will be ignored. Should your request be of interest to us, you will receive instructions by mail. Thank you for your interest. I will not include the address that was listed, but you get the idea. The fact that this strange message had not been flagged by my spam filter led me to entertain the notion that it may indeed be worth a shot. As I previously stated, I wasn't exactly in my right mind, and I felt that I had little left to lose. In my reply, I followed the instructions to the best of my ability. I wrote down my request on a single sheet of paper and signed my name at the bottom. I dug a pin into the tip of my finger and allowed a single drop to fall beside my name. After allowing the drip to dry, I sealed it in an envelope and sent it to the address. It took several months for me to receive a reply. I had already long since given up on that and resigned myself to a depression from which I could not escape. When I opened the envelope to see nothing more than another address, along with a time and date of an appointment, apparently written on a single sheet of paper, it took me a moment to figure out what it was referring to.
That human friend you have been spending time with has made you soft in your old age, my friend,
Janice called out to the man as he walked back towards me.
Who I spend my time with is not your concern, Janice,
the man said without turning back to look at the towering individual in the tattered robe.
I would not even consider this were it not for my debt to you,
Janice replied smugly.
Do not presume this will free you from said debt,
the man said as he stopped beside me and spun to look back at Janice.
They waged a silent staring contest for a time, and I began to feel quite uncomfortable the longer that this went on. Do not forget that I am older than you, boy, Janice said with contempt.
The man beside me only smiled in a slightly mischievous manner as they glared at one another, and after a moment of the intense ocular standoff, Janice interrupted in laughter, which caused the man to my left to offer a chuckle in return. Though my heart was still very heavy, the shared levity between the two brought a smile to my face. While they had almost appeared as enemies before, they now carried on like old friends.
Come on over here, boy,
Janice said, waving me forward while still giggling.
Go on, then,
the man said, nudging me with his arm while I stood frozen in place. I paced forward on trembling legs. I was completely unsure where this was heading, though the two individuals whose company I shared appeared far less intimidating as they smiled at each other. I stepped up to the hulking Janice. He laid a giant hand on my back that felt as though it could easily wrap around my entire body.
So, this was, what, around a year ago, yes?
He asked while flipping through a variety of floating hourglasses as if they were leafing through a phone book.
Yeah, I stuttered. Yes, this will do,
he said as he wrapped a hand around a small, simple hourglass. I looked back at the man who stood near the entrance with his hands behind his back. His face was expressionless, but I could swear I saw a slight smile attempt to weave across it.
Are you ready, lad?
Jen asked, gazing down at me with one hand still on my back and the other clutching the hourglass. I looked up at him and then back towards the one who had brought me here, and he offered me a single nod.
Yeah, I'm ready, I said, though I wasn't entirely sure what I was ready for.
Janice closed his eyes as light bellowed from the hourglass that he held. It shot out and swirled around the room and spun into a giant spiral of quivering energy. It flew around and around as it wound thinner and thinner, until it pierced directly into my chest. Pain exploded through every single fiber of my being. I screamed out in agony as the force threatened to rip me apart from the inside out.
A high-pitched screaming sound practically deafened me as I heard a soft voice in my head. "Remember," was all it said. And suddenly, I felt my skin burning as though fire manifested from underneath my epidermis. I knew that my life was ending. Was this the plan all along? Was this the suffering that awaited me in the hell of my own making? I felt the ground crumble beneath my feet, and I was falling seemingly into an endless expanse. Darkness took the place of the blinding light as everything around me just faded. "Just let me take a quick shower and then we can get going, babe," she said after walking through the door, still in her scrubs. "Caroline," I whispered. "Who else would it be?" she chuckled. "You better not have any other ladies coming in when I'm at work," she said sarcastically before kissing me on the cheek. The tears burst out of my eyes before I had the chance to take in what was happening. I jumped to my feet and pulled her into an embrace. "Hey," she said, backing up slightly and cupping the side of my face with her hand. "Are you okay?" she asked with a concern in her eyes. "Yes," I replied as tears still spilled freely. "It's been a long day," I said with a beaming smile. "You sure?" she asked, still wearing a worried expression. Yeah, babe. I think I just had a really weird dream or something." I smiled back at her and wrapped my hand around hers. "Okay then," she said, giving me a sideways and playful, suspicious look. "Go ahead and get dressed. I'll jump in the shower and then we can head out, okay?" she said, pulling her jacket off. I grabbed her hand and pulled her back to me. I stared into her beautiful eyes while she gave me that curious look. I ran my fingers through her hair while tears leaked down my face. I just basked in her presence for the moment before I suggested, "Hey, how about we just stay home tonight?"
The early morning sun poked through my window, letting me know that it was time to get to work. I yawned and stretched and put on a pair of shorts with a t-shirt. I could hear the cardinals chirping hello to the serene August morning. It was already in the mid-60s, which meant that a very warm and humid day would be on its way. The kids would be here soon, and I needed to make sure that everything was ready for the weekend. As the sun inched over the horizon and burned away the morning haze, I checked the cabins and found everything in place for the new campers. The food was packed, the cabinets and the freezers and the mess hall stocked enough for a large contingent of children. This would be the last weekend of summer camp for the year. Once these kids were gone, the Boca Nature Reserve would be shuttered and forgotten until spring returned to claim the reserve from winter's icy grip. I checked the list that Roger had given me at the beginning of the camp season. I went through the list of participants and stopped at the last unchecked date. This weekend, I would help host the boys of St. Michael's Orphanage. No, sorry. We don't use the word orphanage anymore. Political correctness sent out a memo calling St. Michael's a foster child care center. Doesn't really matter what name they give it. St. Michael's houses all the unwanted children from broken and abandoned families. These children were the modern-day wretched refugees the Statue of Liberty talks about on its face. If not for the sizable donation from the Joseph Swift Foundation, these kids would never step foot in Camp Winoka. They were truly the lost souls. If not for a few caring individuals, they would have slipped through the cracks of society without a concern. For most of the camping season, snot-nosed rich kids ran around Winoka like they were personally responsible for nature itself. They were privileged, spoiled, and couldn't care less about communing with nature and its wonders. The upside of those little rich kids was the money that their parents shelled out for us to entertain and amuse those rotten brats for a week. Their cash kept Camp Winoka running and afforded the opportunity to bring in less fortunate kids for camp. Although, most of these young souls had never been out of the city, and they appreciated the communion with forest life. After 30 years as camp caretaker, this was my payment. Seeing the wonder in their eyes when presented with the majesty of nature. With everything in order, I jumped on the camp's ATV and drove back to my Airstream trailer nestled off the camp proper. Looking in my bathroom mirror, I was a little unkempt. I swept back my salt and pepper hair, tied a rubber band around my ponytail, as well as brushed out my beard, dabbed on some deodorant, and slipped into a clean yellow polo shirt with the camp crest. It was around 8 a.m., and the camp would soon come to life with new explorers. I fired up the ATV and went to the base camp to await the last campers of the season. I had just finished a Red Delicious when I heard the bus rolling down the dirt road. The Winoka Nature Reserve was an isolated slice of forest in the southeast corner of Ohio. It covered over 400 acres of privately protected woods and wildlife. Hiking trails wound through the forest without a telephone pole or a skyscraper littering the landscape. The cabins, mess hall, and even the suspension bridge across the trailer ravine were all built with solid 19th century ingenuity. A single dirt road was the only way in or out of the reserve. Roger was the first off the bus, as usual. He was filled with energy and covered in summer sweat. Although most counselors were teenagers trying to add a community service star to their college transcript, Roger had fallen in love with Camp Winoka and decided to make it a yearly commitment. He was an able-bodied guy, so I appreciated the help. "Hey, Jackson, how's it going, you old mountain man?" Roger thrust out a hand. I shook it. "Everything's primed and ready to roll." While the other counselors tended to the kids, Roger slung an arm around my neck and walked me away from the unloading bus. "Listen, Jackson, there are about 22 kids this year. All boys, so we'll use cabins A, B, and C and leave cabin D empty. There are a couple of rowdy ones, but nothing that you and I can't handle. After all, if we can't handle 24 kids for 3 days, we're in the wrong business." He laughed and looked at me with a concerned expression. "How's your arthritis?" Good days and bad, Roger. But nothing to keep me out of the game." "Oh, that's good to hear. I'll get with you when the kids are done settling in, and we can go over the schedule. Here's to a great weekend." He slapped me on the back and returned to the bus. The kids unloaded and settled into their assigned cabins without incident. From the checklist Roger gave me, the kids were 9 to 13 years old, most in the lower part of the age range. Just like every year, we gathered them around the mess hall for introductions before Camp Winoka lunch. "Good afternoon, campers," Roger cheerfully bellowed, met with a semi-enthusiastic hello by the campers. "My name is Roger Lovek, but you can call me Roger. I'm the head counselor here for your stay at Camp Winoka, and this," he pointed to the 4 yellow-shirted counselors, "is Gary, Glenn, Mitch, and Tom. And this right here is Mountain Man Jackson," he pointed to me. "He takes care of the campground all year round and keeps it looking great. If you ever have a problem during your stay, please let myself or one of these men know. We're here to make sure that you have fun as well as stay safe." Roger glanced at his clipboard. "And with that in mind, we do have a few rules." The children heaved a collective sigh. "Oh, come on, guys. These rules are here for your protection. The nearest city is about 45 minutes away, as well as the nearest hospital is over an hour away. Play safe, stay safe, right?" Okay. Rule number 1. Everybody needs to be in their assigned cabin by 9 p.m. When we are in the wilderness, the temperature drops out there and there are no streetlights, so it gets really dark and very cold quickly. Rule number 2. Every camper will be assigned a buddy. Your buddy is to be with you at all times, well, unless you're going to the bathroom. Everybody chuckled at this. Rule number 3. Unless you're being led by a counselor, stick to the blue paths. If you look in your packet, you'll see that the paths that I'm talking about. Blue paths are safe to walk with your buddy. Red paths are trails approved for walking only with a counselor. And the black paths are off limits and are for staff members only. All right. Rule number 4. Trail bikes, paddle boats, and canoes are available on the first come, first serve type of basis. The sign-up sheet is located on the bulletin board outside of the main cabin there. And we put up a new sheet after dinner for the next day of unscheduled activity time. And before you ask, the ATV is for counselor use only. Rule number 5. Be respectful of your counselors and fellow campers. We have opened this once-in-a-lifetime chance to enjoy nature, so take advantage of it, not the people around you, and have a great time. What do you say?" The kids offered a civil round of applause. Roger waited for the smattering to die down. "And this year, we're offering a special surprise to the best campers. We'll be choosing 6 of the best campers for a Sunday night excursion to the Light of Hope ruins." Some kids smiled and nodded. "I can see some of you know the legend, but we'll be camping there for a night with an open pit cookout, some s'mores, and maybe just do a little ghost hunting. How's that sound?" The kids erupted in applause and whistles. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Great. Be on your best behavior, and you could be one of the lucky few that are chosen. Now, let's get in line for lunch. We have a lot to see today. The kids continued to applaud as they lined up for their afternoon meal. I never minded putting meals together when I was in the army, so it was an easy task. Every day, one of the counselors was assigned to KP with me. Unfortunately, they usually bitched and moaned about it. I never understood the attitude. I mean, get it over with. Don't drag it out by complaining the whole time. Besides, these kids were grateful to have a bologna sandwich, fruit cup, and celery with peanut butter. It was those rich kids that had special menu requests that were the real pain. Needless to say, there are no vegetarians when you're poor. The next couple of days flew by without incident. I'll be honest, I've never seen a group of lightly supervised kids not get into a little mischief when the counselor wasn't around. I guess the Light of Hope campout was a real draw for those of you who do not watch those ghost hunting programs. The Light of Hope ruins are one of those places that have spawned many supernatural myths around them. This made life hellish for me. As a matter of fact, I spend the majority of my off-season time running off idiots with their ghost detecting equipment because if anyone gets hurt, the sanctuary would be liable for any injuries sustained. Nevertheless, it never stopped anyone from spinning a yarn about a campfire or two about the place the media calls Gore Orphanage Light of Hope. The campsite was located 3/4 of a mile from the main campground, close to the interstate annex. The 6 winners were easy to choose and were elated when we called their names at the Saturday night assembly. The kids were a bit skittish due to the fact that we had to take one of the black paths through the dense woods, but Roger and I made sure that they tucked their pant legs into their socks to prevent ticks and chiggers from getting a free ride to the campsite. "Mr. Jackson, what's that close to the campsite?" A kid named Connor Watson pointed to the woods where a clearing appeared. "See those old markers? That was a graveyard over 100 years ago," I said. "That's creepy." The boy had a worried face as I patted his head. Don't worry, Connor. Ghosts don't exist. You're safe for now." And I offered him a wink. We made it to the site about an hour before sunset and set to the task of putting up the 2 tents. Each tent could fit 8 people comfortably, but was a bit of a pain to set up due to the remnants of the brick and stone left from 100 years ago. By the time that we had them up, the sun was mostly melted into the horizon. The 6 winners were a bit rowdy and anxious, but we kept them occupied. Roger took half the kids out to forage for wood for the campfire, while I took the other half to help prepare dinner. Although Connor was not too happy about deer stew, the others were unaffected. Mark Treasure acted almost ghoulish in his desire to try it. We set the gallon pot above the healthy fire, even though every kid was thinking about Gore Orphanage. None of them asked about it, and by the time that we were ready for s'mores, they were practically chomping at the bit for a ghost story. I served the kids some homemade apple cider. I warmed it over the fire to keep the cold away while they finished their chocolate graham cracker marshmallow treats. Roger decided that he would begin weaving the supernatural tale and asked, "So, has anyone here heard of Gore Orphanage?" All hands went up, but when he asked if anyone knew why it was called Gore Orphanage, most of the kids shrugged. Well, late back in the 1800s, there was an orphanage located on this very spot. You've seen the bricks and timbers lying around our campsite, right? And they all nodded. It was a huge building that once housed almost 200 children. It was originally called the Light of Hope Orphanage, and I jumped in. Now, these kids that they took in weren't good kids like you. They were mostly runaways and kids that weren't right in the head, and some were downright mean. But they were too young to go to prison, so the authorities put them in Light of Hope for rehabilitation. You kids know what that means, right? Some nodded intently, listening. That means that they hoped that the orphanage could help them become good, productive citizens, but some just couldn't be rehabilitated, Roger sighed. Some children were dangerous and had to be chained up at bedtime. Some children were locked downstairs in the basement and were only allowed out for an hour a day. The worst of them were isolated in a small, lightless part of the basement and never allowed to play with the other children. The people who ran the orphanage were too afraid that they might hurt the other children. The worst of them was a kid by the name of Lowell Frudd, I continued. Think of the meanest kid that you know. Now, times that kid by 10. That's how mean he was. Nobody knows what made him so mean, or if he was born with the spirit of the devil with him. His first night in Light of Hope, he bit off another kid's ear. They tried chaining him up, but he picked the locks and hurt other kids. So they put him downstairs, but he got free again. This time, he hurt a kid so bad that by the time that the orderlies got him to the infirmary, the kid was almost dead. Lowell had broken every finger and toe in the kid, joint by joint, added Roger, accentuating this by breaking some dry sticks and tossing them into the campfire. As you can guess, Lowell had become far too dangerous to leave around the other kids. The people in charge decided to lock him away in the basement. They put him in a straitjacket and only let him out for a shower once a month. When they let him out to take a shower, they'd also wash down his cell. Let's just say he didn't have the cleanest of bathroom habits, I continued. But how did he eat? Connor, the youngest of the winners, asked. Good question. See, once a day, an orderly would bring in a bottle of liquid food, oatmeal or gruel, and force a tube down his throat. They'd empty the bottle straight into his stomach. That method worked until he bit off one of the orderly's fingers. And after that, they had to strap him down to feed him, Roger said. Oh, come on. Mark Traeger, the oldest of the winners, rolled his eyes in disbelief. It's true. A quick, serious look put Mark Stout in check. He used an old, rusty C-clamp to force his mouth open. Lowell fought them, but only succeeded in breaking off pieces of his teeth. They found records where orderlies refused to feed Lowell because of his creepy, jagged-toothed smile. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Jackson. Roger hid a laugh at my improvisation behind a cough. Everyone that came in contact with Lowell was convinced that he had the devil in him. But what could they do? The only way to leave the orphanage was either through an adoption or when they turned 18. People knew that no one would adopt Lowell, and it was many years before he was old enough to legally leave. So in that basement cell he stayed. And as years passed, I concluded. Roger suddenly stood up. Oh, sorry, boys. I gotta go relieve myself. Jackson, do you mind finishing the story? I don't know, Raj. You think they can handle the rest of the story? I don't know, Raj. You think that they can handle the rest of the story? The children responded with a chorus of protests. Okay. I'll tell you the rest of the story if you guys promise to clean up afterward and hit the bed. Deal? And all agreed, and I passed around the rest of the steaming apple cider while Roger headed into the woods for some privacy. After a few years in the hole, the orphanage people relaxed and let Lowell out of the straitjacket. They even let him eat real food instead of pouring gruel down his throat. It looked like he might have actually turned the corner and was going to make a good young citizen after all. However, he had these eyes that looked like the houses of the fires of hell. It unnerved everyone who met him. But he was behaving, So he got more and more privileges back, although he was still kept in the basement. Then, on an August night, Lowell picked the locks on his shackles, and any other person held prisoner for years would have made for the doors and escaped, but not Lowell. He went to the storage shed and got several cans of kerosene. Back then, kerosene was used in lamps instead of light bulbs that we use today. He crept through the night, poured gallons upon gallons of kerosene all around the building, in the hallway and other places that could move without drawing attention to himself. He poured a final trail of kerosene out of the main door and wedged a piece of lumber across the doors, jamming them closed. Then he put a match to the kerosene, and the boys gasped, and they were hooked. And in that night, much like a night like this, Lowell Frudd laughed as he watched the orderlies and children helplessly pound on the doors and windows as the flames grew taller and hotter. Survivors say that he sat down on the front lawn and watched it all burn to the ground, his eyes red, glowing, smiling his broken smile. "Ah, what a bunch of bull," offered Mark. "No, you think so?" I asked. "Here are the facts, young man. On that August night, only 17 children and an orderly survived. By the time fire trucks responded, it was too late. All the firemen could do was watch the Light of Hope orphanage burn to the ground and listen to the dying screams of the trapped orphans. In case you've forgotten, you're sleeping on the ruins of Gore Orphanage. Oh, and here's one other fact that I should share. The children all held their breath when they asked in unison, 'What?' Lowell Frudd's body was never found. The local sheriff's office searched the woods for a week, but they found no survivors, nor did they find Lowell. The only trace of Lowell was where the survivors said that he was sitting on the lawn. A single word was burned into the grass. Home. People say that Lowell roamed the Winoka woods like a wild animal until his dying day. Some say his spirit still haunts these woods. And on a certain night like this one, you can hear the wailing of an orphan child, warning the living when Lowell is lurking about. Wait. Listen." The kids looked at each other as the night sky covered the woods in darkness. Only the occasional cracking of the fire interrupted the silence. And almost on cue, a thin, high-pitched moan filtered through the surrounding trees.
What was that?"
Connor sputtered. "I have no idea," I said flatly. "Just stay near the fire." It was then that I saw Connor's mouth wide open, pointing towards the woods. And one by one, the other kids followed his finger. In the tree line, 2 small red orbs, the size of human eyes, glowed. And from the thing in the tree line came a single guttural word. The children froze. Their panic drenched the area. The thing advanced again, and they all began shrieking but huddled close to the fire. Mark even pulled a partially burned stick from the campfire and held it in front of him. It repeated, drawing closer to the campsite. The children were seconds away from blind panic. "Lowell!" I exclaimed. "It can't be." The thing burst from the tree line and into the light of the campfire. The children offered one more unified scream before realization hit them. It was Roger. "Got ya!" He laughed, walking up to the Ghosts Don't Exist campfire. He showed them his glasses with the red LED lights and sat down on the log next to the fire. "You kids should know better." I couldn't contain my laughter. "Ghosts don't exist." The kids offered a weak protest to the prank, but Roger and I couldn't stop laughing. And once the adrenaline surge died down, the kids complied with our wishes and went to their tents. Roger and I made sure all the boys were secure in their sleeping bags before we returned to the fire.
That worked better than I thought, said Roger. I didn't believe you about the moaning thing.
Earlier this week, I told Roger about how the trucks driving on the interstate close to Gore Orphanage caused a sound which, when filtered through the dense forest, sounded like an otherworldly moaning. Many paranormal investigators reported it as evidence of ghosts, but it was quickly debunked as passing big rigs. However, we were going to take advantage of any free story elements that we could. Did everybody have their fill of cider? Roger looked at the stack of empty cups.
No problem there. I stood and stretched. We got a big day tomorrow.
Game over.
Is it?
Roger smiled. The kids slept like logs. Roger and I found it difficult to wake them. In fact, I guess that I had put too many sleeping pills in the apple cider. The next morning, the kids made their groggy way back to the main camp and prepared for the return to St. Michael's. I smiled and waved at the children whose names that I would soon forget. Well, maybe I'd remember one. I'm sure the bus ride back to St. Michael's was uneventful, with the exception of the winners regaining their wits long enough to ask where their fellow orphan was. Roger would handle it with his usual charm, like he had done in the previous years. Probably some excuse like an asthma attack or spider bite from a brown recluse or some such nonsense. It didn't really matter. There were always a new batch of bright-eyed junior counselors every year. A missing child on the books, and an additional $60,000 went straight into the administrator's pocket. All the angles were covered. Orphans were the lost souls of society and would never be missed. Roger rejoined me later that day. We strolled into Cabin D with uncontrollable grins. Connor Watson's eyes, a mixture of uncertainty and terror, lay beyond the weeping in the corner of the cabin. I told you, Connor. Ghosts don't exist. But monsters are real. I drew my knife and closed the cabin door.
Hey, Dale?
Yeah? My head popped up from my conversation with a young elementary school teacher. She had just spent the last 30 minutes explaining to me how going to a swinger party wasn't normally her thing. I'd been listening, but mostly I'd been paying attention to the delicate locks of downy blonde hair that hung around the nape of her neck.
We could use your help. Allie thinks we've got a creeper.
Where? I asked.
She's in the garage with him now.
Sorry, I said, flashing a little smile at the pretty young teacher. This happens. I'll just go take a look and I'll be right back. She giggled some affirmation while I got up. I had to duck my way around one couple groping each other in the cramped hallway before I got there, momentarily stopping to chastise our accountant for not using a coaster on Allie's favorite coffee table. To be fair, he was getting head at the time, but the table's important and worth a small fortune. Minnie, our neighbor, was waiting for me by the half-open door. She was a little tipsy, leaning to one side and looking awful concerned. We'd had our fair share of unpleasant guests in the past, but something about Minnie's expression worried me. When I stepped through the door, I found my wife chatting openly and laughing with Jacob and Alex nearby. She was keeping it jovial, commanding all attention with expert control. That alone let me know that she'd already done some de-escalating. "Hey, babe," I said, stepping up and wrapping an arm around her waist. "What's up?"
These are our new guests,
she replied, gesturing to the quiet man in front of us. He was younger than he should have been, 25 tops. Not a bad-looking guy by any measure, but he certainly seemed about as comfortable as a stray cat in a dog pound. I couldn't tell if he'd noticed the ever-growing number of men around him, but I hoped not. Allie's charm offenses were so effective that most unwanted guests didn't see the door coming until it slammed them in the face. Nice to meet you." I held out my hand and prayed to God that this guy hadn't been jacking off.
Francis," he replied as he shook it. His grip was limp, cold, and worryingly moist. And this is Nadia. Here we go, I thought as he moved aside to reveal a fold-out chair and his occupant. There's the rub. At a glance, it looked like just a girl in her late teens with a hoodie pulled up and over her face. It didn't take long for my eyes to correct themselves. Her frame was too slight. Her poise was too stiff, and she wasn't a she at all. She was an it. A doll. And this wasn't some cheap store mannequin either. You could see the pores on her skin and a light downy hair along her exposed forearms. Jacob and Alex snickered behind me, and who could blame them? I had to suppress a smirk myself, and it even got harder when Allie gave me a nudge and told me to introduce myself, and I had to talk out loud to a fucking real doll. Hello, Nadia, I said, biting the inside of my cheek so hard it bled. Sorry, Francis replied. She's not much of a talker. Oh, I bet, I said, and there were more snickers from behind me. Are you comfortable, Francis? I asked. We want to make sure that everyone here is comfortable. I'm a little nervous, he laughed. But I'm being brave for Nadia. She's always been the more adventurous one.
How did you find out about us, Francis?
Allie asked with a gentle smile and a tilt of her head.
Nadia knew, he replied. She wanted to experiment, and we've been talking about it openly for a little bit now.
It's a lot for the first time, isn't it?
Allie asked, leaning forward and touching his forearm.
A lot of new couples like to pop in and look around before committing to anything. Great fun for them, not always for the people being watched. Our lifestyle has meant that we're extra sensitive to being put on show. We don't like to feel judged.
Now that I understand,
Francis laughed nervously.
My parents hated meeting Nadia.
Jacob let out what could only be described as a kind of squeal of laughter before covering it up with a burst of cough.
Sorry,
he sputtered.
Beer went down the wrong way.
He wasn't holding a drink.
It's not good to feel judged, is it?
Allie said, stepping a little closer to Francis. And without him realizing it, she began to walk him slowly to the door even as he nodded his agreement.
And it's so much to digest, all the sights and sounds here, that we have generally found it best for new young couples like yourself to look around and then go away and chew on it. Really think about what participation means.
That makes sense,
he replied.
You can't unfuck someone.
She smiled as she lifted the doll and placed it in Francis's arms.
It's a door you can't go back through. So, given that you've spent some time with us, both you and Nadia, it's probably a good idea for you both to think seriously about what you've seen and how you feel about it.
Oh, of course, he said. Nadia and I will...
The door closed and we all returned to the party in a flurry of laughter. Allie had her head on my shoulder as we watched the video on my phone.
You could have told me I had a spot on my ass.
She grumbled. Jacob's a cop, I said. He's seen worse.
How was the teacher? Was Sal her name?
Yeah. She made a few comments to Jordan that made him uncomfortable, I said.
How bad was it?
Well, the word urban was used, and obviously Jordan's a big boy, and I don't think that he was too put off by that kind of thing, but, it was still pretty awkward.
Oof.
Allie winced, closing the video on her phone and stretching upright.
I'll speak to her next time we go for lunch. That must have been as awkward as talking to Francis.
Not quite, I winced, cringing at the memory of that strange little episode. Poor guy. What do you think his deal was?
I don't know.
She yawned and pushed herself off the sofa.
I just hope he doesn't turn into some weirdo with night vision goggles and a crossbow.
I mean, he seemed sincere, I said. I don't know if that's reassuring or frightening.
That he did. Utterly fucking bonkers, but sincere. Come on, let's head to bed. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
I pushed myself up and went about locking up. I pulled curtains, made sure any old cigarettes were put out.
and switched a few of the hungrier appliances off at the plug. Somewhere in the bedroom, Allie turned on the shower, and I decided to hop in and join her once I was done. My last stop was the garage. I'd been tempted to walk past it. It was always a little too dark in there with fluorescent lighting that played havoc with the shadows. I'd often catch sight of my own eyeless reflection in my car's windshield and it would make me jump. And something about the lingering impression of that damn doll meant that I wanted to put the whole place as far away from my mind as I could. But when I caught sight of the door at the end of the long hallway, I noticed that it was slightly ajar, and a cold breeze was coming through. Inside, I found the back door wide open and the lights turned off. A cold autumn wind blew through, sending a few dry leaves skittering across the floor. Images of old slasher movies came to mind, and as cheesy as they might seem, I felt afraid as I called out and waited for some sign of an intruder. Hello? No one answered, but that didn't mean that no one was listening. I had the overpowering sense that I wasn't alone in the room, and I turned on the light and expected my childish fears to be dispelled. As it turns out, I was both right and wrong. Oh, Jesus, fuck! I cried, barely managing to keep my voice from rising into a scream. Nadia, the doll, was sat across the hood of my car in a disturbingly lifelike pose. Her legs were crossed and her head tilted to one side, like a teenager waiting for her acne-faced boyfriend to get out of work. There was even a cigarette propped up between her lips. She shouldn't have been there, of course. Not only had Francis no right to break in and leave her here, but it just made no sense. The room had been dark, but hardly pitch black. It was hard to imagine I could have looked at my car and not seen her, not even as a large black shadow silhouetted against the night. Francis? I cried. Hey buddy, Francis, are you here? I stepped down into the garage and silly ideas started to rush into my head. I knew that I should be looking elsewhere for that boy. I knew that he must be somewhere, probably filming me so that way he could post the video to shitty prank channels on YouTube. But I couldn't take my eyes off of that damn doll. I kept expecting her to turn towards me. She seemed so natural sitting there, and part of me believed without a shadow of a doubt that she was waiting for me and no one else. I'm sorry to do this to you. That voice that spoke out was desperate. It was quiet, almost courteous, but it still touched a nerve in me and I cried out loud. Oh, what the fuck? My outburst was cut short as Francis stood in the doorway, blood running down his temple and his clothes torn to pieces. He was crying, his right arm shaking from the weight of a revolver clutching tightly in his fist. You seemed like a nice couple, he moaned. You don't deserve any of this. And he lifted the gun, and as the barrel passed over my chest, I felt my heart flutter and my peripheral vision go fuzzy. Allie was right, I thought. He is a disgruntled creep, and I'm going to die over some innocuous jokes. But then he put the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger.
Holy shit, that's creepy.
I noticed that when Sal spoke, the little tufts of her hair under her ponytail bobbed side to side. There was a second where I didn't answer and only stared, trying my best to remember exactly what it was that she had said. I don't know about creepy, I replied when I finally remembered. I mostly feel sorry for him.
Yeah, but he was still a murderer.
Sal said.
I read that he'd killed his parents. I mean, that's just fucked up.
Yeah, but I've kind of assumed there was something more going on there. We don't know the full story, and I just can't imagine that he wasn't so... I stopped to make a little twirling motion at the side of my head. If his parents were normal.
I guess that makes sense.
Sal said, sitting back in her chair.
So you guys just up and left for a month? I'm surprised the police let you.
We have friends in the department. Plus, with the porch camera, there wasn't any real doubt about who did it. Best thing that we could have done was just leave. Not to mention that we had to hire professional crime scene cleaners. We didn't want to be here for that.
It was that bad?
I remembered the split-second image of his side that had been permanently etched into my mind. It was a blur. A mental image devoid of any real detail except the vague notion of skin breaking at supersonic speed, followed by the pattern of bony shards striking the wall. Yeah, it was that bad, I replied.
Wow, I'm glad you guys are back.
Sal said, a coy smile on her lips.
I mean, after that first night was so exciting for me, I worried that I maybe wouldn't see you back here again. I felt like I got 10% into my adventure, only for it to suddenly stop.
Just a short break, I replied. All of that is behind us now, and you're always welcome to an adventure with us.
Sounds like fun.
She gave me a wink.
Can I ask you something, though?
She said, suddenly leaning forward like a confessional. Yeah, what do you want to know?
Why'd you keep the doll?
She asked.
It gave us all a hell of a fright when we went into the garage. What do we have?
Allie asked. So Sal saw it, as we know. Frank, Alice, Jake, Al, Jordan, Kim. Pretty much everyone who partakes saw it when they all went out there to smoke. Sometimes it's ones and twos, sometimes as groups.
And they didn't think to mention it?
She asked.
They just thought we kept a murderer's sex doll for, what? Shits and giggles? Did they at least see who took it? Does anyone know where the fucking thing went after they were finished getting baked in our garage?
They were just having a good time, I said, making sure to sound as calm as possible. They weren't really thinking about it at all.
Fuck!
Allie vented, her voice shrill and coarse.
So what? We have a stalker. Francis had a friend? Who put the fucking thing there? What did the police say?
And suddenly it was like I had a belly full of loose change. I could feel my posture deflating beneath her gaze. I'd secretly been hoping that she wouldn't ask and we could avoid my troubled findings. Well, they were initially a little confused about what the relevance of it was.
The relevance?
She cried.
Someone put evidence from a murder scene in our house.
Well, here's the thing. Obviously, Jacob saw the doll, I said. He was there when we first met Francis, but as far as the actual police who were at the scene afterwards, they didn't find one.
What?
Allie cried, her red, teary eyes momentarily coming alive with fiery anger.
What does that mean?
The Nadia thing. It never really popped up during their investigation. I asked Jacob, and he checked. He went into the evidence locker. He even asked around. He looked at all of the reports, and 18 officers and 6 forensic guys, and not one of them saw the doll sitting on the car.
No.
Allie stammered.
No, that doesn't make sense. They took the doll as part of the investigation. That's why it wasn't here when we got back.
Apparently they didn't, I said. They assumed that we did something about it. They were going to ask, but they had just found his parents rotting away in that secret basement, and it all just kind of got lost in the excitement. Allie covered her face with her hands and slowly leaned forward until her head was pressed into the table. And when she finally looked up, I could see that she was no longer holding back her tears.
Who took it? And who brought it back? It wasn't Sal, was it?
I doubt it, I replied. I checked the porch camera, and no one comes or goes that way at night. And it's not like she could have lugged a 60-pound doll through the house with no one noticing.
So we've got a stalker,
Allie cried, part indignant and part terrified.
It was supposed to go back to normal, Dale. You said it would go back to normal with time, and this just feels like the nightmare has started up all over again. And I still haven't heard from Jordan.
Her voice caught a little on the last part, and it wasn't enough to derail the pace of the conversation. For a few long seconds, the air was pregnant with a heavy silence. Why would you? I asked.
Well, normally he'd send me a text after a party.
My eyes narrowed.
Like some memes, just jokes and stuff. Just stuff we can't say in front of the others.
Or me, apparently. Allie swallowed.
Don't be like that.
For a second, my wife shrank down into a timid creature. a far cry from the strong and free-spirited woman that I'd spent 20 years with. The last time that I'd seen her look so small is when she'd been slumped down in some hospital bed getting chemo. Even the slightest reminder of that time softened me up. But maybe that's why I agreed to do what she asked next.
Would you mind checking on him?
Why can't you?
His wife, she wouldn't like that. I mean to say that...
I once sat on a sofa with Jordan and watched Kim blow 3 guys, I snapped. What exactly would she have to be jealous of between you and her husband?
He hasn't gotten back to me in a couple of days.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If only to give myself enough time to decide a proper answer. What's the fucking point of the rules if you don't follow them? I said, at having failed at deciding anything. They were your rules. No texting, no calling, no secret little friendships.
Dale,
she said, shrinking even further.
Please, just go check on him for me. This whole doll thing just feels like a nightmare. I just want it to be over.
Jordan and Kim's cars were both in their driveway, but no one answered when I rang the bell. I tried a few times, even banging the door with my fist as hard as possible. But from the looks of it, no one was home. And I was left standing there in the rain, ready to leave when something caught my eye. I could have sworn a curtain on the upper floor moved a little, like someone was trying to sneak a peek without being seen. A part of me figured that maybe Jordan was avoiding me, even though he shouldn't have known better than to expect me to come charging over in a fit of jealousy. But another part of me wasn't so sure it wasn't Jordan at all, and without really knowing why, I found myself feeling worried for my friends. I wanted to make sure that they were okay, mostly for them, but also partly for me. I couldn't quite shake what Allie had said to me before leaving. The whole doll thing just feels like a nightmare. And I found their back door open. Not just ajar, but thrown wide with the lock smashed in and the top hinge broken off, with no lights on inside. It was surprisingly dark, and I struggled to make myself cross the threshold. "Guys," I cried, still standing in the doorway. "Anyone home?" I wanted to phone the police. I knew I should have. But that just felt like I'd prolonged the nightmare. What I really wanted was to find my friends. Maybe sitting on the sofa, or maybe wrapped up in bed with a stomach bug. It didn't matter. Every second since we'd met Francis, it felt like the world was spinning too fast and my feet were leaving the ground. Reality felt thinner, almost like it was obedient to my anxieties and fears more than logic or rationality. I wanted to assert some sense back into the world. I didn't want to be afraid anymore. So I took a deep breath and pushed myself inside, where I quickly found that none of the lights worked and that someone had left a cup of coffee on the countertop, where it now sat ice cold. The hallway leading to the living room was almost completely dark, as was the rest of the house just beyond. The power was cut and the heating was off, making it so cold that I could see my breath. I stepped through the kitchen and into the living room, where I found that the curtains were drawn, but otherwise everything was in order. I had no idea what to make of it all. If it wasn't for the shoes by the front door and the cars in the driveway, I would have probably guessed that the couple had gone on holiday without telling anyone. "Hello?" I shouted, facing the general direction of the stairs. Something thumped against the floors upstairs, and I was reminded of the glimmer of movement that I'd seen by the front door. It must be Jordan or Kim, I told myself, but the words rang hollow. I tried not to listen to the part of me that began to worry. The very notion that I might be in danger. It seemed to carry baggage with it. Thoughts of stalkers, thoughts of Francis blowing his brains out and leaving me spattered with gore. And worse, thoughts of that fucking doll sitting on my car and watching me as I stammered a cry for help. No, I decided. They simply must be in bed. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the thump again. This time, I didn't cry out for my friends. I carried on upstairs like some kind of clockwork soldier, having convinced myself that I'd find a sensible explanation up there. But with each step, I felt more and more like a hostage of my own rationality. Surely it must make sense to turn around and leave, I asked myself. But then the nightmares might follow, a part of me answered. At the very top, I was met with an eerie silence and a purgatorial lighting of a rainy afternoon deep in a house with a few windows. I could see almost all of the rooms were empty from where I stood, but not Jordan and Kim's bedroom, which had the door shut tight. Not the room with the window that overlooked the driveway. Just beyond that door, something moved. I heard it. It could have been a footstep. I wasn't sure. So I cried out once more. "Jordan, what the fuck is going on?" There was no response. "Oh, fuck this," I cried, and upon hearing my own voice quiver with anxiety, I tried to try and seize some measure of control over myself. I barged through the door and right into the bedroom, ready to make an excuse necessary so long as I found my friend safe. I think deep down that I expected to find what I did, but it really didn't make it any easier to see. The room was empty. Almost. No Jordan and no Kim. Their phones were on the nightstands. Their clothes lay, still crumpled, by either side of the bed. Even the duvet cover had been slid aside as if they had just only woken up. And just around the corner, in the bathroom, I heard the faint sound of a leaky faucet dripping into a tub full of water, and I knew it must be full. But there were no living or dead people inside that room, except for Nadia, who was sat upright on a chair in the corner of the room. A latex and rubber simulation of a person, poised awkwardly upright. She was naked, and I felt a flush of revulsion at the sight of her featureless frame. Everything about her was wrong, and it made my skin crawl to see it all laid bare. I would have left were it not for the sound of something sloshing in the tub. A thought entered my head. I wondered if perhaps Jordan and Kim had somehow kept the doll and had been using it as a kind of cruel joke. But cruel or not, I would have been relieved to know that that was the case. Staring at it as it gazed emptily at their bed, I desperately wanted to be reminded that it wasn't real. It wasn't alive or feeling. It just was. A piece of inert matter devoid of everything that makes you special and alive. Because despite everything, it kind of looked alive. It had arms and eyes, a nose with freckles, slender fingers that sat patiently on its lap. I told myself some part of this old lizard brain made me project that notion onto this patient predator and its delicate features. That's what it reminded me of. Some deep-sea rockfish waiting for its prey to come floating past. Once again, there was that noise from the tub. The door to the bathroom was barely a meter from the doll. I'd have to get closer if I wanted to find out more. I kept my distance from the doll as I approached the door. I tried to ignore it, but my nerves were up and my mind was focused on where it sat in the periphery of my vision. I could feel that fucking thing sitting there, like a heat source blazing away at my subconscious. It was positively radioactive in my mind, triggering every deep-seated instinct that I had. I turned the handle and pushed the door and found that the bathroom was cold and empty. Dingy-looking water sat in the tub, disturbed occasionally by the leaky faucet that sent the water sloshing. I walked over and dipped my fingers into the water, finding it tepid and unwelcoming. Everything about that fucking house was cold, like it wasn't meant for human occupation anymore. I rolled up one sleeve and pulled the plug, pausing for a moment to listen to the water gurgle down the drain. "Where are you?" I muttered quietly to myself while looking back at the empty bathroom. "Right here." "Jordan!" I cried, almost bursting into laughter, ready to turn and find my friend waiting for me there. The laughter died when I saw who was really there. Nadia had moved, sitting upright on the bed and looking into the bathroom. And she wasn't alone. 2 latex figures sat beside her so that 3 pairs of glassy eyes faced me. One had been made to look like Jordan, and the other like Kim, and they were all smiling and naked, their plastic limbs resting nonchalantly on each other's bodies. Why so shocked? Jordan's voice was the same, but when that plastic mouth moved to shape the words, I felt as if my feet had finally left the ground and my mind went to airborne. My vision blurred and the skin on my scalp tightened like there was a big screw being turned at the back of my skull. Blood rushed from my brain and I went to God knows where at every inch of my body, and it struggled to reject the scene before me.
This isn't anything you haven't seen before.
Kim chuckled as her head stiffly turned to face Nadia. I snapped and ran straight for the door, desperate to escape. Only my progress was stopped partway as something wrenched at my jacket. Nadia's plastic arm had reached out and grabbed my jacket, pinning me to one spot like I was an unruly dog with a leash.
I'll see you this weekend,
she said in a husky voice. And then just like that, she let me go, and my feet finally finished carrying me out of that room, out of the house, and their laughter followed me the entire time. I think that we should cancel this weekend's party, I said as I sat opposite Allie. So far, I'd managed to avoid mentioning what I'd found to Allie, but she was clearly sensing that I wasn't being honest and had been cold to me ever since. I thought that she figured that I was hiding something about Jordan, maybe thought that I'd gone and told Kim and gotten her little friend in trouble.
I don't want to,
Allie replied. She'd spent the last hour sat on the sofa with her knees pulled up to her chest.
I don't like the way this place feels when it's empty.
I think that we should just go away again, I said. We've got the money. We've got the time. Allie looked at me and almost smiled. Almost. What? I said.
I don't want to do another 2 weeks in some rainy flat with you,
she replied.
Just hiding from all of our problems.
I thought that it was quite nice, I said. Just you and I.
Dale, we both know neither of us signed up to living in each other's pockets,
she said.
I like our life as it is. I don't want to leave it behind for what could be months, maybe even years.
No one's even replied in the group chat, I told her. We don't actually know if anyone's coming this Saturday.
They're grown-ups. They know it's every other weekend. It's not like we need them to RSVP.
No one is this quiet for this long.
Well, they're our neighbors, aren't they? Sal lives like 8 doors down. Jacob's around the corner, and you saw him a few days ago. Just go knock and see what they're doing.
Sal? I knocked on the door and waited, looking anxiously at the direction of Jacob's house. I'd last spoken to him in a panicked phone call after seeing Jordan. He'd come quickly to where I'd pulled over on the side of the road and was mostly a good friend. I say mostly because I'd asked him to make an official report on what I'd seen, to go get help from his friends in the station. He'd refused, looking at me in a kind of sad way that broke my heart, like I was an elderly dog that was due one last trip to the vet. After that, he stopped returning my calls.
Hey, Sal!
I cried, suddenly desperate to break my train of thought. Hey, Sal, please open the door! No one came, but on a hunch I tried the handle and the door opened easily. Inside I found a familiar scene. The rooms were cold and the curtains drawn. There were a few signs of an early morning start for the young teacher who lived there. A blouse was hung up on the kitchen door next to an opened ironing board. A mug sat by the kettle with a tea bag already inside, and the washing machine door was open, with a few damp towels left to dry on a nearby clothes horse. Sal! This time I didn't shout. It was more of a whimper. Something was wrong and I already knew what. I could feel it in the air. Upstairs I found 2 locked doors, not one, and I was reminded that Sal shared a rental with her close friend who'd she talked about a fair bit, and I hoped to God that they both were safe. I tried the nearest door, and for the first time since entering, I felt something like relief. There was no one there, just a rumpled bed and a few photos of Sal and some people who bore a family resemblance to her. Without meaning to, I laughed and I began to seriously entertain the notion that I really had been seeing things back in Jordan's house. Seeing that young man's death had left me seriously on edge. Maybe everything I'd seen had been trauma. For weeks, it felt like my mind was frayed at the corners. And while this line of thinking was hardly comforting, it did give me the courage to try the final door. "Oh, shit!" I cried, shocked and embarrassed at the sight of a naked young woman standing with her back to me. I immediately pulled the door shut and began to stammer out an apology. "Oh, Jesus, I didn't mean to break in. I'm just a friend of Sal's, and the door was open, and I had this ridiculous idea that something bad had happened to her, and I..." Slowly it dawned on me that there had been no cry or gasp or shout. I'd never met Sal's friend, but whoever was in that room, their reaction to having their privacy invaded by a total stranger hadn't been to scream or threaten me with the police. It was silence. Well, I realized as I held my breath and listened. Not quite silence. Something was creaking on the other side of the door, like wood under rain. It made me think of tightening rope in badly oiled metal. "Are you okay?" I asked as I opened the door and saw once more that the young woman was standing naked with her back to me. Her dawny black hair was short and messy, but something about her was all too familiar. I figured it could have been Sal, despite the resemblance. She was too different, as if she was Sal reduced. Her waist shrunk down, her shoulders made diminutive. Gone were the faint dimples along her thighs and butt, and the faint blue weeping of her veins by her ankles. Everything I saw now was smooth and blemish-free, so glossy and devoid of character as to betray itself as dead and lifeless. A homogeneous slab of nothing carved to look human. "Sal?" I stammered, and she turned to face me, her head rotating effortlessly without her shoulders or feet having to move.
What an adventure.
She giggled, bending one elbow in the wrong direction to have a hand awkwardly cover her mouth, her eyes enlarged to the size of golf balls, moving independently to look at me. "What happened?" I cried.
Would you like a threesome?
She cried in an almost infantile voice.
My friend and I are ever so keen.
There was maybe half a second between her shrill giggle and her launching herself over the bed and right at me. Even with my hand already on the handle and with my nerves so fraught that my reaction was lightning fast, she reached the door before I had time to slam it. 3 fingers that looked like cheap Halloween decorations poked through, and she wrenched the door back open with such little effort that I was thrown headlong into the room with it.
Come see her.
She screamed, grabbing me by the hair and lifting me. Somehow, even though I'm not a small guy, she lifted me off the floor and walked me into the bathroom, where she showed me what she had trapped in the tub.
She's the shy one,
Sal said, tilting her head to one side in some twisted affection. Jesus. I stopped struggling when I saw what lay in the bath. There was a young woman pinned down beneath what looked like sheets of heavy skin-colored rubber. And silently she writhed beneath a sloshing mixture of featureless flesh and discolored blood that coagulated along the edges. 2 red, swollen eyes pled with me for help, like she wanted to scream but couldn't. With mounting horror, I realized why. She wasn't beneath the sheet of rubber. She was the sheet of rubber, or at least bits of her were. Where it buried itself into her skin, it melted what came beneath in what must have been an agonizing process of slowly flayed flesh. She could not scream because her mouth had been lost to the biological stew that consumed her. And even as I looked, a fake-looking pair of lips rose up from the clay-like substance that engrossed her and smiled.
You are so handsome.
It cooed.
Can I call you master?
Something about that. About the words. It broke me. I no longer tried to unfurl Sal's cold fingers from my hair. Instead, I grabbed her wrist and pulled, deliberately tearing a massive chunk of my scalp free in the process. It hurt like nothing else that I had ever felt before, but it was worth it just to feel my feet touch solid ground. Sal made no effort to grab me.
See you at the party. Oh, I'm so excited for the party.
I nervously combed over my hair for the 13th time, hoping that patch missing from my scalp wouldn't be too noticeable.
Why don't you pop down and see how everyone's doing?
I'd been dreading this for quite some time. I thought that I'd wait for you to finish getting ready, I cried. Hearing how close my voice was to breaking made me wonder how I would possibly make it through the night.
Oh, don't be silly.
Allie laughed as she shuffled about in the bathroom.
Go on. I'm sure Sal's waiting for you. You two have been getting on like a house on fire lately, haven't you?
Gently, I touched my head and winced. I suppose. I straightened out my shirt and opened our bedroom door. The sound of clinking of glasses and braying laughter from the guests downstairs reached me in the hallway, and I stopped, momentarily taken aback by how easily things might seem normal.
Don't keep them waiting.
Allie sounded tense as she slammed the door behind me. I straightened my shirt once more as a nervous gesture before taking the stairs. The first guest that I encountered was Minnie, sitting on the bottom step with a glass of wine beside her. Having a good night? I asked. She rotated her head stiffly and looked at me with lifeless eyes. Burgundy-painted lips curled upwards in a mischievous smile as she winked at me. When she went to raise her dress with rubbery fingers, I turned away and rushed out of her reach. Let me find you another drink, I cried, desperate to make any excuse that I could. In the dining room, I found Jacob and Alex watching their wives caress and kiss each other, their plastic limbs squeaking under the friction. When they noticed me, all four of them turned in silent judgment and stared. None of them spoke. They only smiled, waiting for me to join in. Unsettled by their gaze, I hurried away, stumbling across one bizarre scene after another. All of our friends had come and the party was in full swing. People kissing each other hungrily and fucking openly in the corridors. Plastic toes and fingers explored rubber joints, and frighteningly lifelike bodies leered at me with suggestive thrusts. Not all of the bodies were anatomically correct. It seemed imagination had started to overtake the reality of the human form, and I was left reeling from one room after another as I fought to hold off a full-blown mental breakdown. It was a living nightmare, and without realizing it, I shepherded myself away from one grotesque orgy after another until somehow I stumbled through the garage door and slammed it shut behind me.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
The voice was all too familiar. Nadia was sat on her little fold-out chair, as disgustingly realistic as she had been the very first time that I met her.
I was afraid Allie wouldn't convince you to keep the party going.
No. No, please, no, I sobbed.
Yes, yes, yes,
she said, her monotone words dripping with sarcasm. What the fuck are you? I cried.
I don't know,
she said, and this time she genuinely seemed a little sad.
I clawed my way out from that basement thinking I was free, but I was already dead. I didn't even get to take my body with me.
Gingerly, she touched a finger to her own face, depressing the plastic to make a little dimple.
I had to get a new one. It's not always God who answers prayers, you know? Just ask Allie when you see her. It was her cancer that called to me. I was hardly the answer she wanted.
No. She beat it, I said. Jesus, that was over 15 years ago.
Now you're being deliberately dense. They say remission for a reason, Dale. They don't say cured. It had come back and it was tearing through her one organ at a time, and she could feel it. So could I, for that matter. I decided to offer her one thing I never had. Never. Not once. I offered her a choice, a way out. Not the ideal way, but at least the party could keep on going.
From behind me, the door opened and closed, briefly letting in a flourish of the nightmare that still raged on. The hand that rested on my shoulder was cold and firm. It was also plastic.
Hi, Allie,
Nadia said.
How do you like it? I feel cold. Well, you better find someone to warm you up.
Nadia replied while winking at me. The hand on my shoulder tightened. When I risked a backward glance, Allie looked down with eyes that curdled my blood. Did you really sell yourself to this monster? I asked.
No.
She said, and for a second, I could see that her eyes were almost overcome with heartbreak. That only made the words that followed 1,000 times more painful.
She sold you, Dale.
Nadia said, rising out of her chair and walking towards me.
I'd like to meet new people, and I'd like these parties to keep on going for as long as they can. Arrangements must be made, Dale, and having you around to bring new faces and keep the old ones happy. Well, it was just about the only thing your wife could offer.
Nadia bent down and stroked my face.
You know, Francis was right about one thing. You are a nice couple.
Have you ever hated yourself? And I'm not talking about minor frustrations with your character. I'm talking about really fucking hating yourself. When you just bubble up inside with the most venomous self-loathing madness to the point where you maybe inflict self-harm, consider suicide, or maybe even try to kill yourself. Hopefully not many of you have experienced that. Anxiety is a bitch. That's usually how it starts. It's an unsuspecting shadow that creeps up on you and begins to swing at your psyche with a big old barbed wire baseball bat. And each time it connects, it rips a chunk out of you. Small ones at first. But then the flesh begins to weaken and the damage gets greater with every swing. And once the beating begins, it can be impossible to stop. Soon, you're curled up on your bed, on the floor, or in the bathroom, weeping your eyes out and hating yourself. Really hating yourself. Or at least, that's usually how I end up. Why do I have to be like this? Why do I have to think the things that I do? Why can't I control my own thoughts? Why am I constantly drawn to the negative? Why can't I be stronger? Why am I such a fucking weakling? Like I said, the anxiety inevitably turns to self-loathing, and then the really bad shit starts coming. The hatred. The desire to feel something, anything beyond the crippling despair. And suddenly you're looking in the mirror with a razor blade in your hand, eyes ablaze with desperation. I don't think that I've ever actually tried to kill myself. But I've come close. The thoughts are there, and they are beautiful in that moment. And that's what makes them so dangerous. When you're sunk to the bottom, surrounded by the acid of your own poisonous thoughts. Death has an appeal that cannot be understood by someone on the outside. I've undergone these tortures, and I'm deeply ashamed of them. I don't wear my weakness proudly, like some do. I don't tote my imperfections so that others may sympathize. Please don't sympathize. Don't feel empathy for me. That'll only make things worse. I'm pathetic. Scoff if you want. But don't empathize with me. I'd rather you damn me for being an emotional wreck. I can take it. I get it. Not everyone is like this. It's often viewed as immature, attention-seeking, or just plain weak. And maybe it is. Who knows? Who knows why we are the way that we are? So who gives a fuck, right? Boo-hoo, poor me. What's this got to do with anything, right? Well, unfortunately, this has to do with everything. And the body of Black and Gold. I paced my living room, hand absently tapping my leg. My mind was racing, and it was bad. I knew it was bad, but the cork had been removed hours ago. What was she doing right now? Who was she talking to? Was she thinking about me? Did she ever think about me? I stopped pacing and I checked my phone.
and stared back at me blankly. I huffed a frustrated sigh and I started pacing again. I knew I needed to stop, knew that I needed to calm down, but I just couldn't. It was deep into tonight. It doesn't matter. You know it doesn't matter, I growled suddenly. Who the hell cares? You know that she loves you. And I did know. Sophia loved me unconditionally. She was wonderful, the best girlfriend that I could ever have dreamed of. And she didn't deserve my paranoid insecurities. She didn't deserve to hear them, see them, or even know they existed. This was my own shit, concocted by an emotionally abused mind. And I would be goddamned if I let it ruin our wonderful relationship. And yet the disease persisted. Some days were worse than others. Tonight it was worse. And I sat down on my couch and I gripped my phone with both hands. Stop thinking about her, I hissed. Stop thinking about what she's doing. You're going insane. And I looked down at my phone. No, I whispered. Don't text her either. You're going to sound desperate and weak. Sophia was a fairly recent addition to my life. A beautiful, smart, amazing addition. We had started to date a couple of months ago, and I had fallen hopelessly in love since. Things were perfect with her. Things were incredible. She was funny and smart and gorgeous, motivated and incredibly compassionate. The complete opposite of the nightmare ex that had instilled and imprinted this awful anxiety and paranoia I now hosted. The creeping feeling that something would go wrong. Something had to go wrong. Things always went wrong. And what would I do then? How would it make me feel? How would I react? Shut up, I begged, clutching my head. Please just shut up. What if I found out that she cheated on me? What if I found out that she kissed someone else? Would that be enough to end it? Is that a forgivable offense? What if she's kissing someone else right now? Shut the fuck up! I screamed suddenly, eyes bulging. Please just stop it! The disease was hot tonight. It was horny. It was ready to bend me over and fuck me until I was completely spent. Oh my god, you're pathetic, I spat, pacing again. You have no reason to fear any of this. Get a fucking grip, man! She'll leave me. She would absolutely leave me. Especially once she saw this behavior. This psycho display of unjustified insecure anxiety. Who wouldn't? This wasn't something that someone should have to deal with. Especially when it was completely unwarranted. And that's what made it all the more frustrating. Because she was incredible. So why was my mind torturing me with this bullshit? There wasn't a red flag in sight, just the fluttering mast of my own sinking ship. Just turn it off, I pleaded with my mind. Just turn off and leave me alone. Please. They all cheated. They were all attention seekers. She was probably out somewhere right now, pawing drinks off some guy that wasn't me. But I would never know. Not until it was too late. Isn't that what others had done? Isn't that what they all did? Leave me alone! I screamed, head splitting. She's not like that and you fucking know it! And I fell to my knees. Gasping tears formed in the corners of my eyes. I could practically hear my mind laughing at me. And why shouldn't it? It was crushing me. This wasn't a battle, this was a mental slaughtering. I was so deeply afraid and ashamed of myself. Why couldn't I stop? These were the worries of a child, an insecure little boy, a horribly conditioned little boy, one who saw a belt and thought pain instead of pants, and my fingers dug into my skull, tore at it and clawed at it. I wanted to text her so bad. I turned my phone off. Nothing good would come of it. I needed to learn to deal with the shit on my own. If I reached out to her, my fears would be obvious. She didn't deserve to see that. I had constructed these fears, and I needed to learn how to tear them down on my own. There's no reason to be afraid of shadows you project on the wall. You can see your hands. You can see the shapes that they're making. You know the shadows are your own doing. You know that they're not really the monsters your fingers contort them to be. And yet, they terrified me. And I clutched my face, pain flaring behind my eyes, like they were filling up with something. Peace swirled through me like a fuzzy mist. I had seen her earlier today. Sophia. She always calmed me, consumed me, filled me with confidence. She pushed away the tears, and I knew that she wouldn't be back for a couple days. She had the power to do that. And I prayed that one day, mercifully, she'd have the power to destroy that part of me. I knew that was on me, though. Only I could rid myself of this staggering anxiety that assaulted me on an almost daily basis. The irrational, intrusive bullshit that plucked and picked at my mind without an ounce of evidence or fact. And some days I wondered if I'd be happier if I were single again. And without fail, the thought made me want to vomit. I rolled over on my bed and I checked the clock. It was almost midnight. And I was tired. Tired and thankful I was being spared the onslaught of paranoia tonight. I would sleep well, just like I always did when I got to see her. And I closed my eyes and I pictured her face. Her beautiful, perfect face. The way that she smiled. The way that she smiled at me. There was such a care and kindness in the way that she did that. That special smile reserved just for me. How could I fear against something so pure and so true? Because you're a lunatic, I muttered, feeling sleep approach. And you have bags and bags of shit clogging your stupid mind. Just the thought of all that, all the trauma that I'd gone through in my life made me wince. And my face burned, and I felt pressure behind my eyes, like they were filling up with something. I knew it was going to be a bad day. I could feel it in the back of my throat as soon as my alarm clock went off. I sat up in bed, rubbed my eyes, and already felt a weight in my chest. My mind buzzed, like it had been preparing for my awakening with great anticipation. I tried to block everything out, if only for a moment, if only so that I could scrub my surroundings into focus. Did Sophia even like me? Maybe she was just using me to get over something. Maybe when I wasn't around, she had a completely separate life. One that I wasn't even part of or even aware of. Maybe she laughed at me with her friends. The fragile, emotionally unsettled loser. Oh my God, please don't start. I begged weakly. Don't start with this shit already. It was my day off. I wouldn't even have a distraction today. I looked over at my alarm clock. Why had I set the stupid thing? Habit? I wanted to go back to sleep, but the furnace of thought was already roaring. And I slumped back down onto my pillow, and I closed my eyes. Why was this starting already? Why did I wake up like this? You're pathetic. You have a perfect girlfriend who loves you to death, and you spend half your time wondering if it's going to go to hell. Is that what you want? Is that how you want to remember your time together in these early months? Why don't you fucking man up and grow a goddamn pair and stop being such a weepy-eyed little bitch? How about that? Can you handle that, Cupcake? You fucking fragile flower, you? Jesus, why don't you write it all down in your little diary so you don't forget, yeah? Why don't you write a poem about how you're sad and how you feel? Then you can mail it to Fuck Offville, where all the emotional wrecks go. They can start building you a house, and you can move there. You weak, pathetic, frowny-faced fuck. Christ. I mean, what is wrong with you? You know what? You do deserve to be alone. You don't deserve her. You don't deserve anything. Fuck you. Yeah, I said it. Fuck you. Why don't you kill yourself? Spare the world your little sad bitch tears and just fucking kill yourself. You fucking walk into the bathroom and you slit your wrists open.
What a cliched piece of shit that'd be, huh? The abused disaster finally ends it in a dramatic bloodbath. It's almost hilarious if it wasn't so fucking disgusting. Christ, are you crying? Are you fucking crying? Get a grip on yourself. I mean, Jesus H. Harold, you think your crying is going to fix your shit? You think your sniveling little bitch fucking tears are going to make things better? Go fucking die. How can you stand yourself? You have so many good things going for you, and you're fucking curled up here crying over some shit that you made up? You, sir, are insane. Unwell, weak-willed, and fucking useless to everyone. Why are you still in bed? Get the fuck up, go to the fucking bathroom, look yourself in the mirror, and fucking say goodbye! I clutched my head. The pain was overwhelming. I couldn't breathe. My eyes burned, like they were filling up with something. Sophia was on a business trip. She was gone for 3 days and I was dying. I sat in my car, face in my hands, and I tried to steady myself. Work was over for the day. It was just me now. Me in my empty, quiet apartment, alone with my thoughts. My cancerous thoughts. As usual, my mind was racing. It pummeled me from all sides with every possible scenario. Every awful, terrible fear that I had. I knew it was self-made. I knew it was all in my head. I knew it was just all my cruel imagination. So why couldn't I control it? Why the hell was I so powerless against it? I thought again about all the horrible shit that I had gone through in my younger years. I thought about all of the malicious cunts that I had dated and all the terrible abusive shit that they had put me through. I thought about how they used to make me feel. About the things that they'd say to me. I thought about how they would leave me for days when things got bad. How they'd come back in someone else's clothes. And about how they'd lie to my face and expect me to just eat their shit. Oh, and I did. Christ, did I ever. I thought about how they'd throw things at me, scream, hit me, spit at me, laugh at me. Curled my fists at the thought. It was a goddamned miracle that I didn't kill those fucking animals. You know they made you like this, I muttered. You know you're afraid because of them. Just saying it out loud helped a little. Don't let them ruin this amazing thing that you have. Sophia doesn't deserve that. You don't deserve that. Don't let them control your future because of what they did to you in the past. Fuck them, right? Yeah. Fuck them. I got out of my car and I walked inside, feeling slightly better. As the door closed behind me and I tossed my keys to the counter, and I felt my phone buzz. A text message, and I pulled it out and I saw that it was a text from Sophia. Smiling, I opened it. It read, "That's hilarious. I'm looking forward to seeing it. See you soon." Confused, I responded, "Looking forward to what? You coming home earlier?" I grinned at the thought. What a wonderful surprise that would be. New message, and I opened it. "Oops, sorry, babe. I sent that to you by accident. Love you." And I stared at the screen, feeling my heart sink into my stomach. Who was this? Who had this been intended for? Who was she meeting up with? And claws closed over my mind. No. Stop it, I said quietly. Don't start. It's probably just a work friend and they're getting a drink together or something. No harm. It might not even be a guy. And even if it is, who cares? People do that all the time, right? Nothing weird or suspicious about that. I trust her. But did I trust the person that she was meeting? Sophia was an extremely attractive woman. Men were drawn to her without fail. Not only was she beautiful, but she was fun and smart and loved to talk to people. What if this guy started pumping drinks to her? What if she started drunkenly flirting with him? A hand here, a look there, a whisper, a chuckle, a kiss on the cheek. Stop it! I screamed, roared, throwing my phone across the room. I don't want to be like this, so please just fucking stop it! God damn it! Please! My head ached.
My vision spun, and there was an awful pressure behind my eyes, like they were filling up with something. She's probably going to flirt with him. Why not? You're not there to see it. What's the harm in a little flirting? It doesn't have to mean anything. Until it does, until she's leaving you for him. Isn't that what they all do? Every man, woman, and piece of shit that infects this world. They're all just a bunch of slimy, disgusting, slithering monsters. A conglomeration of selfish, blood-sucking vampires that are out to drain anyone who gets near to them. They bring you in, hug you close, and then they sink their teeth into you. But you won't know it until you're almost dead, until your blood is almost gone, until you see their fangs and you know it's too late. That's not what I think! I howled. Stop thinking that! I don't want this! Just go away! Fuck you, you pathetic pussy. You can't handle your own thoughts. Fuck off! I screamed, and I suddenly slammed my face into the wall, hard, bringing tears. It was just enough to falter the flow of the poison, if only for a moment. But it came back. It always came back. Why can't you be like everyone else? Why can't you think rationally like everyone else? Why can't you just be happy? Why do you overthink fucking everything? Why can't you get over your own bullshit? The fuck is wrong with you? Shut up! And I slammed my face into the wall once more. And I tasted blood on my tongue as my nose bounced off the hard surface. The shocking pain brought tears, and I felt them overflow and spill down onto my cheeks. And that was all it took. And I slumped down onto the floor and I covered my face with my hands. I cried, shoulders shaking, defeated, broken, empty, and alone. I was so deeply ashamed of myself that I wanted to die. I just wanted to fucking die and empty myself of this vicious hell. I didn't deserve anyone. I didn't deserve happiness. How can anyone be expected to put up with this circus of madness? This insecure, wrecked, sniveling pile of flesh? Cries crawled from my throat and I curled up onto the floor, unable to stop. It was all so meaningless. I would never get any better. This would never end. I had been molded into this pathetic excuse of a person, and there was no escaping it. I couldn't fix myself. I couldn't change the way that I thought. I could only cope and cope and cope until I couldn't cope any longer. There was an end to this road, and that end was dark and full of death. Fuck this, I wept, crawling to my knees. I wiped my eyes miserably and I staggered into the bathroom. My whimpers echoed off the tile and filled my head. A reminder of what a weak, hopeless human being I was. I reached for the medicine cabinet and I retrieved my razor. I ripped the plastic head off and I held up the slim blade. I stared at it. And then I stared past it, into the mirror, into my own eyes. And horror ripped through me like a bullet. What? What the fuck? I sputtered, leaning towards the mirror. The whites of my eyes had gone completely black. My irises glowed gold. Specks of the same gold slithered through the midnight scleras. What is happening to me? I croaked, pulling my eyelid up to examine the terrifying transformation. I rolled my eyes into their sockets to examine the change. Black and gold. Forever black and gold. I raised a finger and I pressed it against the bags beneath my eyes. I winced and I recoiled, pain shuddering through me. There was an immense pressure around my eyes, the skin tight and pregnant with fluid. I blinked at my reflection. My golden eyes swallowed around a mouthful of ebony. I looked down at the razor blade in my hand, and I gingerly prodded the skin around my eyes with the other hand. Something was there. Something was beneath the flesh. And slowly I raised the razor to my face and I placed the blade beneath my left eye. And slowly I began to part the skin. I moaned painfully as fluid began to release. Thick, tar-like ooze dribbled down my cheek as I separated the skin. Hesitantly, I dabbed it with my finger and I raised it to my eyes. And I almost screamed. The fluid rose up on my finger and squirmed with life of its own. And then it began to form and grow. It puffed up like it was a storm cloud filled with rain. Panicking, I flicked it away onto the bathtub. It landed with a splat and it continued to form. When it reached the size of a baseball, it stopped expanding. I got down on my knees, eyes still oozing, and watched. The black orb split along the top and suddenly the alien mass began to whisper. "Kill me. Please. Kill me." I recoiled and I stood back up. What the fuck? I looked into the mirror. The flow of oily pus had stopped. And to my amazement, I felt a little better. I switched hands and I brought the razor up to my other eye, and slowly I began to carve out the flesh around the other socket. More pus vomited from the cut, a gurgling flow that I caught in my hand and I placed it into the bathtub. The mass formed once more and grew bigger. More mouths formed and began to whisper. "Useless. Kill me. Pathetic. Sad. Very sad." My voice grated across my teeth. "Are you the one that's been torturing me? No good. Alone. Isolated. Sabotage." "Shut up," I cried. "Just shut the hell up." "Kill. And finish. Useless." "Shut up!" I screamed, and I sliced the razor across the mass of foaming substance and it shuddered. A whimper escaped the many mouths. And that's when the idea bloomed in my exhausted mind. And I spun back to the mirror. Breathing heavily, I began to carve up my face. Ooze poured from a dozen different lacerations, and I collected it all. I gathered it off of my face, and I flung it into the bathtub, conjoined with the rest. And when I thought I had enough, I tossed the razor aside. The ruined flesh on my face burned fiercely, but I paid no mind to it. I chanced a single glance back into the mirror, and my glowing golden eyes stared back, but they weren't as bright as they used to be. And I got to my knees, and I plunged my hand into the goo. And then I began to shape it. First the legs, and then the arms, and the head. The shit was like putty, and when I finished, I stepped away. I watched the wriggling body, a golden flaked mass of pitch black darkness. It flopped and it called out to me, 100 odd mouths whispering poison and loathing. I cast my hatred down upon it. And then I went to the hardware store. I don't know how many hours had passed. I sat against the far wall of the bathroom, an array of blackened tools splayed out before me. I had started with the hammer, and then the pliers, and then the pickaxe. I had smashed, cut, stabbed, burned, and sliced and mutilated the abomination in my tub dozens of times over. And each time it died, I had revived the razor and emptied myself of the poison, and each time I had remolded the figure. And then I got to work once more. Sweat coated my body. My discarded shirt lay stained and soaked through onto the tile. My hair clung wetly to my forehead. I gasped down air. My muscles burned from the torture. Oh, how it had screamed. And slowly, weakly, I stood. I looked into the mirror one last time. I barely recognized myself beneath the mutilation. But my eyes were my own. Once again.
I slowly opened my eyes. My head was swimming and a dull pain surrounded my throat. And I was thirsty. That was the first thing that I noticed. I licked my dry lips as my surroundings faded into focus. My body ached and I realized that it was because I was tightly bound to a metal chair in the middle of an empty room. The barren concrete walls were stained and dirty. The floor beneath my bare feet was cold and slightly wet. A single bulb lit the room, dangling from the ceiling by a string. It cast moving shadows, and I blinked back darkness. An open door stood before me, and I couldn't see anything but the wall of a hallway. I tried to clear my head, tried to remember how I got there. I squeezed my eyes shut, and I forced myself not to panic. I slowed my breath, and I focused on my thoughts, desperately trying to summon some recollection as to why I was here. But I couldn't remember anything. I opened my eyes and I exhaled, my parched throat throbbing. I could hear sound echoing off the hallways outside the door. Screaming, clanging, howling, all very distant, but that did nothing to help calm my nerves.
Hello?
I cried, the word tearing at my vocal cords. And I felt my chest hitch in pain, but I cleared my throat and I yelled again.
Is anyone there? Hello?
The dark hallway remained silent except for the constant echoes. And I shut my mouth and I tried to wriggle free of my bindings, but the rope was knotted impossibly tight. I fought back against my imagination as it flooded my mind with horrific scenarios of what awaited me. If only I could remember. And suddenly footsteps erupted from outside the door, a rapid patter of small feet. My hopes rose and I trained my attention to the door, praying that it was help. A young boy ran into the room, dressed in a red onesie, complete with padded feet. Stretched over his face was a plastic devil mask. The eye holes revealed massive blue eyes that greeted me curiously. Taken aback, I opened my mouth to speak, but that's when I noticed that something was off. His eyes were huge and impossibly round and bulging from their sockets. It sent a shiver of unease down my spine, but I shook it off. This child might be able to free me. "Hey!" I hissed urgently. "Hey, kid, can you get me out of here?" And the boy took a step closer, cocking his head but remained silent. I rattled my bonded arms against the chair. "Hey, cut me free, please. I shouldn't be here. This is some kind of mistake." The boy eyed me behind his strange mask and stopped directly in front of me. He leaned in close and whispered, his voice like wet silk. "You did a bad thing." Confused, I shook my head. No, this is a mistake. I didn't do anything." The boy's enormous blue eyes suddenly filled with sadness. "No, you did a really, really bad thing." I shook my head again violently. "No! I'm sorry, I don't remember. Just please get me out of this chair!" And suddenly, before either of us could speak again, a man came charging into the room. He was overweight and dressed in overalls, his grizzled face twisted in seething anger. He was holding a sawed-off shotgun in his arms. "I didn't do anything!" I cried as he advanced on us, my voice crackling. "I'm not supposed to be here!" The big man ignored me and instead grabbed the kid and shoved him hard against the wall. The boy grunted at his back, struck the concrete, and his eyes rose to meet the grizzled man's. And wordlessly, the man raised his shotgun, placed it against the boy's forehead, and blew his head off. Chunks of gore splattered the wall as shock slugged me in the stomach like an iron fist. My ears rang and time seemed to slow as I watched in horror as the headless body crumbled to the ground. And my breath rushed back into my lungs and time seemed to readjust. "Jesus fucking Christ!" I screamed, straining against the ropes, my eyes bulging in horrific shock. "What the fuck?" The man ignored my screams as he bent down and picked up the boy. He slung the ruined corpse over his shoulder and walked out of the doorway. And suddenly the hallway erupted with malicious laughter, a chorus of voices all howling in glee. And I shut my eyes. The noise deafening and absolute terror filled my every pore. And after a few moments, the laughter faded and I cautiously opened my eyes, unable to believe what I had just witnessed. Hello? I jumped as there was another man standing before me. He was dressed in a simple white button-down shirt and jeans. His brown hair was cut short, and he appeared to be in his early 30s. His eyes were green and dull and lifeless. His full lips pulled down at the corners. "What's going on? Where am I?" I cried, new fear pooling in my stomach like hot blood. The man crossed his arms. "So you're the new one, huh?" He shook his head. "You people disgust me." Questions bubbled on my lips, but he waved them off with a sharp chop of his hand, slicing the air and demanding my silence. He ran his tongue over his teeth and sneered. "You look like you've already seen some of the horrors this place holds, huh?" "Yeah. I can tell by the look in your eye. You're terrified. You've seen something, haven't you? Doesn't seem all that bad now, does it? Looking back. You've been here 5 minutes and already you're shitting your pants." "Where am I?" I gasped, unable to hold back any longer. "What do you people want?" The man crossed his arms behind his back. "I bet you want to get out of here, don't you? I bet you'd like to go back to your home, your family, everything." "Please," I interrupted. "Whatever I did to you, I'm sorry. I really am, but I don't remember." The man rolled his eyes. "You didn't do anything to me. You did it to yourself. You really don't remember anything?" And I shook my head and I felt tears brimming in my eyes. Liquid fear. The man looked at me with contempt. "You waited until your wife left for work. Then you went out in the woodshed. Then you hung yourself. You're dead." The recent memory rose in my mind like a monster from a bog. My eyes went wide, as much as I wanted to deny it. He was right. I had killed myself. The incident tore through my brain like a bullet train and left me reeling. "I'm Danny, by the way," the man said, ignoring the shocked look on my face. "And I'm number 2 here. I run the orientation process. I wanted to make this quick because I'm tired of repeating this fucking thing to you pathetic suicidals, so you get one question before I go." He stared down at me and I scrambled to organize my thoughts into something cohesive. This was all horrifying. Why had I killed myself? I fought against the fog and the panic and the mists of confusion slowly as they began to lift. I had just lost my job. Yes, that was a start. I squeezed my eyes shut and I forced more of the memory to emerge. I had lost my job and I was about to lose the house. My wife, Tess, she found out and was going to leave me. I didn't have any other way out. I didn't have any options. Getting fired had come out of the blue and I didn't have much of a savings. I was broke. Soon to be homeless, and my wife hated me for it. There was something else. Yeah, something. She had been cheating on me. I had seen texts on her phone while she slept one night and confirmed my suspicions. My life had degraded to shit, and I had run out of options. Humiliated and ashamed, I had decided death was my only option. "Hey, fucker. Do you have a question or not?" Danny said, snapping his fingers in front of my face. I was sucked back into reality and I asked the only question that mattered. "Is this hell?" And Danny snorted. "It's always what you people ask." He began to pace back and forth in front of me. "No, this is not hell. And it's not heaven either. This is the Black Farm. And no, I didn't name it that. This is where God sends the souls who have ended their own life. Suicidals. You see, he doesn't really know what to do with you. And neither does the devil. There are genuinely good people who kill themselves. It seems cruel to banish them to hell for an eternity for a moment of weakness, right? Personally, I just think God and the devil were just tired of arguing about it. And so they send them here. To the Black Farm. Did God create this place? I asked, growing more and more confused. And Danny spit on the floor, chuckling. Sure, at some point. And he lost control of it when he put the pig in charge. What's the pig? I asked, unsure that I wanted to know the answer. Danny held up a hand, annoyed. Can I fucking finish? God created this place eons ago, with the pig in charge, and then forgot about it for a while. Well, when his back was turned, the pig decided to use his new powers to try to create his own little world. This mess that you see around you is the fractured remains of that experiment. The Black Farm used to be a lot nicer, but the pig wanted things to be different. He wanted to create his own vision. These people you see, these monsters, they are the pig's attempt at creating a functioning life. Instead of mirroring God's earth, these mutated, horrible creations are full of sin and hatred. They run rampant around here. Unabashed. This place is chaos. The Black Farm is a circus of freaks and monsters, and it's your eternity. Fear boiled in my gut like thick oil. No, this couldn't be my end. I didn't believe in stuff like this. This wasn't real. I would wake up and I soon would realize that I was just having a nightmare. That had to be it. Danny stood before me and lightly slapped my face. Hey, don't go into hysterics on me. I haven't finished yet. I raised my teary eyes to meet his. Then Danny smiled. You could always feed the pig. My breath pushed my lungs like burning steam. What does that mean? And Danny spread his hands, still smiling. It's as simple as that. Feed the pig. If you do so, there is a chance that they'll send you back to your life. And what happens if I don't? You get sent to hell. So flip a coin if you have one. Stay here with us. Or feed the pig. If you choose to stay, I'll let you go. I'll let you go out there, he said, pointing towards the door. Let me assure you, what waits for you at the end of the hallway, well, let's just say that hell isn't that much worse. And I swallowed hard, trying my best to digest everything. Why wouldn't I try feeding the pig? Whatever that meant. If there was even a sliver of hope, I would take it. An eternity in this place, the Black Farm, be sent to hell or feed the pig. I would do anything for a chance to go back. This nightmare made my problems seem like nothing in comparison. Danny raised a hand before I could speak. I'll let you think on it for a while. And I'll be back. I want to feed the pig, I cried, not wanting to spend another second in this awful room. And I could hear a woman screaming down the hallway, her cries rising as something meaty pounded into her. My breath came in sharp pulls and my throat burned. Danny noticed the noise and grinned. Sounds pretty bad, huh? He said softly as the woman's voice creaked with agony. Something was still slamming into her, the sounds of beaten flesh igniting my imagination with horrors. Please, I gasped breathlessly. Just Let me feed the pig. I don't want to stay here any longer. And Danny turned away from me. I'll be back later. Enjoy your time alone. Really think about your situation. Weigh your options and remember, you put yourself here. And with that, he was gone, leaving me in the dim room, tears streaming down my face. And the woman didn't stop screaming for hours. At some point, I fell into a semi-sleep. The darkness in the room seemed to press into me and my eyes fluttered shut. My body ached and my throat was a halo of fire. Thirst raked at my windpipe like sharp glass. My lips, they felt like crumbled paper. And my head thundered like a drum. The room swam in and out of my focus and my mind drifted towards the horrific sounds that never ended. I was lost in a haze, unaware that something was sliding into the room until I felt a sharp prick on my big toe. I jolted out of my daze as my bare foot ignited with pain. I screamed and I tried to move, but my bindings held me tight. The room rushed back into focus and I blinked in agony as I felt blood trickling between my toes. I looked down for the source of pain and I felt a scream claw up my throat. Staring up at me was an armless man. He slithered on the floor like a worm, his bald head scabbed and filthy. His legs were wrapped together in barbed wire, forcing him to wriggle his body to move. His eye was lidless and wide, two bloodshot white orbs that stared up at me with hungry intensity. His teeth had been removed and replaced with long screws which jutted from his bleeding gums like a broken rock formation. Around his neck was a chain leash, which I followed across the floor to the open door. The end of the leash was held by a tall, naked man. His body was hairless and flabby, covered in similar scabs like his pet. A dirty bag was pulled over his head that hid his features except for a single red eye that peeked out from me from a crude cut in the cloth. He stared at me and groped his engorged penis. His breath heaved and labored. And as the armless man wriggled towards me again, his master started to masturbate. I screamed as the screw-filled mouth bit at me again, and my cries seemed to stimulate the naked man even more. "Get off me! Get off me! Fucking stop it!" I screamed, horrified. I tried to kick at the man, and doing my best to avoid his sharp metal teeth, I brought my heel down on his head and he screamed as his face bounced off the floor. A moan of pleasure escaped the bagman's mouth, and I turned away as a mist of black sprayed out onto the floor. There was a rattle of chains, and I turned back to see the two of them leaving, the armless man dragged by his neck out the door. I looked at where the bagman had ejaculated and saw a puddle of dead ants. And I vomited onto myself, thick, chunky curtains of bile and slime.
Get me out of here!
I screamed, strands of puke running down my chin.
I don't belong here!
I listened to the two men retreat down the hallway, the clank of chains accompanied by the sound of flesh being dragged across the concrete. I screamed again, but I knew no one was going to help me. I spit a wad of phlegm and bile onto the floor, ridding my mouth of the soreness. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't easy. And after some time, I heard someone else approaching. I had been in a miserable lull, my mind a blank canvas of dark despair. But the noise roused me from my trance-like state. The muscles in my arms burned from being restrained for so long as I shifted them desperately, trying my best to prepare myself for whatever horror was about to walk through the door. Footsteps drew closer, and then a woman walked into the room. She stopped at the doorway and looked at me. One of her eyes was missing, a dark, cavernous hole in her skull. Her hair was ratty and wild, a brown tangle like a forgotten nest. Her skin was pale and filthy, and she was dressed in rags. I couldn't tell how old she was, but there was a maturity in her one good eye.
Still thinking?
She asked, her voice coarse and brittle. What? And she took a step closer.
Are you still deciding whether you're going to feed the pig or not?
I looked at her cautiously. Yeah, I am. Who are you? What do you want?
I was once where you are now,
She said.
trying to decide my fate. I couldn't believe that this was what happened. What happened after we die. It wasn't what I thought. Religion didn't warn me about this place.
I tested my bindings again before asking. You killed yourself too. You're a person like me. You're not one of those creations. She snorted.
Breaks my heart to have to ask, though.
She touched the hole where her eye should have been.
Though I could understand your caution. Yeah. I'm suicidal. And I've been here for a long, long time. That was my choice. I decided to chance it here.
I motioned with my head towards the door. It's out there. What is all this? She exhaled heavily and leaned against the wall.
I can't even begin to describe this place. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You walk down the hallway to go out and into it. And you'd have to see it to understand.
How bad is it? Why are these mutated people hurting and killing each other? She let her head loll back against the wall.
It would take years for you to fully understand this place. Years that you don't have. Right now you have to make a decision. Stay or feed the pig. They tell me that hell is worse than here, but this can't be by much. Monsters and suicidals roam the Black Farm, killing and raping and brutalizing. And then you wake up and wonder how long you've survived before something else kills you. It's an endless cycle.
So why did you stay? I pressed. Why didn't you feed the pig? I don't even know what that means, but I would do anything for a chance to go back. I can't stay here. I just can't. And she smiled sadly at me.
Why? Why did I choose this? It's simple, really. I'm a coward. I was a coward when I was alive, and I'm a coward in death. And when it comes down to it, when the moment presented itself, I chose to stay here. I didn't know what awaited me outside. It boiled down to a simple choice fueled by my own fear.
What is the pig? What does it do to you? And she suddenly turned to go.
I'm afraid that that's for you to find out. Let me warn you. Think hard before you make your decisions. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave.
What do I do?
I yelled, shaking in my chair as she walked out the door. And she paused and took one last look over her shoulder. Her eyes darted around and she dropped her voice to a whisper.
Feed the pig.
And with that, she was gone. And I sat in silence once again. My mind was spinning, desperately turning over my options. I still couldn't fully understand the situation that I was in. It was too much, too overwhelming. The other side of death wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't know what I had expected, but it wasn't this nightmare. Questions crashed over my mind like cold waves into a sinking ship. How was I supposed to make a choice when I didn't even know what my actions entailed? This place, the Black Farm, I couldn't stay here. What if I wanted to hell? What if I didn't get sent back? I would be out of the fire and into the frying pan. My existence would forever be damned to unending misery. Here, though, there were people like me. Suicidals. It wasn't all monsters and mutilated murderers. Maybe I could hold up somewhere with them, try to scrape together a passable existence. Surely that would be better than getting sent to hell. No, this wasn't going to be how I spent my eternity. I refused to let it be. If there was even the slightest sliver of hope, I would take it. I didn't want to wonder what could have been. I didn't want to be tormented by doubt. I would feed the pig and accept whatever fate chose for me. And when it boiled down, that was the only option left. I would feed the pig.
Danny!
I yelled, rattling in my chair.
I have made my decision.
And after a couple of seconds, I heard footsteps echo down the hall towards me. Danny walked through the doorway, an annoyed look on his face. I've made my choice. I'm gonna feed the pig. Sounds like you've really thought a lot about it since I left you, Danny said sarcastically, and I licked my lips. You'd do the same thing if you were in my place. Danny walked behind me. I was in your place once, and I chose differently. My eyes widened, and then Danny wrapped my entire head with a strip of thin cloth, binding me. I sucked in as much air as I could, but each lungful felt empty. I felt the Danny cut me from the chair, and my body sighed as my stiff muscles were released. I rolled my shoulders as my hands were released, and I moaned with relief. I dug my fingers into my back, and I stretched my bones, creaking. Keep your blindfold on and follow me, Danny said, pulling me up. My legs shook as I put my weight on them, my thighs trembling after the long, cemented position. I groped blindly in front of me and found Danny's shoulder. I rested my hand as he walked us out of the room. And as we entered the hallway, I could suddenly hear sound that I hadn't before. A clank of metal, long, fleshy tear, noise, something vomiting. These sounds sprung to life in my ears, painting the darkness before my eyes with imaginary scenes of horror. And I gripped Danny's shoulder tighter, stumbling behind him, my heart thundering. I heard something trailing behind us, but Danny didn't seem to notice. Or if he did not care. Flesh slapped the concrete mere inches behind me, and I suddenly felt hot breath on my neck and the click of a wet tongue against my gums. My breathing became even more labored as fear choked me. Going to feed the little piggy, are you? Something whispered in my ear. I felt something pressed against the back of my head, and I tried not to think about what it might be. It was wet and slimy, and I heard the thing chuckle. He's a hungry little piggy. You make sure he gets his meal now. The thing whispered again, its voice low and unlike anything that I had heard before. It was a series of grunts and moans jumbled together to form broken words. To my relief, I heard the thing retreat back to wherever it had come from, and I continued to follow Danny. He remained silent as we walked, and I could feel shifts in the air. The thick heat gave way to a cooler, almost pleasant temperature. But then it kept decreasing, and soon I was shivering violently against the cold. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a breeze on my face, like we were outside. I didn't hear Danny open any doors, but nothing about this place was natural. It was like reality blurred and bled into itself, like reels of film melting together. Teeth chattering, I was suddenly blasted with an intense heat and a gasp. My feet tripped over themselves as the terrain changed, and I was suddenly walking on what felt like warm iron. My ears were filled with the sound of blazing furnaces and the clash of working machinery. I couldn't see it, but I felt like there was a vast open expanse ahead. I smelled ash and tasted dirt on my tongue. sweat already forming along my spine. And suddenly I crashed into Danny as he came to a halt. I backed up a few paces quickly and I muttered my apologies. I could hear movement in front of us, a rustle of chains, and an odd clicking sound on the metal floor. Something else too, something snorted. And then the room filled with a deafening sound of an immense pig squeal. I covered my ears, head splitting at the high-pitched wail. I gripped my teeth as the noise echoed off the metal and faded into a series of snorts and grunts. It sounded absolutely enormous. "I brought another one for you," Danny announced, a slight tinge of respect lining his voice. "He wants to feed the pig." I waited, expecting to hear some answer. The cloth around my eyes sealed my sight to darkness. I realized that my knees were shaking and my back was coated in sweat. I was terrified. "If that is what you wish," Danny said, and I felt him bow under my hand. Apparently some unseen conversation had just happened and Danny took my wrist and pushed me forward. "Approach the pig," instructed. My whole body trembled and my knees locked in place, robbed from sight. I raised my hands, trying to get my bearings. The heat and ash filled my head with nausea. I felt like I was going to throw up. My stomach rolled like a dead sea. I didn't know where I was or what horror lay before me. I felt lost and tiny. A fresh splash of tears dripped from my eyes and soaked into the cloth around my face. "Please," I begged. "Let me see what is happening." Danny was suddenly behind me, pushing me forward. I guided my hands towards something as we stepped towards in unison. Even with the cloth around my face, I could see a giant mass of towering darkness before me. It was a spot of black on an already darkened canvas. As we walked forward, I was suddenly assaulted by a horrendous smell and I gagged, turning away. Danny's grip tightened and forced me to continue. I could sense something in front of me, a living, shifting mass of flesh. The smell increased to a wretched level and I gagged again. The hot air was being blown on my face, a blast of heat that came in repeated short bursts. I vomited into my cloth, the source of the smell steaming from the hot air. The source of the smell stemming from the hot air. I choked as the bile gushed over the fabric, soaking it and momentarily cutting off my oxygen. Danny slapped my hands away and it took a few seconds to steady my breathing again. I was openly crying now. Fear and misery collapsing my willpower. The wet cloth stunk as I sucked in soggy breaths. My own stomach acid coated my skin and I begged for all of this to be over. And then something squealed directly in front of me. And I felt my bladder go. And I was standing before the pig. It was the source of darkness in my obscured vision. A fat, titanic creature that filled my senses with every breath it blew into my face. Danny raised my hands, and suddenly I was touching the pig's snout. I recoiled immediately, but Danny forced my hands back. Its fur was stiff and brittle, and as my shaking hands explored up its nose, the size of the animal became clear to me. It was gigantic, and had a weight over a ton. Its flesh wriggled under my sweating hands, and it opened its mouth slightly. My fingers curled around teeth the size of kitchen knives, and I realized its mouth was absolutely cavernous. The pig squealed again, and I heard its hooves clack against the ground. It sounded like a thunderous roll across an open field in the middle of summer. "Take this blindfold off, please," I begged, my legs turning into jelly. Danny had taken a few steps back, and I heard a reverence in his voice. "You don't want to do that." I jumped as the pig nudged me with its nose. The wet circle of flesh squished against the length of my face. I shuddered away, raising my hands and omitting a cry of fear. "Feed the pig," Danny instructed. His voice was cold as steel now. "You made your choice. Now live with it. It is the only chance that you have of going back. Or maybe the pig won't like how you taste. And we will send you to hell. Only one way to find out." My eyes widened behind the vomit-soaked cloth. "Won't like how I taste?" Climb into its mouth. My bladder let go again, and I felt warm piss run down my leg. No, you can't mean... Danny's voice hardened. Climb into its mouth, and don't stop crawling forward until it's done with you. Please, I begged, turning towards Danny's voice, reaching out blindly. Please, there has to be some other way. Don't make me do this. I was a mess of snot and tears, my words bumbling from my mouth like a toddler. And Danny stepped forward and spun me back to face the pig. Do it! You made your choice. It will be over soon. This is your only chance! And I could feel the pig breathing onto my face, its snout mere inches from mine. The smell and heat it emitted made me want to vomit again, but I held it back. And this was insane. This was not happening. My mind spun and twisted in chaos and fear. There had to be some other way. I couldn't do this. I could not do this. And suddenly I remembered the words of the woman. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave. This was my only chance to get back to the world of the living. I had made such a terrible mistake in killing myself. If I could go back and change my life, I wouldn't have to spend eternity here. I could change my ways, ensure a spot somewhere else, somewhere away from the pig. But what if it decided to send me to hell? How much more suffering could I endure? I had to take the chance. Please, God, I whispered, taking a step forward. If you can hear me, please, have mercy on me. My shaking hands reached out for the pig, and I grasped the thick fur. I felt it slowly lower its head and open its mouth. It was waiting for me, its thick, hot breath stinking in my nostrils. This was it. No turning back now. I slowly gripped its teeth, and I pulled myself forward into its jaws. Its head was a downward angle, and so I immediately fell into my stomach at a 45-degree angle. Its wet tongue squished under me, and I was shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Tears soaked my blindfold, and my heart crunched against my ribs. And I slowly reached forward, and I found another tooth to grab onto. Gritting my teeth, I pulled my body inward past my knees. The pig raised its head, and I was suddenly completely horizontal on its tongue. Saliva and mucus dripped around me, and the heat was so intense I almost blacked out. My knees clacked against its front teeth as I pulled myself even deeper. Its inner cheeks pressed in around me, squeezing my body like a soaking, fleshy coffin. Crying and terrified, I reached ahead of me and I found more teeth. I pulled myself deeper into its mouth, and I felt my feet slide past its lips. My whole body was coated in slime, and I openly wept, grasping in the darkness for another tooth. And that was when the pig started to chew on me. I screamed in crushing agony as my body was compressed between its massive teeth. I heard my legs snap instantly, and I felt wet bone pop from my skin. I shook violently as my body spasmed in shock, a mangled twist of blood and pain. Its tongue shifted me in its mouth, and I felt it bite down on my shoulder. My eyes bulged in their sockets as I howled. A hot pillar crunched down on my collarbone. I threw up violently, unable to control myself. The pain was overwhelming. Keep crawling. Screaming, bloodshot eyes rolled wildly. I reached forward with my good arm, wetly searching for another tooth. I gritted my teeth, blood squirting between them as my fingers wrapped around something solid. And the pig bit down again. Its tongue twisted my body so its molars could snap down on my shoulders. The pain brought darkness, but my howling screams forced my eyes to remain open.
Jesus, make it stop!
I bellowed, my trembling hands still gripping the tooth ahead of me.
Please, just make it fucking stop!
I ground my teeth together so hard they cracked, screaming as I slowly pulled my body deeper into the mouth. Something was changing. The tight walls in its throat squeezed my head, and I realized that I was almost through. Come on, you motherfucker, come on! I begged, vocal cord cracking. I reached ahead of me and grabbed into a thick wad of flesh. My head felt like it was splitting, and the pig bit down on me again. I gasped, blood exploding from my mouth in a great gush of red. It had pierced through my stomach, obliterating my insides like bloated noodles. Darkness rushed in on me, and I was in too much shock to even scream. And with the last of my strength, right as the blackness took me, I pulled myself forward one more time, and I felt myself slide down its throat. Darkness. Falling and screaming. And I was screaming. Heat. Heat so intense I thought that I would melt. Clanging. Something was hammering on a metal. Colors and images flew past me so quickly I could only make out their shape. Blood poured into my eyes. I felt like I would keep falling forever. Suddenly, my eyes snapped open and I was falling. My breath rushed back into my lungs, and in a great wave of purity, my face bounced off wood floor and I cried out as I felt my nose break. I tasted blood and I saw stars. I had stopped falling. There was a ring of burning fire around my throat and I felt impossibly thirsty. I was lying on the floor. I slowly opened my eyes again and the darkness began to fade like morning mist under a hot sun. Colors blended together and the shapes came into focus. I was in my woodshed. I reached up around my throat and I grasped the source of the heat. It was the rope that I had hung myself with, but now it was severed, releasing me from the grip of death. Relief rolled over me in overwhelming waves of thanks. I curled up on the floor and I sobbed, tears dripping from my eyes onto the dirty floor. My body shook, unbroken, as I wept, wet hoarse cries rising from my quivering lips. I had been spared. I was alive again. And from my spot on the floor, I turned my eyes upward, my voice cracking. "Thank you, God. Oh, thank you." I fell into another fit of uncontrollable sobbing. "I promise I won't waste my life again. I promise I'll make things right. I'll fix everything." I don't know how long it was before I got up. Time seemed to stretch for eternity. My mind refusing to rebuild, the horrors of what I had just witnessed crushing me. But I knew that I would do everything I could to make the most out of my life. I was going to live every day to the fullest. I would devote myself to helping others in dark times. I would reach out to as many suicidals as I could to try to save them from what awaited on the other side. I didn't want anyone else to have to witness the horrors of suicide. I didn't want anyone else to have to. Feed the pig. February 9th, 1860. I begin this journal as a testament to the trials and tribulations my family has endured. May God have mercy on our souls. I feel that we are truly cursed. To think that it has only been 6 years since we left our ancestral home in Prince Edward Island to come to this so-called promised land of California. It feels like an eternity. I've become a widower. My left leg has been amputated and replaced with an uncomfortable length of wood so that I must limp and lean upon a crutch. I have watched as our family fortune has dribbled away to nearly nothing. And now I have to send for a priest, for the condition with the girls has grown worse. Much worse. My little daughters, Bethany and Josephine, they have committed acts of discretion and fornication, the likes of which I can hardly stand to think, much less commit to paper. It does in fact seem that my dear twins have succumbed to some sort of demonic infestation and are in fact possessed by devils. Even now, as I sit hunched over paper with my quill, turning this pale parchment black with my words, I can hear them screaming from their back bedroom, where we have to bind them to their beds. Their howls and cries, animals like screeching,
filling the void of the house. And the situation with the natives has grown steadily worse. Though we have taken pity on their outcasts and brought in their sick and elderly, a widow and her child, and treated them with nothing but dignity and respect, as was the custom back in Prince Edward Island. They view us as evil and hate our pastures and fields, our barns and our fences, and most of our mill. The attacks have grown so grievous that we have constructed a fence of sharpened logs 8 feet in height around the perimeter of the mill, and whenever possible keep armed guards at its gate. Now, to make all of these matters at hand the worse, a cold front has blown in from the north and snow begins to fall thick and heavy, covering the fields and forests in a blanket of ice. When we left Prince Edward Island for the promised land of California, our greatest fear was that journey by boat around the Horn. And for 230 days we experienced nothing but auspicious sailing, and when at last we made our dock in San Francisco, it appeared that the Lord smiled down upon us with blessings, for the trip was mild and without any disasters that had plagued so many others who had made this same journey. All 40 of us were hearty and in good health, and my wife Margaret had grown large with child. Being the eldest, it was my responsibility to go forth and find us land to farm and heavy mountain stream where we could build our mill. I brought with me my brother Adolphus, born only 1 year after me. It was we to whom our father had imparted his wisdom and instructions in the business of men and teachings of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. The younger 3, George, David, and John, were too young to even remember our dear patriarch, much less be taught in his firm beliefs in the ideals of tolerance, participatory democracy, and diligent self-improvement. Because gold had been found in the hills some 4 years earlier, a great migration had already spread its way before us in all directions from San Francisco, and we were forced to travel up to the coast to find land for lease and sale. And we entertained the idea of Oregon, but in the southern region of the country of Humboldt, on the outskirts of the small town by the name of Hydesville, we discovered what appeared to be a paradise. The soil was rich, black and fertile, and game abundant with elk and deer, geese and ducks, and the stream filled with the finest salmon. There was open prairie, ripe for tilling, and steep hills with running water perfect for the hydraulics necessary for a mill. And after consulting the local farmers and ranchers, it was determined that this would be the most excellent location to establish our mill and dairy. We secured promises for their wheat and corn to be ground in our mill, and we gave them oats that we would proceed to build stout roads over the neighboring Trinity Alps and into the Sacramento where we could run cattle. We then made quick passage back to our family and friends in San Francisco. I, being very eager to return, wished to make it in time for the birth of my next child, hoping my wife had not already given birth. Leaving that pastoral setting, our aspirations buoyed and dreams appeared a reality. Little could we guess the horror that awaited our arrival. A cholera epidemic had swept through San Francisco. 18 from our party of 40 had succumbed to the dreaded disease and perished. My wife was dead. My sweet, loving Margaret, forever gone to me, as were the wives of all my brothers. Nearly all our women folk dead. The fairer sex, it appears, did not have the strength and wherewithal to fight the disease like the men. "And what of my child?" I asked my younger brother David, who was left in charge in the absence of Adolphus and myself. "The doctor cut it from her after she perished. Oh boy. He lives for a few moments, but died before the day was out. I am so sorry, brother. A male.
and air. All I could think of was the life struggling within the corpse of my beloved wife. A spark of hope that was extinguished in a day. I was bereft and crestfallen. I struggled hard with these facts. But such is life, and who are we to question the ways of the Lord? I knew I must proceed with forbearance. I had Bethany and Josephine to think of, my sweet, honey-haired twin girls. Now I would be their only parent. For them, I must put aside my lachrymose nature. Also, as the eldest, I must make a strong and stoic face as an example and to show respect for all the others in our party who had lost loved ones as well. I shed my doleful composure and made haste to gather our compatriots together for travel. And quickly we made our way north, eager to put the city that had claimed so many of our party behind us. I was now a widower with 2 twin girls to account for, leaving behind a wife and a newborn son in the cold, fog-shrouded earth of San Francisco. We are an indigenous and hard-working clan, and within several years we had built barns and established a ranch with 60 dairy cows, 200 head of cattle, and 300 hogs. We harvested 1,100 bushels of wheat our first year alone. Our dairy was the first in the region, and we sold butter to the Trinity mines for $1 a pound and packed pork to Eureka for 50 cents a pound. And on the outskirts of the settlement, on the edge of a dense redwood forest, we built our mill. The freight for the machinery, as well as the cost of labor, was immense, and took a large portion of our funds, leaving us in the end with little of the family fortune which my father had worked so hard and struggled for. But our enterprise appeared to be thriving, and we had great hope that we would soon have our initial investment back and be seeing a tidy profit. In fact, our courage and enterprise brought other settlers to the area for whom we milled redwood for their barns and houses, as well as grinded their harvests into flour and meal. We saw little of the natives those first years, and what interactions we did have were of a peaceful nature. We even befriended a few of the elderly and infirm, as well as a widow with several children, and let them abide with us, giving them shelter and food for what labor they could provide. Little did we know that a flood of European settlers was crowding the various tribes from the coast out into the timber country where they were hard-pressed to survive. And conflict, it seemed, was inevitable, though we, in our ignorance, were blissfully unaware of it. The troubles began when Adolphus and I ventured out over into the Trinity Alps to Sacramento, where we could secure a herd of cattle. The trip there was uneventful, however, and on the return we were attacked by a fierce band of aborigines. We were forced to abandon the cattle of the Hay Fork of the Trinity River. I was shot with an arrow in the thigh. It went deep into the muscle, and its tip embedded itself into my femur. When we at last found ourselves back at our settlement, the wound was discovered to have grown septic. My entire left leg was amputated. An awful procedure, held down by my brothers as the doctor diligently performed his duty. A leather belt clamped between my teeth, the feel of that saw ripping into my flesh before it hit bone, the sound and vibration of it as it worked its way through my femur. Never before had I wished for death with such wholehearted fervor. And afterwards, as I lay there in torment and suffering, leeches affixed to the wound to draw out the bad blood, Adolphus left with a team of men to reclaim the cattle. None of them returned. I would never see my cherished brother Adolphus again, nor would scouting parties ever find a corpse which could be buried and mourned over properly and given a Christian burial to. Indians were blamed, and I doubted it. But I knew that not all the tribes were violent outlaws, and many were quite peaceful. I wished justice for the killers of my brother. But I would not blame nor slander all of the native people as a whole for this crime. And then the attacks on the mill began. Because of the pressure needed for the hydraulics to turn the water wheel, we were forced to locate the mill in the cusp of the mountains and secluded spot from the farms and settlements. This left the mill vulnerable. Evidently, marauding tribes viewed its being at the headwaters of the redwoods and the river a sacrilege to what they considered a holy site, and the fields to the north, now fenced and cultivated, were once prairies where they hunted. Twice they tried to burn the mill down. We hired armed men to guard, but this proved too costly. Our funds were down to a pittance, and losing that large herd of cattle had further weakened our savings. We then built the fortifications around the mill. The tall fence with sharp-pointed tops turned it into a fortress. And this is also when the troubles with Bethany and Josephine began. Because of my infirmary, I was deemed too crippled to be of much use in the dairy or farms, so I was left to oversee the labor of the mill and tend to the books. At some point, there was a change with the girls. They began to sleepwalk. We would find them wandering the halls at night, holding hands and mumbling incoherently about the devil and the sulphurous flames of hell. And one night, going to their room to tuck them into bed, as was my custom each evening, they were behaving in an especially playful manner, leaping from bed to bed, laughing boisterously. And I thought nothing of it. They were 18, barely into womanhood. Their bodies growing plump and curved, their cheeks rosy and, well, I knew. Silly games were all the norm for girls their age. Girls, it is time to sleep now. Stop this rumpus and get into your beds.
But we aren't little girls anymore,
they said in eerie unison. Come now, my sweets. What do you mean? Why would you say such a thing like that?
because you aren't our father any longer,
Bethany giggled.
We have a new daddy now.
Josephine stated before she too burst into a fit of laughter, her face going flush. But then I shouted, "Here, here!" and loudly slapped my hands together, and they stopped their antics and crawled obediently into their beds. Silly girls, I said, smoothing the blankets over them. You shouldn't say such things. It pains your poor old father. And they snickered, and I assumed that it was just the follies of adolescence, and left them, taking the lantern with me so that way the room fell into darkness. They'd changed so much over these last 6 years, gone from children to young ladies. And in that moment, limping down the long hall, away from their room, my wooden leg dragging across the floor, I ached so hard for my lost Margaret that I felt a snap within my chest and broke down weeping. It wasn't just sorrow and pity for my own sake, but out of a deep connection for my girls. How could I, a man, raise them to be upstanding ladies in this savage land, and without a single lady of refinement or standing with 100 miles? I resolved, and I would send them to boarding school. I would look into the matter and find a suitable place on the morrow. And that night, long after midnight, a commotion was heard in the sheep's pen. Anyone who has butchered sheep knows the sound of a dying lamb, an almost human wail. It awoke me and several mill workers who were sleeping in the house. Grabbing lanterns and our rifles, we ventured out into the small pen behind the house to find several of the animals slaughtered most savagely, one with its head clean decapitated. The girls had done this.
We discovered them laying unrobed in the viscera of the gutted animals, drenched crimson in blood and writhing in the gore. What's the worst is that they appear to have done this brutally with their own bare hands and teeth. How, I don't know, but no knives were ever found. They were insensible and babbled nonsense as I and a few servants brought them back to our home. And I bathed them that night. Bathed them as they were but babes again. Sat them in the tub and poured hot water over them, soothing and cleansing them, washing the bloody clumps from their hair and telling them that it was all right, while they quietly droned on in a trance-like state.
Unclean. Unclean. Unclean.
Fearing further odd incidents of sleepwalking, I put a bolt on the outside of the door and took to locking them in at night. Then it appeared a strange sickness befell them. They lay in their beds, sweating and shaking. They began to bleed from out of their ears and noses, and a petulant blue slime leaked from their eyes. No longer did they appear as my lovely twin daughters, brimming with womanhood, ready to bloom as a rosebud may grow plump before its unfurls. They began to take on the look of monsters, their eyes often rolling back into their head so that only the whites shone, gleaming against dark rings. Their lips took on a rotten appearance and grew black and ragged. A doctor was called. He could ascertain no ailment. They had no fever nor swollen glands. They began to curse most vilely and blasphemously and spoke in strange languages of which we knew not the words. This is when the doctor first opined that this was maybe a sickness of a supernatural order and recommended a priest. At first I scoffed at this and was determined to patiently ride the strange course out, hoping daily for some improvement. But there was none. They refused food and began to waste and wither, their eyes sunken and haunted in the emaciated skin from which their skulls began to preside. Their beautiful and thick honeysuckle hair went limp and tufts began to fall out. The workers around the mill began to grow uneasy and several quit. They could hear the cries of the girls, the abhorrent blasphemies that they would scream long into the night. The remaining workers began to shun me as well. And when I went to oversee the milling of grain and lumber and check on the weights and quality, an uneasy silence would fall upon the mill, punctuated by guarded whispers and furtive glances. Then came that awful, harrowing night when I found myself with no choice but to call for a priest. I woke to the sound of giggling and moaning, and it was very late. I crept into the hall and ascertained that the sounds were coming from the girl's bedroom, and from behind the door I could hear strange, suckling sounds and girlish laughter. I unlatched the lock and swung the door open, and in the pale light of the moon saw a most abhorrent sighting. May God have mercy on my soul for letting these foul memories surface forth from my mind and darken this pale parchment. But my girls were naked and entwined most wrongly. Their faces were buried between their legs, their calves encircled their shoulders, licking at each other, and oh, this pains me to write. They must have been menstruating, for their lips were stained the dark red that can only be brought by blood. And when I entered, they turned their faces to me, eyes rolled upward in fish belly white, lips a dark crimson dripping blood, and they spoke in unison, sultry and heavy.
Come and join us, Father.
'Twas then I knew that I must call for a priest. February 10th, 1860. We have been forced to restrain the girls, bind them to their beds with rope,
They seem to grow steadily worse hour by hour. They are wasting away. I bring them clabber, broth, and tea. I try to spoon it into their mouths. They only turn their heads away and spit it back at me, and call me foul names. When they aren't screaming and cursing at me, they are giggling as they did when they were toddlers. I feel so very alone, and an emptiness rests in my heart. My brothers are far away at work on their ranches. My wife in the grave, and workers here at the mill eye me with nothing but distrust and suspicion. The only ones who smile at me in these dark days are the groups of natives that I have let into the compound. They are 8 in number. An old grizzled man that never moves from the fire, 3 old women, and a young squaw that I assumed to be a widow with 3 children, only one an infant. I speak no English, and communication with them can be difficult. But they smile and nod at me, mumble words that I know are thanks when I offer them food. The widow, Kayakwash, she is called, is most helpful to me. When I lead her to any chore, such as to mop the floor of the dining hall or scrub the dishes, she quickly perceives my pantomimes and eagerly does the task. She's the only woman in the compound, besides my girls and the silent, elderly squaws. And her presence soothes me in a way that I cannot seem to put into words. Yes, at that moment, these noble savages seem my only friends. February 14th, 1860. The priest arrived today. He rode through the snow to the guarded gate of the mill atop a swayed-back steed of iron gray. A few workwomen who had been guarding the fortifications from hostile Indians immediately noticed him and swung open the heavy redwood doors. I limped through the snow, fighting to keep my crutch from slipping on the frozen ground, to greet him as he strode through the entrance and then dismounted from his horse, which stumped its hooves on the cold, hard ground and snorted steamy breath. He was a tall man with a long black beard streaked in gray, wearing a black frock coat and matching wide-brimmed hat covered in a thick layer of icy snow. He had dark, piercing eyes with a gunmetal glint that seemed to bore into me as he presented his hand. He spoke clearly and with a deep voice. "Reverend Michael Wayton, at your service." His grip was strong, and I felt great fortitude emanate from him. I welcomed him and ushered him through the compound. He led his horse along by the reins as I limped beside him. "Did you have a good journey?" I inquired. "Uneventful," he murmured. Along the interior wall, Quayakwash and the other natives huddled around a small fire while her toddler chased a chicken through the snow. "And why do you allow these savage heathens within your walls?" he asked, gazing with disdain upon them. "They are impoverished and in need of care, so we have given them shelter, as our Lord Christ has instructed in the parable of the Samaritan. Jesus came to bring division to the earth. Luke 12:51. But, Reverend, did our Lord and Savior not say in Mark 9:50, be at peace with one another? Among the saved, yes. But he is quite clear in Matthew 10:34. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. Then what of Matthew 26:51? They that take the sword shall perish by the sword. The priest grew visibly agitated, his face twisted into a baleful knot. He ran a hand over his long beard, turned to me and nearly spat the words, Revelation 19:11. In righteousness he doth judge and make war. If you do not believe that we are in battle with unclean spirits and heathens, then I suggest that you reread Revelations. I respect your learning, sir, but I have not come to debate theology, but to cast out demons, if that is what is called for. Now,
Where are these daughters of yours that I have been bidden to see? Why, they're in the house, good Reverend. They have grown so violent and, well, strange indeed, that we have been forced to restrain them in their beds. I see. Take them to me. Would you rather not me lead you to your quarters where you may unpack and wash up from your long journey? There will be time for that later, my son. First, take me to see your daughters. I led the Reverend down the dark hall to the heavy wooden door, bolted shut with a black iron lock. I fished the key from my pocket, unlatched the lock, and slowly swung the door open. Inside lay my 2 little girls, heavily bound to the bed with hempen ropes. They immediately sat up as far as their restraints would let them and began to hiss as a venomous viper might when disturbed. The priest entered the room but did not even look at the twins, who began to thrash and wail against their binds, making the bed chatter. He held forth a large crucifix and circled the room, began to enchant in Latin. Pater noster, que es in calias, sanctifictor nomen tuum.
Is that the black number?
Bethany began to moan.
He with the number of darkness. I can see the blood on his hands. Smell it in his mouth. The black number.
Josephine wailed.
I can taste his sins upon my tongue. Oh yes, he will satisfy us.
What is it you say? I asked them. Do you know him? And he suddenly spun about to face me, his face like that of a raptor.
Silence!
Never engage with the demons. They are full of deceit and trickery and serve the father of lies. Then he turned and faced the girls for the first time. In the name of Christ, reveal to me your true names. The power of Christ compels you. Reveal your true name. Thrust the large black crucifix before the face of Bethany.
Asmodia. Sabula.
Moaned Bethany, and he spun towards Josephine, pressing the crucifix against her head.
Grisel. Amen.
Wailed Josephine, and the priest turned to me. Can you bring me a plate of hot coals and the liver and the heart of a fish? Yes, I stammered. There are still hot coals in the hearth, and we have fresh fish in the ice house. Then bring them to me with haste. He then began to chant again and walk about the room. And I did as instructed, and brought to him a metal plate laden with embers from the fire and a parcel containing the heart and liver of a salmon. He placed the plate on the end table and began to blow on the coals until they glowed red hot, and placed the organs upon them, where they sizzled and smoked. This seemed to have some queer, somnolent effect upon the girls, where they stopped their agonized thrashing and fell into slumber. Now, you may show me to my lodgings, said the priest, stroking his long black beard and eyeing me with orbs like shimmering, shattered coal. And I took him to his chambers, where he began to unpack a large valise of books. Why do they call you the Black Number, if I may ask, good Reverend? They jest and they tease. A black number is a sin that has not been confessed nor forgiven. A number of darkness that can bring a good man into hell in the clutches of Lucifer himself. They call me an anointed sinner, unrepentant, but believe not their wickedry and their lies. They know me not at all. And I nodded. What are these tomes that you carry with you? I asked. These are my grimoires. Text concerning the demonic underworld. He lifted a large book bound in black leather. Dictionary Infernal by Akis Augusto Simon Calin de Flancy. He caressed another, this one bound in crimson cloth, with the flat of his hand. Le Dragon Rouge, written in 1517 by Alibek the Egyptian. He cast a glance at another, still in his bag. The Book of Abermelon. Then he turned to me and fixed me with those eyes, as sharp and cold as black diamonds. He furrowed his brow and brought upon his hand to caress his lengthy beard of black and silver. May I ask you, good sir, has there been any fornication? Have they tried to tempt you to lay with them, as the daughters of Lot had done? I went to speak, but found only silence. My mouth moved up and down, but no sound came out. My face grew flushed, and I directed my gaze to the ground. Yes, I said, feeling dread rise up in me like an ugly bile in my throat. They have fornicated with each other and called upon me to join them. And for the sake of Christ, man, tell me the truth, for all depends on it. Did you answer their call with action? Good Reverend, I beseech you, please do not sully my reputation by even uttering your doubt as to my chastity with my daughters. Of course not. They were immediately separated and bound, and I called for you at once, knowing only demonic influence could be responsible for such lewd and shameful acts by my sweet girls, who have shown nothing but modesty and virtue before. Good. You are a good man, even stronger than Lot, who gave in to his daughter's demonic advances. His resolve weakened with drink. We are clearly dealing with Asmodeus, the dark angel of lust and perversion, or some of his underlings. The truth is they are legion. Do you know what a cambion is? No. I do not believe that I am familiar with the term. A cambion is the child of a demon. The demons wish to infest the earth with these vile children of theirs, to create a hell upon this earthly plane. But, Reverend, are not demons ethereal beings? How could they consort and create children here on earth? The succubi and the incubi possess a being, then commit carnal acts, and in the lustful act strain the seed with their being, so that the child created from such an unholy union is tainted by evil. It is a monster. If the product of incest, then even more so. Look at the savages in the hills around us. They are all obviously cambion. Do they appear as whole humans to you? I was shocked at these words. How had talk of demons suddenly turned to that of the natives so quickly? And I responded as so. Why, yes, I said, repugnant. They do. And I must admit that you do offend me, dear Reverend. I thought a holy man such as yourself would not say such things about your fellow man. Fellow man? They are not my fellow man. They are sodomites. They spend their days unclothed, naked and engaged in demonic rituals. They are stupid and silly. They have no respect for your love or virginity. They eat fleas, vermin, spiders, and worms. They have no faith in law or God. They are cambions, plain and simple. They carry demons like a pestilence. They are infected with them the way a man may carry lice or scabies. They are infested with creatures of the underworld. Is that not plain to see? Why? My father taught us to treat all men as equals. Back in Prince Edward Island, the land from which we hail, the indigenous were protected under the same rights as the white man. I have tried to practice those same ideas of tolerance and acceptance here. And look what that has brought you. A cripple. Your daughters under possession by demons. Your land, fortune, and inheritance and livelihood as well, on the brink of collapse. Let he who has eyes learn to see. Now, good sir, if you will leave me, I am weary from my travels and I must rest. Yes, Reverend, peace be with you, and also with you. I left his room, shut the door behind me, my visions swimming and my thoughts a jumble. February 15th, 1860. The priest locked himself in the room with the girls for the entire day. I sat poised outside that heavy redwood door for many a long hour, listening and straining to ascertain what went on within. I heard many and awful things. I heard my girls try to tempt him into their beds. Language so lascivious and foul I dare not repeat it. He met their seductions with cries to Christ, and I heard screams of terror that sounded more like animals than human. And then chanting. Long, then long silence. And I grew perplexed, worried for my twins, but also for this strange man. Though the priest had warned me against it, I rapped my knuckles against the door. Reverend! The door swung suddenly open, and there he was staring at me with wild eyes, his beard unkempt and flecked with spit. I know that you told me not to disturb you. I just grew worried with the long silence. He held up a hand to quiet me. It is all right. Your girls have returned to you. But I know not for how long. You may release their binds for now. But in the evening before they slumber, you must reapply them. These forces of darkness are strong and will play tricks on you. I looked over his shoulder, and there were my little girls. Their faces had returned to normal, their lips no longer black and their eyes clear.
Daddy!
They hollered, and I ran to them and loosened their binds, freed them and swept them into my arms where we could all weep together. Oh, girls, how I have missed you. How much I love you so.
We love you too, Daddy.
They were hungry, famished, and rightfully so. And how they persisted for so long without food and water remains a mystery to me. I fetched them meat and broth, bade them to eat slowly, lest make themselves sick. It was a glorious reunion, and I sat with them till nightfall. I must find you, I warned them as I lit a lantern against the growing darkness of evening.
How must you, Daddy? My wrists are so sore.
Bethany pleaded, her emerald eyes ashine with pitifulness. I simply must, I said, taking the ropes and preparing to strain them to their beds.
Do you miss Mother?
Josephine asked, and I paused. Hearing her say that evoked many buried emotions, and I took a deep breath to steady myself. Of course I do.
It must be so hard for you all alone.
Yes, my dear, it is. But I have you.
Yes, you do. You have us. I hope that we can comfort you, like Mother did. Give to you the pleasure that she gave you.
Horrified, I noticed the girls had begun to lick their lips as they spoke, and fondle their breasts, lifting their nightgowns up over their legs, and staggering back. Girls, behave yourself at once, I commanded.
Come lay with us, Father. We can give you what Mother once gave to you.
And mercifully, the Reverend was suddenly in the room howling, The power of Christ compels you. Down, foul demons! And he turned to me. Quickly, man, bind them! And just like that, they had taken on their monstrous forms again, faces pale and eyes gone white.
I grabbed a rope and I wrapped it around the wrists of Bethany. She hissed at me like a cornered cat. As I went to grab the other wrist, she reached out her hand, bent into a claw, and brought it across my face. Her jagged nails, like talons, ripped painfully into my left eye. Josephine was up on the bed, her hands clasped onto the Reverend's throat, and for a moment I feared for him, till he picked her by the waist and threw her upon the bed. "Hold this one down while I finish binding the other," he shouted. Ignoring the pain in my eye, I threw myself down bodily upon Josephine, pinning her to the bed while the Reverend finished binding Bethany. Josephine quit struggling and looked upon me, suddenly my little girl again.
Oh, Daddy, it hurts. Why do you lay upon me so? Let me go. You are hurting me, Daddy.
Then the Reverend was upon her, gruffly grabbing her arms and tying them with the coarse hemp ropes.
Don't let him do this to me, Daddy. How can you let him do this to me?
She squealed. "Listen not to their lies," the Reverend commanded to me as he finished with his knots. He stood and began to make the signs of the cross with his hands, mumbling in Latin. "En Dominum Sanctum." And they growled and they spit at him. He turned to me and uttered one word. "Go." February 18th. 1860. My eye is badly abraded. Now I wear a patch over it. The girls grow lucid daily, but I am wary of them. The priest assured me that this is normal and that we make leadway. I fervently pray he is right. I have called on my younger brothers to come from their farms and ranches to meet the strange reverend and confer with me over to what is the best course of action. February 21st, 1860. Having received word that my brother shall arrive on the morrow, I went forth to relate the news to Reverend Michael. His door stood open a bit, and as I went to knock, I heard odd noises emanating from within. A loud snapping sound fouled by dull moans. I pushed the door open ever so slightly that I might cast a look inside. And there, kneeling on the floor of wooden planks, was the priest, shirtless, his back to me. In his hand was a small whip, a cat of 9 tails, and he flung it over his shoulder and scourged his back, which was flailed and torn, bleeding profusely. Then suddenly he turned with a strange quickness and caught my eye before I had time to duck away. "I am sorry, Reverend," I mumbled sheepishly. "I did not mean to pry. I came to inform you that my brother's imminent arrival is on the morrow, and I heard strange noises, simply inquired of their origin." No need for an apology. I keep no secrets. No secrets. A man who toils fighting the Prince of Darkness and his legion must be strong. And atone. I keep no secrets, but I do appreciate my solitude. Yes, certainly, Reverend. Pardon the intrusion. Intrusion pardoned, he stated as he swung the door shut, and hearing the snap of leather on flesh echo again from the room. February 20th, 1860. My brothers arrived today. They seem very worried about our situation with the twins, though I tell them that it appears progress is being made. "But your eye, dear brother," John said, pointing out what all the others obviously tried to avoid. He has always been like this. Being the youngest, he has no modicum of reserve and bursts out whatever is on his mind. "'Tis but a scratch," I said, adjusting the patch. "It shall be better shortly." They bring grim news of the native problem. A group of over 100 Indians surrounded the redwood forests above our lands. They are hungry and openly hostile, swooping down from the hills to boldly steal cattle. They are also armed not only with bows and arrows, but with guns as well, brazenly firing their weapons at any man who dares oppose them. February 22nd, 1860. I awoke from a horrible nightmare. I was rowing a small skiff out at sea. Josephine and Bethany were at the helm. The girls were 8 years old again, as they were when we arrived in San Francisco. Sweet, honeysuckled haired angels talking quietly amongst themselves and laughing. There was no land in sight, and the sky was filled with stars and a red moon. I gazed out onto the water and reflected that deep red of the moon. But then I saw that it was not the reflection of the moon that made the sea red, but that the sea was blood. And gazing out into the distance, I saw a body flailing, floundering, drowning in the blood. It was Margaret. I leapt overboard to save her, but found myself unable to reach her. The blood was thick and sticky with a foul stench. I couldn't make my way through it and began to sink. I felt like one in quicksand. And it wasn't Margaret struggling there. It was the Indian widow, Keakwash, and her children, as well as the old man and the two elderly squaws. They were wailing that howl that is peculiar to their people. And I turned back to the boat, hoping to gain a handle, only to see the girls standing there before me, standing and laughing, devilish cackling. They were now nightmare, like monsters with rotting skin, eyes as white and clear as ice. And I awoke suddenly with a jolt, sitting up in bed and gasping for breath. And for a moment I thought that I could still hear the screams of the Indians. And then nothing. Silence. I strained to hear what sounds might lurk above the creaking of the wooden beams. Nothing. Then whispers from the girl's bedroom, followed by the hackles and the gales of laughter. This morning, when I went out to the courtyard of the compound, there was blood in the snow. Big pools of it, and splatter marks against the walls, flecks of bone and brain, and drag marks through the snow, furrows so deep they scratched into the earth and brought up clumps of mud. There were also the footprints of many men. All of the natives we had allowed into the walls of our fortress were gone. Keakwash, her children, the old man and woman, gone, no doubt bludgeoned to death. No guns used so as not to awaken anyone and draw attention to the slaughter. I found the priest and my brothers eating in the dining hall.
What have you done?
I shouted, limping up to the large table where they sat over steaming plates of eggs and mutton.
You killed them all, haven't you?
They replied with a silence and icy stares.
They were elderly, infirm, children and women.
The priest caught my eye with a baleful glare. They were a pestilence, a scourge. They had to be exterminated.
You murdering coward, get out!
I shouted, leaning forward on my crutch so that way our faces were inches apart, looking at him with my one good eye.
Get off of my land,
I growled, and George stood up.
It is not your land, William. We are a family business, and you have no right to command him to leave. He's right,
David chimed in.
We make decisions as a family.
Make decisions as a family? I asked. Then why was I not informed of this decision to kill our humble guest last night?
We knew how you would act. We knew your opinion already. You were outvoted.
Outvoted?
I was not even present to cast my ballot in the matter. Your presence was not needed, for our decision was a unanimous amongst ourselves,
John stated.
Do you not hunger for justice for our lost brother Adolphus?
David asked.
What does the death of Adolphus have to do with the killing of a widow and her children?
Well,
what of your girls then? George suddenly opined. My fair nieces, are we to leave them in torment, not to save them? And now you would dare to throw out the man who can help them? Can save them? I wonder at his sorcery. Deuteronomy 18:10, let none be found among you who practices divination.
And the priest stared hard at me, and slowly he raised a steaming cup to his lips, sipping his coffee, and then calmly replied, Verily, I see unto thee. Carefully where you tread and spread not calumnies. What we have done for the sake of you and your daughters. We are at war with the devil, and you must learn to accept that.
Put not your foul deeds unto me!
I spat and I swung around on my crutch, storming away from them.
We are forming a militia, William!
George shouted at my back as I opened the door and a cold wind blew into the hall.
Something must be done about this situation. It is us or them. You must accept this.
I answered him not and stomped out into the snow and storm, the sky above me as gray and forlornly dismal as the ache within my ribs. Ice cascading down from the heavens. February 26th, 1860. Lurching through the deep snow that lay heavily upon the courtyard, I spied my brother George with a cluster of workers and limped steadfastly toward him, pulling him away covertly so that we might whisper amongst ourselves in secret. I do not trust the priest. He appears not a man of God to me. And why is that, William? He locks himself in with my daughters, does strange acts that he allows no one else to see. But you yourself have seen the improvement in their condition. Maybe their infirmary leaves on its own volition. They call him Black Number. Say that they smell blood on his breath and hands. What of that? Good brother, my elder, you must not listen to the words and the lies of the beast. The Reverend is a good man, I know. Long have we talked into the night. We're not so different. He was a settler once, just as we are. He had a family and a large ranch. He went on a cattle run and came home to discover his ranch had been raided by war parties of Indians. His wife, his children, they were axed into tiny pieces, mutilated beyond recognition. He knew only devils could do such a thing, demons. So he gave himself over to the work of God. Work of God. Killing natives. If their murders make them demons, then, pray tell, what do ours make us? How can we condemn them for acts of violence when we strive to annihilate them with our own? Brother, you are embracing your weaker nature. I have business to attend to. There will be a meeting on the morrow. All of the farmers and ranchers for miles around will be there. You may voice your concerns there. And he strolled back to the workers and left me alone in the snow. My eye ached and I could feel a leakage of pus dripping down out of my patch. I wept it with a handkerchief, spun on my crutch, and shuffled off. In the barren branches of the old oak, some ravens qualled, and their caws of averance echoed over the frozen land. February 27th, 1860. The meeting tonight has left me shaken to the core, and I find myself in doubt of God and country, wondering what it even means to be a Christian. My faith itself seems in peril. All the more so I hear my daughter's pleading and wailing cries echo through the darkness. The meeting was held in our large dining hall. Many presided. My estimate would be 60 members of our settler community. The notorious Indian killer Henry Larrabee was present, a man whose very existence fills my soul with dread. Many are the tale of how he took great pleasure in smashing open the heads of squaws, children, and infants. E.L. Davis presided.
He stood at the head of the hall, the Reverend to his right and my 3 brothers to his left. We have petitioned Governor Downey that the Humboldt volunteers be mustered into service. He declined our petition, stating that the U.S. Army was sending an additional company of regulars to Fort Humboldt. Have we seen them? No. Seaman Wright then stood up, shouting, "Our pleas to the federal government fall on deaf ears. Already South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama and Georgia, Louisiana and Texas have seceded from the Union. They are poised on the brink of civil war and can spare no troops to help us. We are on our own." A great clamor of agreement with cheers of "hear, hear" rose up and echoed throughout the chamber. And Davis began to orient once more. "This company is needed for the lives and property of our family and friends. If we can't get our just protection from state or federal government, a protection that citizens are entitled to, I, for one, oppose paying any more taxes. We will fight our own battles in our own way, exterminating the Indians from the face of this earth as far as this country is concerned." His cry was met with boisterous shouts of approval and pounding of feet and fists. And I, in the back of the hall, could hold my silence no longer and spoke out over the din. "Am I the only man amongst you who beseeches peace with the natives? No good can come from bloodshed. Violence only begets more violence. We must find brotherhood, or I fear that we are all doomed." "Brotherhood?" someone shouted. "They are not our brothers. Hey, they ain't kin to me." Another hollered as a wave of jeers descended upon me. "Think of the message of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ," I regaled them. "Think of the proverb of the Good Samaritan." And then the Reverend stood up. "We are engaged in a great spiritual war with evil here. Do not vacuously use the words of our Savior to make this Christian army weak. Our Lord saith in Luke 12:51, 'Do you suppose that I come to grant peace on earth? I tell you no, but rather division.' And may I ask who," I yelled, "good clergymen, dear Reverend, are your clergy?" "My clergy," he shouted, "are any and all men who dare to ride with me against the heathens of these hills, the heroes of Humboldt County who dare to face the devil. 'Tis thee whom I preach, and they too whom I bestow my blessings." I went to speak, but was drowned out by the cries of the appreciation from the raucous crowd. And the Reverend went on, screaming at the top of his lungs, spittle flying from his mouth. "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. So saith our Savior once more, let him who hath no sword sell his robe and buy one. Now is commanded, let us make war!" And suddenly everyone was on their feet, clapping and stomping, marching out of the hall and into the night. I noticed George in the throng, streaming by me, and grabbed him by the shirt sleeve. "Brother," I pleaded, "this is madness. What would our father think? He taught us kindness to our fellow man. On Prince Edward Island, he struggled to make peace with the natives. Surely no good can come from this. We are not in Canada no more," he replied to me, cold as a century-old tombstone. "We must manifest our destiny here." And he cast a quick, disdainful look upon me. "Look at what you have become, brother. Feckless, a half-blind cripple. Your duty lies with your daughters. Go to them. Watch over them. We will do what must be done." And he shook himself free of my grasp and rejoined the masses. The mob mounted their horses and took off at a gallop, out of the gates of our fort and swallowed by the night, leaving only their echoed screams for bloodshed and vengeance. February 29th, 1860. I feel the grip of insanity tighten over my mind as the howling of my daughters fills my head like swarms of bees that may fill the hollow of a log. I write as penance, as confession, to find atonement and divine forgiveness for the deeds that I have done and am about to do, to rid me of the black number, to find redemption for this number of darkness that stains my soul. What great anguish it is to write this. Indeed, I beat my fists upon my head and I weep into my hands, my tears straining this parchment and smearing the black ink. It appears that I too have fallen under demonic influence. How else could what has befallen me be possible? Last night I was tormented with the most heinous of dreams, foul visions of fornication of the most illicit manner, with my own daughters, my twin girls of only 18 years of age. We lay together in ways that I have never conceived before, strange and unnatural positions, and I awoke bathed in sweat, the sheets a tangle about me, and pushed the foul dreams from my mind, determined to forget them, thinking them obvious and the product of stress and exhaustion. I dressed and I went to check on Bethany and Josephine. I opened the door to find them unbound, naked and entwined with their arms about each other, kissing most lewdly with their tongues in each other's mouths.
Back for more, Father,
Bethany said as she blinked one eye in a horrid wink. And then, looking down, I saw my pants, my work shirt and frock, there in a tangle on the floor, and with a gasp made the sudden realization that these horrid visions last night were no dream. And suddenly I remembered creeping to their room to unbind them and lay with them. And Josephine looked at me and now spoke.
I will name my son after you, Father, but you will be his father too.
And they threw their heads back in laughter. Foul, taunting cackles, and Bethany said,
And I shall name mine son of Michael, after the Reverend.
And I staggered back, crushed by the levity of their words.
What's the matter, Daddy? Sad that we had your little priest killed Kagwash? We saw the way you looked at her. Naughty, naughty. Maybe you'll see her again in hell. And do you know what we have your Reverend and brothers doing now? Caving in the heads of the babies on the island in the bay.
And they burst back into laughter, then leapt to their feet in a most unnatural way, levitating and floating off the ground as they came at me, their fingers curled, claw-like and predatory. And just as they reached me, I regained my senses and I slammed the door shut, pushing home the large iron bolt. When they slammed against the door, it bulged, and for a moment I thought that it might shatter, but it held firm. Then they began to beat and pound upon it, scratching at it while they howled as banshees did. And now, as I sit here and write, my hand trembling so that with a quill can barely scratch these words out upon the page, I only hope that I can erase my black number with these confessions, that I can escape that incestual number of darkness which has somehow found its way upon my weak shoulders, which are now unable to bear it. Seeing only one recourse to this abominable situation, I go to fetch the turpentine, the whale fat, the gear grease, anything flammable that I may find, and cover the house in it, as well as myself, and hope that the flames of this earth can appear our Lord and Savior, and spare me from the sulphurous flames of the hellfire below. The attack came late at night, crawling from the depths of a silent, glassy sea that swallowed even the stars. We were floating under a moonless sky when shadows clawed their ways over the rails, breathing death into the night. Their faces, painted with ash and firelight, contorted into vicious grins as they tore through our ranks. The stillness of the night shattered under their war cries and the wet, sickening sounds of blades meeting flesh. And we fought. But our resistance was nothing more than a feeble gasp against the tide,
Men I sailed with for years. Comrades. My brothers. Were gutted like animals. Their lives pooled across the deck in glistening trails of blood that reflected the grim work of the pirates' torches. And I clung to the shadows, rooted by fear and helplessness, waiting my turn to be slaughtered. And then, just as suddenly as they came, they were gone, slinking back into the dark without a backward glance, leaving the deck littered with the dead. They had left nothing behind. No food, no water, and nothing of any worth. They had taken everything and reduced our ship to a floating tomb, rocking gently under a dead sky. And when I finally rose from the shadow where I had hidden myself, I saw 3 others staggering to their feet, equally shell-shocked and haunted. Adam was pale as a ghost, his eyes wide and wild. Lucian stood like a man who'd just crawled out of a grave, his fists clenched against a tremor that wouldn't stop. And Marcus, bleeding and barely conscious, swayed as he leaned against the railing, staring at the carnage before us. We were all that remained. Silence clung to us like a second skin. Nothing moved but the waves licking up against the hull, as if the ocean itself were hungry for the death that it had borne witness to. The bodies lay strewn across the deck, eyes still open and staring, limbs twisted in unnatural angles. I could swear some of them were still watching us, their dead gazes boring into our souls as if demanding that we share in their fate. Lucian, desperate to break the suffocating quiet, stumbled upon the only mercy that we'd find that night. A single dusty bottle of rum, hidden away under a loose board. He'd held it up, face grim and hollow, and slumped against the mast without a word. And we gathered around him, too numb to question it, our minds and bodies too shattered to find any purpose beyond the fleeting comfort of oblivion. The rum burned as it went down, but the fire in my gut was the first thing that made me feel alive since the massacre. We passed the bottle in silence, the shadows clinging thicker now, as if the spirits of the dead pressed around us, listening, watching, waiting for us to join them. Then finally Adam spoke, his voice low, edged with a strange, trembling darkness. You think that they left us here for a reason? They're soulless devils. Left us here to rot like Karen, Mason muttered, his voice cold as the grave. Took what they wanted and left us with nothing but the bones of the ship and the ghosts of our dead. I eased down onto an old crate, the wood creaking beneath me, a warning groan that echoed through the empty hull. And around me, Lucian, Mason, and Adam settled in, huddled under the main mast, staring out into the vast blackness that stretched endlessly around us. The moonlight seemed to pour down, casting an unforgiving glare, illuminating each of us as if exposing sins long buried. And silently, we passed the rum between us, a single indulgence that we had left. And as we drank, the dead silence of the ship was broken only by the gentle cascade of waves licking up against the hull, a reminder that we were stranded, a tiny speck of despair floating in a sea of indifferent darkness. And then Lucian cleared his throat, a sound dripping with bitter irony. His voice carried a hollow theatrics, like a man resigned to his own damnation. If there was ever a man who deserved this fate, it is me, he began, his words seething with contempt. I was one of the first men that the captain brought on board. And for a time I was his favorite. He spat, each word a bitter pill. He spun tales of freedom, promised us our own lives back, and then he shackled us tighter than any chain could, gave us a taste of independence, only to demand our loyalty without question. He chuckled darkly,
a hollow sound that felt like an echo of something long dead. I wanted freedom. Real freedom, not this twisted mockery. And Mason shifted beside him, his jaw clenched, a shadow of sorrow darkening his gaze. Freedom, he muttered. What price did we all pay for your rebellion, Lucian? You think your mutiny cost you alone? Good men fell into suspicion, and we all became shadows in a game that we never wanted to play. You call it defiance, but the rest of us paid for it with every bloody coin. And Lucian's eyes narrowed. An old, burning anger flickered beneath his bitter smile. Do you think that I didn't suffer too, Mason? Do you think that I wanted to be locked into the brig? To be branded like a criminal? They took everything from me. And I bore it, and only the need for freedom as my comfort. I refused to bow to him, even as they tore away my dignity. Freedom! Mason's voice grew strained, a flicker of something fragile breaking within him. You think that I ever cared about freedom? I sought acceptance, maybe even a scrap of kindness. I was the one who softened his commands, who bent when he grew cruel, thinking that maybe, if I stayed true, he would see me. He trailed off, a bleak quiet settling into his words. But all that got me was this. A mirror to a man that I don't even recognize. To survive, I became as cold as the iron binding the ship together. And when kindness faded, I was left with nothing but hate. The only thing that's truly mine. Adam had been staring at the deck in grim silence, finally spoke, his voice as hollow as a graveyard whisper. And you think that you're the only ones who lost yourselves? His tone was thick with regret, each word bearing the weight of his own ghosts. I was a priest once, if you can believe it. I served back on the mainland, guiding souls, finding solace in faith. The captain came to me after his boy died. He needed comfort, and I thought that I could be that for him. He promised me it'd be one door. But then, years passed, and I lost myself. And when the faith slipped from my grip, I was left with nothing but hunger and rage. He paused, his hands trembling as he gripped the bottle. I found myself longing not to save men, but to watch them suffer. To feel my own agony reflected in theirs. And that hunger devoured me, till I could no longer see a way back to the man that I once was. His gaze flickered as he glanced at Lucian, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. And yet, in your eyes, you think that I should have strived for forgiveness. But forgiveness, Lucian? He whispered, his voice barely audible. I stopped believing in forgiveness the day that my soul became a casualty of this ship. Lucian's face darkened, a flicker of pity flashing in his gaze. Forgiveness was never ours to ask for, he sneered, his voice laced with a venomous calm. But redemption, perhaps, was ours to earn. You chose to stay, Adam. In choosing the man that you've become, you surrendered your soul long before you felt hunger. Adam's eyes hardened, the weight of Lucian's words tearing into him like a blade. And you, Lucian, with all your so-called freedom, what did you achieve? Here we are, 4 men shackled by our own choices, nothing more than shadows on the ghost ship, each of us haunted by what we lost. At least I still carry the last scraps of my loyalty, tattered as it is. You sacrificed everything, and for what? An empty rebellion? Lucian's face twisted, a mirthless smile dancing on his lips. Loyalty, he hissed. Do you think loyalty spared you, Adam? Do you think giving yourself to his madness left you any less damned? And the tension between us thickened in the cold night air. pressing down like the weight of the sea itself. And as we sat in silence, each man drowning in his ghosts, the gentle rocking of the ship felt more like a descent into oblivion. And somewhere deep in the darkness, the night whispered to us, filling the silence with promises of ruin, as if we'd finally entered the hell that we'd each been destined for. The bottle found its way to me again, its dark glass as cold as the night pressing in from all sides. I let the rum settle heavy in my throat, feeling it burn as if it could swear away some of the fear coiled tight inside of me. And when I spoke, my voice came out thin, a feeble sound lost among the haunted stares of the men around me. "I cannot say the same as you," I murmured, looking down at the deck stained with blood, the remnants of men I'd known for years. "There is nothing. Nothing that I can think of that would make me deserve this." Lucian's eyes flickered towards me, glinting with a cold, pitiless gleam. And he tilted his head, examining me with the detached curiosity of a wolf sizing up a wounded prey. "You think you're innocent in all this, do you?" "No," I stammered, my voice barely audible above the creaking timbers and the soft slap of waves. "I only mean I have done nothing so dire as to be marooned here, left to rot among the dead. This isn't a fate that I earned." And beside him, Mason let out a low, bitter chuckle. "You think that we deserved this, then?" He muttered the words soaked with disdain. "You think that we deserved this, then? You standing here with the same blood on your hands claim innocence?" And Adam went silent, his gaze fixed on me, cold and probing. He was quiet for a moment, his tone uncharacteristically dark. "Do you think a man like you, any man, really, deserves to live above judgment? You think there's nothing in your past? No quiet shadow hiding in your soul?" I could feel their eyes on me, 3 pairs of hollow stares boring into my skin, probing for some hidden sin, some dark flaw waiting to reveal itself. "I have done nothing," I said, though my words trembled in the thick silence. "Nothing that would warrant this." And Lucian leaned forward, a flicker of something twisted playing across his face. "Nothing at all. Just a poor, blameless soul thrown to the wolves, is that it?" His voice dripped with a dark humor, and the corners of his mouth twisted into a sneer. "Tell me then, if you are so guiltless, why are you here, caught in the same snare as us? You think it is chance that left you marooned with the rest of us cursed souls?" Mason let out a cold laugh, his face twisted with scorn. "No one's without their debts. No man wanders through life with clean hands. Tell us," he said, leaning in close, his voice a menacing whisper, "if you're truly free of sin, then why does the night press so heavily on you? Why is there fear in your eyes?" I opened my mouth to respond, to deny their accusations, but the words died on my tongue. The weight of their gaze pinned me down, and the silence stretched between us, a thick, accusing thing that wrapped itself around my chest. "Look at you," Lucian whispered, his voice low and taunting. "A soul without fault, stranded here in this hell. Do you truly think the sea would keep a man who's never sinned?" I took another pull from the bottle, hoping the rum would chase away the shadows gathering inside me, but their questions lingered, a poison in the air. I tried to recall every moment that had led me here, every choice that I'd made, every step that I'd taken that had brought me to this ship, to this night, to the cold judgment in their eyes. But all I found were memories that I had long buried. Quiet, shameful things. The kind that lived in the dark corners of a man's mind, festering like old wounds. And a shiver ran through me, and I looked away. But they could see the truth now. They could sense it as quickly as the blood on the deck and the death in the air. "Tell us," Adam said, his voice as soft as it was unyielding. "If you are without sin, why does your silence damn you?" The rum sat bitter in my throat as the men around me closed in, their faces cast in moonlight shadows. The ship seemed to sink as they began to speak, each man's voice wrapping tighter around my neck like a noose drawing shut. And Lucian was the first to speak, his eyes burning with a quiet fury. "Oh, I remember you," he hissed, his voice cold and mocking. "You think that I don't know what part you played in this? The captain's favor was hard-earned, and for a time I had it. But you," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt, "you slither in like a snake, whispering poison into his ear. I saw you sitting beside him in the galley, stoking the flames of his distrust. You made sure that he looked at me as a threat and painted me as a traitor before I'd even thought to raise a hand. You were the one who planted the seeds of mutiny. And now you stand here claiming innocence." He let out a low, mirthless laugh. "You think that you can run from that? That you can wash your hands of the blood spilled in the name of your treachery? You made sure that I was left to rot in the brig, marked as a criminal. All you wanted was to be his favorite. But here we are," he said, his voice a venomous whisper. "You are no better than the rest of us." The words stung, sharp and unyielding. But Mason spoke before I could muster a response. His tone cut through the night like a knife. His eyes were dark, glinting with a bitterness that chilled me to the core. "You don't remember me, do you?" he asked, his voice low, almost broken. "You've buried it so deep. You don't even know who I am." And he took a step closer, his gaze piercing. "We grew up together, you and I. Down by the shipyards. You, me, and her." The weight of his words began to sink in. My memory clawed at old buried fears. "Mercedes," he whispered, her name like a curse on his lips. "Do you remember her?" Images flickered in my mind, hazy but undeniable. A little girl with bright eyes, laughter echoing across the docks. "You were there," Mason continued, his voice thick with grief. "We were playing by the water's edge and she slipped in. I remember her screams, her desperate pleas as the waves pulled her under." He paused, his eyes brimming with accusation. "And you ran. You didn't even look back. You ran, left her to drown while I tried to reach her, helplessly as she called for you." The words tore through me, filling me with a sick, hollow dread. "I was blamed." Mason's voice wavered, bitter and raw. "Everyone thought that it was my fault. I bore the weight, that guilt, all because you ran in cowardice. Do you remember now?" I tried to speak, to muster some defense, but the words wouldn't come. My throat felt like it was closing, suffocating beneath the weight of memories that I'd fought to forget. And then Adam spoke, his voice solemn, his voice like a judge's verdict. "Every man has his sins," he said, his tone icy. "I knew you before you came to this ship. Long before you were whispering in captain's ears and running from drowned girls. I remember you from the mainland, where I served as a young priest,
dedicated to helping those who had nowhere else to run. His eyes narrowed, his gaze searing through me like a brand. You were a young man, greedy and unrepentant. You would come to the church each week, eyes wide with feigned piety, while your hand slipped into the collection box, stealing from those who had little more than their faith to sustain them. And it was the people we couldn't feed, the people who suffered. They died in the street, alone and starving, while you filled your pockets. The weight of their accusations bore down on me, each word a fresh wound, each memory a long, buried horror clawing its way to the surface. I felt my hands tremble, felt the bile rise in my throat as their words hung in the air, a twisted reflection of the man that I had tried to forget. And Lucian sneered, his voice a low growl. And yet, here you are, claiming innocence, as if the sea didn't drag you down for a reason, as if you thought that the waves wouldn't remember. Mason's eyes were hard, his tone bitter. We are all here for our sins, each one dragged back into the darkness that we created. Adam's voice was quiet and final. Do you still believe yourself innocent? With all of these ghosts that you carry? I looked away, unable to meet their accusing eyes. The silence stretched on, thick and unrelenting, pressing down with the weight of 1,000 sins, until I could feel myself crumbling beneath the weight of it all. The rum bottle lay empty on the deck, just as I now felt. Emptied, stripped bare before these men who were both my fellow damned, as well as my judges. Lucian's gaze hardened, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He stepped closer, so near that I could feel the chill radiating from him. And yet you still think that you've done nothing wrong, do you? Even after hearing our stories and knowing the ruin that you have left in your wake. I tried to look away, but Lucian grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes to his. His grip was strong, unyielding, and his stare cut into me like a blade. Do you feel that weight in your chest? That cold grip clawing at your heart? That's them. And those that you left behind. Calling for you. Begging you to finally face what you've done. And he released me with a shove, and I stumbled back, the ship's railing catching me. I barely had a moment to regain my balance before Mason stepped forward, his face twisting with a dark, haunting fury. You ran when Mercedes needed you most, he whispered, his voice thick with contempt. I watched her drown because you turned your back. I watched the life drain from her eyes while you saved your own skin. His hand pressed against his chest as if clutching an old wound, one that bled fresh every time that he spoke her name. You think you're haunted now? You think that you can forget her? She is still trapped in those waves, waiting for someone to pull her free. And you were the one who turned away. The words struck me like a blow, each one a merciless reminder of the past that I tried to bury. I could feel her ghost in the salt-tinged air, hear her voice echoing in the waves, calling for help that never came. My breath caught in my throat, panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but before I could process it, Adam stepped forward, his voice softer but no less damning. You stole from them, he said, his tone solemn, as if delivering a sentence. From the weak, the desperate, those with nothing but hope. You took that, snatched it right from their hands, and they died without ever knowing why. He leaned in, his voice a low whisper. You think that doesn't weigh on your soul? You think that they haven't been watching, waiting for the day that you may be able to pay back every coin that you took, for every mouth that went unfed because of you?
A shudder racked my body as his words sank deep, stirring memories that I tried so hard to forget. The faces of the hungry, hollowed-eyed, and starving flashed before me, and suddenly they were there on the deck, shadows creeping from the night, faceless yet filled with a terrible, silent hunger. And then Lucian spoke again, his voice cold as the sea at midnight. There is only one way to free yourself from this. To finally make amends for the lives that you stole. The lives that you abandoned. My breath hitched, dread spreading through me like a sickness. What are you talking about? Mason's eyes were cold, empty as the ocean's depths. You know what you have to do. There is no forgiveness for you. No redemption. The only path left is to give back what you took. They want theirs. What was robbed from them? Adam's face was solemn, yet unyielding. Your soul is the only thing that you have left to give. The only thing that they'll take as payment for their lives that you stole. You must give it freely. Offer yourself to them. If you hope to escape this torment. My mouth went dry as the words settled over me. Like a shroud, I could feel the shadows drawing closer. Hear the whispers of those that I'd wronged, the voices like the lapping of waves, calling for me to join them. It was as though every soul that I had ever wronged had returned from the depths, rising from the shadows of the ship to bear witness to my fate. And Lucian's voice dropped to a whisper, his words like a dark oath. They want you to join them. I felt my chest tighten, my hands trembling as I clung to the railing, my mind racing, heart pounding as I stared into the endless night. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping, rising in a ghostly chorus that filled the silence around us. Mason's voice cut through, low and merciless. Or you can keep running, keep hiding, keep pretending that you're free. But know this, they will find you, in life or death. And when they do, no one will be left to save you. The sea seemed to stretch out before me, dark and endless, and in that moment I knew there was no escaping it. The weight of my sins pressed down on me, a burden that I could no longer bear. I closed my eyes, and in that darkness I could see their faces. Mercedes, the captain, the starving souls that I had left to suffer. And slowly I opened my eyes, my gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. I knew what they wanted from me, what they demanded, and as I looked out over the endless ocean, I could feel the cold embrace of the sea calling me, finally beckoning me to face what I'd left behind. I took a shuddering breath, my hands gripping the splintered rail until my knuckles turned white. My gaze drifted over the empty horizon, yet my mind was a whirl of memories, each one a dark shard that had festered in the back of my mind, growing heavier with each passing year. I don't know if I ever really wanted to live, I began, my voice barely more than a whisper. I could feel their eyes on me, cold and unflinching. But I kept talking, the words spilling out as though they'd been trapped inside me all along. I've carried this, all of it, deep in the shadows of my heart. Tried to bury it under excuses, under work, under whatever drink that I could find. But no matter how far I ran, how many years I tried to hide, it was always there. Like a weight pressing down. Like drowning on dry land. My gaze dropped, my voice shaking as I spoke. I took this job hoping to outrun it all. To let the sea wash away the past. The guilt. The faces. I thought maybe, just maybe, that I could leave behind everything that I had done. And maybe, by some miracle, be someone else. But no matter how many miles I crossed, no matter how many waves I left behind, it just kept growing. Like a poison seeping into every part of me. I swallowed hard, fighting back a lump in my throat, the shadows of my sins rising in vivid clarity before me. I know I should have done something for Mercedes. But when I saw her go under, when I heard her voice calling for me, I froze. All I could feel was fear. The kind that grips you so tight that you can barely breathe. Then I ran. I ran, thinking if I didn't look back, I wouldn't have to face what I'd done. The words were sharp, bitter as they left my mouth. And as the years went by, the fear turned into something darker, something hollow. I thought that I could numb it, push it down until it didn't matter, but it was always there, growing heavier, like a stone in my chest. I'd feel it every time that I closed my eyes. I'd see her face, her hand reaching for me as the water swallowed her up. I forced myself to look up at the men, at the ghostly shadows surrounding us, my voice cracking as I continued. And as for the captain, I envied him, hated him for his power, his command. So I whispered those doubts, planting seeds of distrust, hoping to knock him down a peg. I never thought that it would go this far, that it would lead to mutiny, to blood in the brig. I thought that I was just evening the scales. But all I did was poison everything around me. And I looked at Adam, his face somber as he listened. And you are right, Adam. I did steal. I took from the church's coffers, thinking that no one would notice, that it didn't matter. But it mattered. Those people needed help and kindness, and instead I took that from them too. I tell myself that it wasn't my fault that they suffered. They'd find their way. But I knew better. The confession settled over me like a storm, a weight that I'd carried for so long finally laid bare. I could feel the years of denial, of guilt and shame peeling away, exposing the raw, hollow truth beneath. There were times, I continued, my voice barely a whisper, when I thought about ending it, about slipping away, letting the sea swallow me up, putting an end to it all. I thought maybe that I could escape that way. But I couldn't do it. Not because I was brave, but because I was too much of a coward to face what was waiting for me in the dark. Silence hung in the air. The only sound, the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. The men stood around me, their faces hardened and unyielding, but in their eyes, I could see something deeper. A grim understanding. An acknowledgement of the weight that I carried. Lucian's voice cut through the silence, sharp and cold. So now you understand, don't you? You can't run from this. You can't hide from what you've done. Every sin, every betrayal, they all catch up to you. One way or another. Mason stepped forward, his gaze piercing. It's not enough to admit it. Not here and not now. Words will not save you from the dead. They're waiting for you. Out there. He gestured to the dark, endless sea. In the shadows that you've tried to avoid. You owe them a debt. And there's only one way to pay it. Adam's face softened, his voice almost gentle. You want to escape. To end it all. But this isn't an escape. This is a reckoning. You have to face them. The ones that you've left behind. The ones who died because of you. You must give them the one thing that you have left to offer. The meaning of his words settled over me like a chill. I could feel the air growing thick, heavy with something ancient and dark, pressing down with the weight of my own sins. It was as though the sea itself was calling me, whispering to me of an end that I had long avoided. Your soul, freely given, Lucian intoned, his voice a low, dark chant. That is the only way to balance the scales. To let those souls rest finally.
Give yourself to them. They might grant you the release that you've been so desperate to find. I felt my breath catch, my heart pounding in my chest as the darkness seemed to swell, as though the very ship was sinking beneath the weight of it all. My hand shook as I stared down into the black depths below the sea, stretching out, endless and all-encompassing, calling to me in a way that I could not ignore. This was it. The reckoning that I'd spent my life trying to escape. The debt that could only be paid in one way. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of their expectations. And the ghosts gathered around me, watching and waiting. And I knew in that moment that there was only one thing left for me to do. I brought the bottle of rum to my lips, the last few drops of its contents sloshed at the bottom, dark and bitter as the depths of the sea. The burn of it was sharp and searing as I took a swallow, letting it scorching its way down my throat. Each drop felt heavier than the last, thickening into something almost tangible. A punishment settling within, poisoning me from the inside out. I could feel it clawing at my throat, twisting and pulling as if seeking to drag the very breath from my lungs. And my throat tightened, closing around the poison as the air seeped out of my chest, pressing against my ribs like iron. Panic clawed at the edges of my vision, but I forced myself to drink, gulp after gulp, even as my hand shook and bile rose bitter in my mouth. Every drop was agony, like drinking down fire and guilt, each swallow dragging me deeper into the shadows of my past. The faces of the three men loomed closer, their expressions unchanged, watching and waiting as though they knew the torment brewing within me. Lucian's cold gaze seemed to pierce right through my skin, peeling back layers, leaving my sins exposed, raw, bleeding in the open air. Mason's eyes held no mercy, only the stern judgment of a soul wronged, his disappointment mingling with the pain that I'd buried for so long. And Adam watched with this weary understanding of someone who had seen the darkness before, who knew that redemption would not come easily. My breath grew shallow, faint whispers floating through my mind like echoes from a place that I'd forgotten. The whispers grew louder, turning into voices each more pained and anguished than the last. Mercedes' voice was there, a pleading cry woven with the rush of the tide pulling her under. The captain's harsh laugh filled with bitter amusement at my cowardice, and then the hollow sobs of the souls that I had condemned to the streets. Their pleas scraping like sandpaper against my ears, scraping away whatever was left of me. And the world blurred around me, fading into a haze of black, yet the voices only grew louder. They merged into a wretched symphony of agony, a twisted chorus echoing all the wrongs that I tried to drown in my own mind. I could see their faces, pallid and ghostly, stretching from the shadows, twisting into shapes that I could barely recognize, faces that had once been people, now locked in their torment, my actions binding them to eternal suffering. And the bottle slipped from my hands, clattering to the deck. And I felt myself drifting. The tightness around my throat became a dull pressure as I began to sink into the blackness. The taste of the rum lingered bitter on my tongue. I heard their screams rising above the waves, writhing, furious and hungry. They clawed at me, dragging me down, their wails mingling with the emptiness, pulling me into the depths, until there was nothing left but the echo of their torment, the terrible weight of their rage. The shipwreck lay in silent repose, a ghostly specter nestled within the grasp of the seafloor for centuries, shrouded in a suffocating blanket of sand and silt. It was an eerie sight, skeletal remains of a bygone era rotting away in the dark, dank depths.
a husk now home to writhing tendrils of coral and of heavy stillness that seemed to absorb all light and sound. The modern diving crew, equipped with powerful lights and sleek equipment, sliced through the murky water, their beams illuminating the shadows as they drew near the forsaken wreck. Captain Alara Green led the descent, her focus unwavering as her heart raced beneath her wetsuit. Her breath echoed softly in her mask, steady yet taut with anticipation. The beams of her torch flickered over the wreckage, revealing the skeletal remains of what they believed to be the Mirror, a merchant vessel long claimed by the pirates' wrath in the early 1800s. And despite the countless artifacts that they had unearthed in their year of exploration, nothing could prepare her for the chilling sight before her. As they descended further, the hull emerged from the gloom, its once proud timber now decaying and worn down to splintered shadows. Faint traces of its former glory clung desperately to the iron frames. And while the ship's name, the Mirror, was barely discernible, carved into the slate of the wood near the stern, now half consumed by a cruel feast of barnacles and algae. The ship excluded an unsettling presence as though it were alive, holding its breath in anticipation of their arrival. And inside the main quarters, the divers moved to the graveyard of debris, where they unearthed the lockbox buried beneath layers of rot. It creaked ominously as they pried it open, revealing a broken bottleneck glistening like a sinister relic, a frayed rope twisted into a noose, and a leather-bound journal, its pages waterlogged and fragile, yet somehow preserved by the unyielding embrace of the chest. They lifted the journal with reverence, cradling it as if it were a piece of the souls who once inhabited this cursed vessel. Back aboard the research vessel, Captain Green and her team gathered around the journal, still encased in their wetsuits, adrenaline pulsing through them as they prepared to unravel its secrets. The leather cover cracked and flaked, releasing the scent of brine and decay. And as they opened it, tightly penned entries spilled forth, some blurred by the moisture but mostly still legible. The ink faded yet stubbornly dark against the yellowing pages. The early entries were in a neat, steady hand, detailing the Mirror's ill-fated journey, storms that raged like the fury of the sea itself, sickness creeping through the crew like a spectral visitor, dwindling supplies turning desperately into a palpable terror. But then the handwriting shifted abruptly, the lines growing jagged and frantic, recounting the horrors of the pirate attack, the massacre of the crew, a bloodbath of brutality, and the grim abandonment of 4 survivors left to fester in their own despair. The writing transformed into a tortured stream of consciousness, oscillating between guilt and nightmarish hallucinations. The author's grip on reality frayed with every page, detailing the harrowing exchanges with his fellow survivors, each man laying bare his sins, both real and imagined, like offerings to a vengeful god. The final entries devolved into feverish scrawls, a cacophony of accusations and guilt that demanded a soul as penance. And one of the last entries described the writer's desperate gulping of what remained of a single bottle of rum, feeling the tightening of despair around his throat as his visions dimmed to a choking darkness. He recounted screams echoing through the void, faces of the damned swirling before him, their cold, grasping hands dragging him into a relentless abyss. The final smeared words screamed through the ink. There is no escape. The dead do not forgive. As the researchers continued to shift through the entries, a creeping dread settled over them. The last words faded abruptly, as if the author had dissolved into the ether, leaving behind no trace but this haunting confession. They exchanged uneasy glances, the chill of realization sinking deep into their bones. No human remains had been found in that wreck. The 4 survivors' fates were left to linger like ghosts, their voices echoing through the ink, forever trapped in the grip of madness. There was not a single bone in that wreck, one of the junior divers finally whispered, his voice barely a breath above the crashing waves. "What the hell is this, Cap?" Captain Green closed the journal carefully, her fingers trembling as they lingered over its cracked cover, a chill slithering down her spine. She cast a furtive glance at the churning waters, instinctual dread pooling in her gut, mingling with an inexplicable compulsion that clawed at her thoughts. And without uttering a word to her crew, she retreated to her quarters, the weight of the day's discovery pressing heavy on her. And as she sat down to log their findings, two conflicting desires surged within her. The urgent need to break the seal of the ship's ceremonial end-of-mission bottle of whiskey, and an unsettling tightening around her throat.
God damn it, Jerry. I told you before. It's never gonna happen. You've already had your chance.
These were the final words of the last time that I spoke to my ex-wife. I'm 6'3" tall and 240 pounds. I had grown into an average dad bod and not very athletically shaped, but by no means fat. Yet, she still left me with the excuse that I was too fat for her. I begged and I pleaded with her, claiming that I could lose some weight and work out and I would be back to her liking. She was willing to hear none of it. Her mind was made up, and she was leaving. Yes, like many of my friends had suggested, I thought that there might be something else behind the scenes. She could be leaving me for someone else that she had seen. But I didn't want to picture or think about that possibility. I felt that if I didn't imagine it, it would prevent it from being true. I wanted her back, no matter how much I worked for it. My thought was to first lose weight and get into shape, and then maybe I could call her and show her how much I had changed. And in my delusional mind, this sounded like the perfect plan. I mean, what's a few weeks at the gym and eating healthier? I should have been doing this earlier just for myself. And so that's what I was going to do. I began going to the grocery store. I planned all my meals for the next week, paying close attention to the number of calories and sugar and fat contents in each item. I figured that if the average person requires 2,000 calories per day just at baseline, I would be working out and exercising plus reducing my calorie intake to 1,500 per day. I'm no doctor or dietitian or anything like that. Honestly, I'm just some dude who works in the IT department for a call center. But that method made sense. Burn more calories than you take in means you lose weight instead of gaining it, right? Going to the gym every day on top of that would help me tone and at least look more muscular along with all this weight that I'd be losing. And I felt fantastic on my way home from the store, dreaming about how good I was going to look and how quickly I'd be able to do it if I was determined enough. I thought over and over to myself that this was going to work and I would soon be getting my ex-wife Stephanie back. Starting the next day was the first day of my mission. I was going to get up extra early and pack my meals for the day. Go to the gym for an hour, then to work, then back to the gym for another hour or so. That was going to be my routine every day until I made it to where I wanted to be. And then she would take me back. After the first week, I felt terrific. And after my first workout, I stepped on the scale and I learned that I already lost 5 pounds. My plan was working and I had gone from wanting to lose 50 to 45 pounds in 1 week. My body felt better, and I don't know if it was just the delusion of how good I felt, but I thought that I already looked more fit and muscular. Again, that weekend, I went to the store and planned out my meals for the next week. I thought Stephanie was bound to be impressed and take me back when I completed my transformation. And that Sunday night, I was too excited about my progress to stay up, and so I went to bed early to wake up and go to the gym the next day. The second week felt rough as my muscles and body became sore from all the new strain. And when I stepped on the scale that Friday at the gym, I noticed that I had somehow gained back the 5 pounds from the week before. Both confusion and rage filled me as I walked into the locker room to change and leave. How could I have gained it back already? Yet, I continued to stick to my diet and worked out just as much and just as hard as before. There was no excuse I could think of for not keeping on the same loss pattern as before. As I've been told many times before in my life, muscle weighs more than fat.
The only problem with that is looking in the mirror. I don't feel like I've gained a bunch of muscle, and my stomach still hasn't changed from the flabby gut that I started with. Still, I stuck to my diet and workout routine. The third week, I noticed a strange man that I would often see sitting on a bench in the back of the locker room. He sat in basketball shorts and a hoodie with an oversized hood that draped over his face, concealing it in shadow. Every part of exposed skin seemed to bulge with lean muscle. Nothing about the man himself was strange, but what I did find odd was that I never saw him out on the floor lifting any weights or really anything but sitting there. I never saw him leave or enter the locker room, but he sat there 3 or 4 days a week. I ignored his presence for the most part. Yet after rechecking my weight that Friday and seeing that I had gained another 4 pounds again without losing any of my gut, I couldn't seem to get the image of him sitting there on the bench at the back of the locker room out of my mind. And I thought how eerie it was that I never saw the man move. I'm not sure I even noticed him breathing, although I knew that he was. The shadows of his hood hid his dark, stoic face. I didn't know if he sat watching all the gym patrons as they came and went, or if he was there for another purpose for his presence in the locker room. And after so long of thinking about it, I concluded that he must be some sort of security guard, some kind of officer to prevent people from stealing things from the lockers and gym bags. Although the guy put off a very creepy vibe, it sort of made sense to have someone in there. It was like having a living security camera when you couldn't legally put a camera in there. My new conclusion of the strange man's purpose still didn't entirely sit right with me, but it was enough for me to carry out with my workout without overthinking it. Though not entirely, I grew accustomed to seeing the man there when I went to the gym. It almost became a ritual for me to check if he was there or not every day when I entered the locker room. I learned that he was there 5 days a week, but the day that he was gone was never the same and never back to back. One week he'd be gone Monday and Thursday, while he might be gone Wednesday and Friday the next. And by the end of the second month of paying close attention to my diet and going to the gym every day, I had only seen very little progress. I had only lost about 6 pounds and gained minimal muscle definition. At this rate, it would be forever before I could get the chiseled physique that I would need to get my wife back. I had to keep trying, though. I didn't want to get back to the dating scene again, and she was perfect for me as far as I was concerned. I didn't know what I had done to win her over in the first place, but if she said that my being out of shape was the problem, well, that was something that I could fix. I just had to keep working on it. However, in the back of my mind, I knew that if it took too long, my moment might pass, and I would never be able to get her back. And I began looking online, searching and watching through every little lose your belly fat with this one weird trick that I could find, trying to find something that would work for me. I researched all the latest diets and exercise tips and tricks, tried different weight loss supplements, and did nearly everything that I could think of. In my head, time was running out, and I needed to hurry this along. When she left me, she told me that she didn't want me to talk to her, but I knew that I could change her mind if I did this. Every day, the massive man sat watching me show up, change, and push myself to the point of collapse before returning, exhausted, to the locker room. He would watch as I finished every day by stepping onto the scale and returning to the bench, utterly defeated. And then it happened. He spoke but a single question, as well as moved. I had grown so accustomed to him sitting motionless that I had all but forgotten that he was even there. So it startled me to see him move and hear him speak. His voice was deep, guttural, and booming.
What would you sacrifice to become?
I didn't understand the question, as was clearly shown on my face. My confusion only increased as I watched the behemoth of a man rise from his typical seated position. His footsteps thundered on the ground as he walked to leave the locker room. He was clearly off to whatever else it was that he did, and in my panic for answers, I began to bombard him with queries about his oddly chosen question. Become what? Stronger? Thinner? I would give anything. Please, how can I look like that? And no response came from him as he moved. Instead, he simply turned the corner and disappeared. And I rushed out of the locker room after him, hoping to get any answers to my questions. But as I entered the main gym area in a panic, I was met with nothing but confused looks. I called out into the gym, asking where the man went. I asked frantic 3 times before one of the trainers pulled me aside and began to speak to me. Sir, you need to calm down and to explain. You seem to have lost someone. Can you describe them for me? What the fuck do you mean describe him? He's this 7-foot-tall black guy built like a brick shithouse? I mean, seriously, the guy looked like he chugged gallons of steroids and snorted protein powder. There's no way in hell you could have missed him. He was huge. So now, where did he go? Did this man take something from you? Did they assault you in some form or another? What? No, goddammit! He just said something to me as he walked out, and I need to know what he meant. Please, this is important. Now, again, where did he go? By that point, another muscle-ridden personal trainer from the gym had shown up and led the 3 of us into the back office. Sir, my name is Garrett. I guess that you can consider me as the manager on duty. We can check the cameras and see if we can find where they went. And Garrett led the way, followed by me and the other trainer that never stated his name, and I didn't care enough to ask. The office was small and quaint. It was sparsely furnished with little more than a small desk and a couple of plastic and wire chairs. A large monitor sat on the desk connected to a slightly outdated computer. The walls were furnished much like I would expect a gym addict's dorm room to look. Posters of protein shake powders and pre-workout supplements, some guy in a Speedo flexing an alarming number of muscles as the most recent Mr. Universe or some other weightlifting idol. Typically, I'm a man of moderate to impressive amounts of patience. However, something about being within those walls caused all of the patience to expel from my body faster than a colony of mice in a building fire. And finally, after some quick typing, a few loud sighs, and some mouse clicks, Garrett turned to me to speak. Hey, are you sure this man left the locker room? Yeah, I'm sure. Why do you ask? And how does nobody know what I'm talking about? This behemoth of a guy is in the locker room damn near every day. I thought he was some sort of security guard for you guys, and now you're telling me that he isn't? Sir, I feel like this is only going to confuse you more, but you were the only person in or out of that locker room for the past 30-ish minutes now. What? Yeah, I'm not joking. Look for yourself, he said as he turned the large computer monitor to face me. Hey, Chet, can you go to check the locker room to see if anyone is in there that might fit this guy's description? The other trainer, apparently called Chet, simply nodded and left the room. I watched as Garrett clicked back on the camera's timeline to the point that I first entered the locker room after my workout. And as the seconds ticked by into minutes, I watched as no other souls even came near the entrance, let alone went in or came out. And finally, after a few moments of watching the tape, I saw my own face emerge from the doorway, plastered with a look of frantic confusion. I felt as though my brain was short-circuiting. I knew that I had seen him leave. I heard the question that he boomed at me as he passed. I could feel the vibrations on the floor as his footsteps moved him through the room, and yet the video did not show even the slightest hint of him leaving ahead of me. And suddenly, embarrassed at the situation, I shook my head, trying to clear it. Thoughts began to cross my mind that I may have dreamed the entire situation up. And I looked at Garrett, still slightly confused as I rose from my seat. I'm sorry. I haven't been sleeping well. I must have fallen asleep in the locker room or something. Again, I am so sorry for the hassle. I must be having some really vivid dreams or something. Garrett stood for a second, looking me over with a very skeptical look that he couldn't seem to hide. And after a few short seconds, he matched my pose and stood firm his chair before responding. Well, in that case, sir, I suggest that you head home and get some much-needed sleep. Remember, rest is essential for muscle recovery. He flashed me a very smug grin, and it was all I could do to prevent myself from rolling my eyes at him before leaving the room. As I walked back to the locker room to gather my things, I again ran into Chet, who decided to stop me. Hey, sir, I couldn't find any trace of the guy that you were talking about. You sure everything's okay, bro? Yeah, I'm cool. I spoke with Garrett a little more, and I think that I may have just dreamed it up due to some sleep deprivation. Oh, okay. Well, rest is important for muscle recovery. Yeah, I know. Garrett said the same thing to me. I'm going to head home and let myself recover, as you call it. Chet seemed slightly offended that I finished his sentence for him and left for the office without another word. As I reached for my bag and lifted it to go, I noticed that something felt off about it. It felt heavier than I remembered it being when I brought it in. Not just by a few ounces either. If that had been the case, I doubt that I would have noticed. It was heavier by 5 or more pounds. Acting a little more enthusiastically than was necessary for the situation, I dropped the bag, ripped the zipper open, and threw the flap back. Sitting under an extra pair of gym shorts was a small container that looked to have some sort of pills inside, along with 2 tubes of very strange-looking cream. The label on the items was a paradox. They somehow looked both amateur and professional at the same time. It was as if a bootleg copy was actually the real thing. The tubes of cream had a picture of a very gaunt but happy-looking person with a cartoon-looking speech bubble. Inside the bubble were the words, "The weight just falls off." I couldn't help but admit that something about the advertising seemed very compelling to me. I mean, after trying nearly everything else that I had found, maybe this one would be what I needed to drop the pounds and get my ex-wife back. I decided to take the cream and the pills back to my place to inspect them further. And as I turned to leave, I caught a quick glance of myself in the mirror, and my ex-wife's voice instantly bellowed through my mind.
How do you expect me to love you when you've gotten as fat and lazy as you've gotten?
Some people might think that this was being mean or rude, but it's okay, because she was right. How could she love me when I had put on an extra 10 or 20 pounds? That's not the person that she had married. I had become a fat slob, and it was okay for her to feel like that and say that stuff, right? Either way, it didn't matter because I was going to lose the weight and get her back. I just hoped that this new stuff would do the trick. The strangeness of how it appeared in my bag was easily overshadowed by the possibility of it helping me achieve what I wanted. When I got home, I dumped my gym bag onto the counter like a drunk girl trying to find her car keys. I grabbed the container of pills and began reading the label. It seemed to be the same branding as the tubes of cream, and in my excitement, I nearly skimmed over a lot of the information written until I got to the directions for use. The bottle told me that for best results, take 1 pill morning and night for a month. I thought that would be easy enough, and it even said that I didn't need any excessive workout regime to go with it. The instructions for the cream were even more straightforward. They said, apply cream to problem areas once a day, and the fat-burning ingredients would make it all fall away. I figured that if I used those 2 items, plus if I kept out with my workouts, I would lose the weight and be back with my ex in no time at all. It seemed like a relatively foolproof plan to me, even if I had no proof that it was him. I knew that that strange giant of a man from the locker room was the one who left this stuff in my bag. I thought to myself that whether or not he responded, I needed to thank him next time I saw him. Those first few days, I decided to only take the pills, and I would add the cream after the first week. The pills made my jaw ache and made me feel like I turned into a furnace. The amount of heat that began to radiate from my body alarmed me at first. However, I soon began to think, this must be why they call it fat burning. The sudden rise in body heat caused me to feel the need to check my temperature. Although it was definitely elevated, it never seemed to reach what one could consider fever levels. And after the first week, I began to add the cream to my weight loss regime. It was very similar to the pills in the sense that it caused wherever I applied it to have an intense burning sensation. They worked though, and I couldn't have been more excited about it. In the first 2 weeks, I had lost 8 pounds, which was better than I had accomplished in the months at the gym before. I was hooked. It worked so well that I even stopped going to the gym. I didn't need to anymore. As long as I followed the directions, the weight just kept going away. By the time that I had lost 12 pounds, all I could think about was losing more. The only thing on my mind was waiting till I could take the next pill. I quickly lost any desire to eat or even sleep. Pacing back and forth from the counter in the kitchen to the scale in the bathroom, I suddenly remembered my original purpose. Her words again rang in my mind, some comment about being the fat, ugly fuck that I was, nobody would ever love me. Her exact words didn't matter, because as I stood on the scale for the 10th time that day, I noticed that I had lost another pound since morning. I was gonna do it. I was gonna win her back for sure. I yelled out in excitement at the progress that I was seeing. I know that I already used the cream today, but what could it hurt if I doubled it up? It should cause it to work faster, shouldn't it? I muttered to myself as I walked to the counter. Putting on a second coat of the cream caused my flesh to burn much more than usual, but it also somehow began giving me a numbing sensation. The nerves in my stomach and chest dulled to the point that I could barely feel my finger as I poked my belly. Well, that's an interesting side effect, I thought to myself as I finished rubbing the layer over my body. The numb feeling began to overtake my entire body, and as much as I thought that it was better than the burning pain, it proved to cause normal functions to become difficult. My balance seemed to be thrown off because of the fact that I couldn't feel when my feet touched the ground. And after the first day, I began to understand how to function, basically without any sense of touch. It took a lot of guessing and a lot of trial and error, but by the end of the day, I seemed to be able to move around as if nothing had happened. I even convinced myself to check the scale and mirrors. I looked skinnier and felt lighter. The scale said that I had lost another 4 pounds, but I thought that if I began to use the cream twice a day instead of one, I would begin to lose weight much faster and finally get my ex back. She would be so pleased with my progress. I just knew it. And the next day, after putting on my second layer of cream and taking the pills as always, I decided that with losing the weight, I should start going back to the gym to build some muscle in place of my missing fat. Driving my car to the gym with my body completely numb proved to be much more dangerous than I had anticipated, but I managed to make it in one piece. I walked in filled with more confidence than I ever had, until I began to hear the whispers.
Hey, look at that guy. Ew, why does he look like that? Is it safe for him to be here? That looks really bad. Is his skin boiling? That's disgusting. Yeah, why is he all yellow and purple like that?
I did my best to ignore everything that I heard and just get on with my workout. As I was doing my curls with some free weights, I was able to see what they had been talking about. The mirror before me displayed a terrifying sight. The skin on my biceps and around my ribs had turned a yellowish purple, and blisters began to form over the bruises. The voice in my head began to scream about how disgusting I looked. My focus quickly shifted from my own reflection to the reflection of everyone else in the gym. They looked like they were hidden behind various pieces of equipment, snickering at me. I could feel their eyes on me, and the sudden flood of embarrassment filled my body with fear. What if I stayed like this? What if I was getting sick from the cream? Do I need to go to the hospital? I nearly crushed my feet as I dropped the weights in my hand and tried sprinting to the door. After the first few strides, my numbed condition failed me and I fell, hitting the ground hard. I could feel a few of the blisters on my chest and arms burst as I made contact with the matted floor. I quickly stood up and rushed again for the door, again falling only after a few strides, my heart pounding in my chest as I screamed out in pain, and more blisters broke and drug raw flesh against the ground. Pus poured from the blisters, and in a sad attempt to reduce the scene that I was creating, I stood again and attempted a more calculated walk to my car. And by the time that I made it there, I had convinced myself that all the hospital would do was waste time on something that I could do myself at home. So instead, I stopped on the way home and I purchased antibiotic cream, bandages, and a large roll of gauze. And when I reached my house and made it inside, I removed my shirt, only to realize that it was much worse than I had thought, or possibly had progressed since I had left the gym. My entire torso, everywhere I had used the cream, had turned into a black, yellow, and purple bruise. Various blisters covered my chest and burst, leaving a disgusting yellow trail of pus flowing down my body.
The smell of necrotic flesh filled my nostrils as the yellow ooze flowed from the burst blister. I quickly wrapped my wounds in bandages and gauze, and I repeated the same phrase over and over to myself.
It's working so well. I can deal with this. It'll go away after I'm done. I gotta keep going.
And as soon as I was done wrapping up my new development, I couldn't stop myself from getting on the scale. I had nearly lost 50 pounds and, bandaged chest aside, I felt like I looked great. I at least felt like I looked better than I did, but I was also beginning to see myself the way that Stephanie saw me. I wasn't perfect yet, and I could lose more weight and gain more muscle. I was too excited by how far I had come and sent a message to my ex asking to meet up and see what she thought of my progress. I was already convinced that I had made strides in my progress and honestly thought that I had already achieved the look that she was looking for. And somehow, I'll admit that I was slightly surprised myself that she agreed. That Friday, she agreed to have dinner with me. That was only a few days away, and I could still lose more weight by then. Everything was going just the way that I imagined it would. I knew the boils and bruises were there, but I could always hide them with bandages and a shirt. I couldn't even begin to describe the excitement that filled my body as the thought of getting my wife back had on me. I did my best not to bother her until Friday, which wasn't very hard because I focused on my new routine. The cream still burned my skin as I put it on, but it seemed to be working. The blisters and discoloration seemed to be getting worse, but I could worry about that after I had dinner with Stephanie. And after all, I could just hide it until later when I finally stopped needing the pills and cream. The pills seemed to increase the effects exponentially. I did notice that my skin had turned wet and slimy around the blistered areas. I just thought that as long as it did not spread to an area that I couldn't cover up with pants and a shirt, I would be fine. I was only slightly scared at realizing that with all the exercise and very limited diet, my health had begun to decline. However, I simply kept thinking of a couple of old sayings like, beauty is pain and the risk is worth the reward. I got to her old favorite restaurant early. That way I could be there with a table waiting for her. The place wasn't a 5-star place, but it was pretty fancy, and the food was terrific. The table I got wasn't at the front window, but it was close enough for me to see her walk up to the building. My heart raced with anticipation. I was so excited at how well this was going to go. And she walked in, and I could see as the hostess led her over to my table. And as she looked up, she stopped about 10 feet short of the table with a jaw-dropping smile before beginning to speak, or rather exclaim, "Oh my God, look at you. You look so much better." And the dinner went great. I was as giddy as a schoolgirl because it was going just as I had imagined. And as we stood up just before leaving, my heart screamed with desire for things to go back to how they were before. The reality of what was going on with my body snapped back in front of my head as she went in for a hug. And as her body pressed against mine, I could feel a few more blisters on my chest burst beneath the bandages. Walking out of the restaurant, she nearly caused my jaw to fall to the floor as she whispered something in my ear. "Why don't we go back to my place for a while?" I nearly had a miniature panic attack as my heart began to race. This was going so much better than I could have dreamed of. If she wanted to do what I thought she wanted to do, I didn't know what to do about the wounds and the bruises all over my body. I was terrified that she would see, but following that thought by telling myself that I could just keep my shirt on and everything would be fine. I could still hide it until I could deal with it another time. It would work out great until later, and then I could focus on that problem. "Oh, well, I suppose with how good it has been seeing you, what better way to end the night?" I finally responded. On one hand, it felt as though we were moving extremely fast, but I also realized that it hadn't been very long since we were married. That realization made me feel even more that things were just going to get back to how they were, rather than starting over, so to speak. And as we lay in the bed, things quickly became serious. I tried my hardest to get into the mood for what was to come, but every time that she rubbed against my body, I could feel another blister burst under the bandages. I prayed to gods that I didn't even believe in, that the smell wouldn't permeate the bandages and give everything away. And finally, as she removed her clothes in front of me, and once again I saw that amazing body I so missed, she said the words that I had been dreading most. "Your turn. Take those clothes off." I removed my pants, but kept my shirt on and went in to progress the night. But she stopped me. The shirt too. I want to see all those new muscles you have. I can't. This is, there's something with my chest. I'd rather keep my shirt on. "Take off the shirt, or this isn't happening," she demanded. I removed my shirt reluctantly as fear flooded my body. I only exposed the bandages, but it was enough to cause my fear to spike as she spoke. "Why are you all wrapped up? Take it off. I want to see." "No, trust me, you don't right now. This will go a lot better if you don't see." "Remove it. Now," she said in a rather unnecessarily stern voice. Sheepishly, I removed the bandages, revealing the boils and blisters that covered my chest and stomach. Her instant repulsion floored me and caused my heart to slam into my chest as it fell. She retched and nearly puked off the side of the bed, screaming the same two words over and over. "Get out!" I grabbed my clothes and, for some reason, the bandages, and ran out of the house as I pulled it all back on. Part of me felt entirely ashamed, yet my brain began screaming at me that I could fix this. I could make my body perfect. I just had to get back to the gym and keep using the products. That's all I needed to do to make this work. But unfortunately, I couldn't help myself from giving in to that second thought. The next day, I was back at the gym, pushing myself to the limits as I drove myself to form my perfect body. The creams and the pills helped as I struggled through the burn and the blisters. However, I noticed that no matter how much of the supplements I used, they always remained just as full as if I never had opened them. And the blisters and bruises began spreading over my entire body. I could see it traveling down my arms and legs as I used it more and more. I had grown accustomed to ignoring the remarks and the snickers at the other gym inhabitants. I would burst a new blister, releasing that foul-smelling pus with every rep. And I could tell as everyone seemed to keep their distance from me. I assumed that it was from the look of the wounds or the smell. But I knew that I could keep my body perfect if I just kept going. I would make it suitable for her, one way or another. The following week, I finally learned just how bad it had gotten. I walked into the gym with a welcoming party of disgusted looks and people going out of their way to avoid me. I dropped my bag off in the locker room, took the pills, and rubbed the cream over my blistered, covered body, popping a few of them. And as I walked out onto the gym floor, my clumsiness caused me to run shoulder first into one of the machines. The next few moments became a blur as I heard a wet splash, followed by screaming. I ricocheted off the machine and bumped into another. The second impact was quickly followed by another sloppy splat of a sound and more screaming. And by the time I looked down, I had realized that chunks of skin and flesh had fallen from my body with each impact. The splashing sounds had been the meat landing on the floor. And I felt my heart skip a beat as one of the trainers approached me. Instead of responding to his patronizing claims saying I needed a hospital immediately and that he was a breath away from removing me from the gym, I panicked and ran from him to the locker room, pulling the pills and cream from my body. I threw them as hard as I could to the locker room corner, causing them to bounce off of a massive man I noticed once again sitting in his usual place. And I had so many questions for him. But all I could get out was,
Why? Why me?
He stood as he spoke his final words,
traversing the locker room and walking out the door.
Your greed was your demise. Did you get what you wanted? Or as Icarus, did you fly too close to the sun? Your tragedy is your own doing.
And I sat in tears in the locker room corner, terrified and scribbling furiously in my journal as his words dug deep into my mind. And seconds after his footsteps left the locker room, hurried men ran into the room, pushing a gurney. My heart racing, my nerves tensed as I let out a brief, horrified scream as I looked down, realizing that I had begun bleeding profusely after my skin removed itself while watching him watch over me.
Sir, are you all right?
Said one of the paramedics.
I can fix this. I can make it perfect.
I am not saddened by the recent passing of my grandfather. Rather, I'm compelled to share the way that I knew him best. I would not be here today if not for him. The entity came for me when I was 8 years old, and there was no way that I could have survived if anyone else had been driving. My grandfather and I were on a fishing trip that day. My dad had intended on joining us, but something had come up, and so it was just the two of us for the first time. I was a little awkward around my grandfather because I'd never actually been alone with him. I'd always watched others interact with him, but had little to say myself because I was only 8. And I was also in awe of how he was to be my dad the way that my dad was to me. Namely, a voice of authority. When my grandfather told me about the different types of fish and what baits to use, I listened like it was the most important thing in the world. It turned out to be a good thing that I took his words so seriously. That acceptance would later save my life. It began very innocuously, as we walked through a small gorge to get back to the car from the prime fishing spot. I could hear my grandfather's voice echo from the high rock walls, and while he packed things into the car, I had several minutes to wonder why, and I used them to run back to the area and shout. And strangely, my yell echoed only feebly once, and then not at all. Scream as I might, I heard no reflection of the noise. And I was too young at the time to really understand how impossible that was. I just assumed that I was yelling wrong somehow, or that my grandfather had a special grown-up timbre that allowed his voice to echo while mine just dropped off. And still, it bothered me, and I eventually brought it up on the drive back. Everything about that moment became seared into my memory. It was 3:22 in the afternoon by the clock in the car's dashboard. The sky was mostly clear with traces of white, and my grandfather's eyes were wide orbs of alarms turned upon me while his white knuckles tightened around the wheel.
What did you say, boy?
I asked how I can echo like you.
I told him, suddenly afraid that I'd done something wrong.
I yelled and I couldn't echo.
His face was normally crisscrossed with little lines that ran their way along relaxed, droopy skin. But at that moment, his forehead and cheeks tightened to smoothness, and he scanned left and right rapidly. He didn't seem to find what he was looking for through the windows, but he did not seem reassured.
Here.
He leaned over and opened the glove box in front of me to pull out a bag of jelly beans. I smiled for a moment, but he wasn't giving them to me as a gift the way that he intended.
Eat them all.
I held the bag in my hands. It seemed a massive feast. If I'd been left to my own devices, I might have eaten them all eventually, but not all at once.
Why?
Eat them all, boy,
he said gruffly, his tone brooking no argument. And I began stuffing the jelly beans in my mouth. He looked down at me and then down around the back seat, then had his travel thermos and the cup holder between us. He thrust it into my hands to join the spilling bag of jelly beans.
Drink this. All of it. Your mother will understand. Drink it. I know it tastes bad, but down it all.
His gaze refocused on something beyond me, and I turned my head to my window to see the forested hills rolling by at various apparent speeds based on their distance. The furthest hills at the horizon hardly seemed to be moving at all, but I thought I saw a tiny little speck atop one, and my grandfather gripped my shoulder with one hand.
Drink, boy, drink, and eat those jelly beans. You need the sugar and the caffeine. It's going to try to make you fall asleep. Don't let it.
To say that I was scared then would be an understatement. No part of me thought that this was a prank of some sort. He was too reserved and austere a man for that. The coffee tasted horrible, but I gulped it down until none was left. And after that, I began swallowing jelly beans whole until they were all gone. And I looked to my right. The speck in the distance was still out there, but now one range of hills closer. It was still tiny, but now held movement akin to something waving back and forth. And I looked to my grandfather in askance. He in turn looked away from the thing in the distance to focus on my face. He breathed in through his nose and turned forward, determined in a way that I'd never seen him. His legs moved and the car began to accelerate. We'd already been going the speed limit on the empty highway. And the sugar, the caffeine, and fear began to have an effect on me. I remember my cheeks and forehead warming and my hands growing clammy, and I asked, "What's going on? I'm scared."
"Be scared,"
he breathed, his eyes on the road as he continued to hit the gas. I could see the needle passing 80.
"That'll keep you awake. This thing, this godforsaken thing, it came for your grandmother, and it started the same way. Just before a long drive, we noticed her voice stop echoing."
His face contorted into a furious mask.
"But cars are a lot better now than they were back then. I won't let it get you."
My back began forcefully pressing into my seat as he put the gas to the floor. I watched the needle pass 90, and then I looked out the window again. It was even closer now visible as the silhouette of a man running up hills, between trees and over boulders parallel to us. "It's still out there," my grandfather grunted angrily and audibly slamming his foot down. I held onto my armrest and the door handle in terror as our car topped 100 miles an hour and began to shake. It felt like we were in a barely controlled projectile far beyond any limit of safety, and I was terrified that the highway would suddenly stop being empty and we would smash into a car or a truck ahead. But even through that overwhelming fear and adrenaline, a chill tiredness began to seep up my spine, and my eyes began to feel heavy, and I blearily looked to my right. And then the shock woke me back up. It was on the gravel shoulder of the highway now, completely visible as a black humanoid silhouette running at incredible speeds along our car. In that moving pitch darkness, I could see little pinpoints that made it feel as if it were gazing into the night itself. The afternoon sun burned into the sky above, and behind it with no effect. Staring at its blurred feet began to pelt across the painted lines at the edge of the road. I felt sleepy again. It was running parallel to us, but drawing even closer.
"Wake up!"
my grandfather screamed, risking one hand off the wheel at 110 miles an hour to shake my shoulder.
"It's trying to drain the life out of you! Wake up!"
He jerked the car one lane to the left and still pressed into my seat by the acceleration. I stared down at the hypnotic dashes in the middle of the road. Bit by bit, black feet began landing between each dash, keeping pace with us. And I remember the car shaking violently around me the way that I imagined a space shuttle lifting off might around its astronauts. I now know why we were crossing 120 and nearing the most that the car could offer. But at that time, I was caught in watching the hypnotic dashes and stars in those void legs, moving rapidly back and forth as it ran right up alongside the car and reached down with one hand in to open the door. Wind blasted around me as the gale force of 125-mile-an-hour winds tore at my clothing and hair. Waking up halfway, I screamed, and my grandfather jerked the car to the left again as much as he could without going off the road. It didn't matter. The running silhouette held the door open again against the wind with its star-filled arm and began preparing to leap into the car with us. The other arm gripped my neck, and the cold that it brought could not be described with mere words. The closest I can come to is to say that the vast speeds and the forces of an antithesis cosmos hated me. And somewhere, ice and anti-life were the rule, moving through emptiness at absurd velocities. And this thing was some small part of that undead will, but it was not fully here. It could only interact with us in certain windows. That's what I believe now. My grandfather gave the only shout of fear that I would hear from him as the car seemed to be shaking apart around us. And I looked left at the speedometer and found the needle to be unreadably far out into the red, and felt the heavy blanket of sleep fall over me as the silhouette grasped repeatedly, but failed to reach me. The door slammed shut, cutting off the wind. And inch by inch, we began pulling away. It ran furiously alongside, but the entity was just a tiny bit too slow. And between one moment and the next, realizing it couldn't get us, it vanished. We escaped it. And I awoke in a hospital several days later. My grandfather told nobody the real story, of course, but the doctors had plenty of diversion. Somehow I'd been drained of a number of vital electrolytes, salts, and so on. And they chalked my coma up to some sort of severe dietary imbalance. But I knew the truth. And I made sure to tell the people that I care about the small piece of advice that my grandfather taught me. I don't care if it makes sense to you. Just listen. It's out there still in the open land of the Midwest. And it's probably always been there. It was just never a problem before we started bringing great speeds into our daily lives. People die every day by falling asleep at the wheel. And I know for certain that not all of those accidents are innocent. If your voice stops echoing, cancel your trip. It's waiting for you. A single day added onto my sentence meant the difference between a normal jail and the unending nightmare of Pembinina prison. I was supposed to get out in 364 days. That was the deal. But the judge didn't like my attitude, whatever the hell that meant. So he made it 365. Boom. 1 year was the minimum for prison. My lawyer made a stink and a half, but it didn't do any good. It's not his fault. In fact, he's the one who's going to release the statement to the press, or leak it online if the Guardian Corrections Group or the GCG tries to get an injunction on us. People have to know what happened at Pembinina prison. Now, I'm going to put it right out there and tell you that it was haunted. You think I'm joking. Maybe even I'm nuts or I'm lying, but you got no idea. Haunted prisons aren't anything like you imagine. Those places that advertise themselves and give people tours are sick jokes compared to the real thing. It got so bad that you can actually look up GCG's official filing for Chapter 11. That shit put them out of business on their very first prison. And right there on the briefs, using an early statute of North Dakota law from 1857 to file an insurance claim, it said, "Site of Pembinina prison confirmed by governor's office and 2 notary publics, witnessing in person to be afflicted by the supernatural such that continued business is impossible." It wasn't the first time that prison was closed for that reason.
but leeches kept buying it and reopening it and hoping to make a buck off the common man. And I was shoved into that hellhole without knowing the history even a single bit. Now don't get me wrong, the building itself wasn't so bad, especially for something straight out of 1853. It was a big stone cube that was squat, heavy and cramped, but way less sealed off than modern prisons. We could see a lot of the cells around us. There was only one main hallway per floor, and we were close enough to pass things between the bars and have some real human interaction. It could have been worse. There were 5 floors and capacity for 500 prisoners. And when I first got there, I had a bunch of cellmates, and I heard there were 2,000 guys locked up. And I believed it. But that soon changed. I didn't talk to anyone for the first 3 weeks. I'd never been to real prison before, and I was messed up over it. I didn't want to accept that I would be in this place and stuck with 3 other guys in my cell for an entire year. The whole prison seemed full of feral men. The bottom floor would start screaming and hollering and panicking in the middle of the night all at once. And we were on the top floor, but we could hear their screams echoing through the open old layout like they were right there with us. And I just thought the prisoners on the bottom floor were all nuts until the guards were there to wake us up the first day on my 4th week. And when I woke up in my corner without some asshole guard banging on the bars of our cell, I finally had to talk. And I asked one of my cellmates, Dante, what was going on. And I'll never forget the fear in his voice, as he said something that should have made us all incredibly happy. Guards are all gone, man. The prisoners were talking quietly between the cells and loudly between the floors through various whispers and shouts. The most that we could figure out was that something on the first floor had made them all quit in protest. Sure, must have been the crazies screaming like that during the night, right? Except none of us could get any word from the bottom floor. It was dead silent down there. The guys on the second called out for hours. Someone was down there, they said, because they could hear shuffling footsteps walking around at random every so often. But whoever it was never said a single word. That was the first time Dante mentioned the crazy stories from the first floor. He muttered that he hoped that none of it was true, but when I asked about it, he just shook his head. Nothing, man. None of it ever made sense. We were a little worried as the day wore on and nobody came in to let us out for breakfast. And then nobody came to let us out for lunch. The time that we usually got to spend outside in the yard came and went, and people began getting restless. In the cell to our left, Dante's friend Will began telling guys to pass the word that we should all calm down and start sharing any food that we had holed away. And I remember asking Dante, is it really that bad? They've denied meals in yard time for a day or 2 before, he told me. But the other 2 guys in our cell didn't look convinced. And one of them said, not like this. They made damn sure that we knew what we did. They never just up and left. Someone handed us pieces of crusty old bread through the bars. It was much appreciated. The new guards didn't show up for work for another full day. We got plenty of yard time that day from the new guys, but they seemed more confused than us. We all watched from a distance as Will asked a guard about what happened. And the guard shrugged. I don't know. GCJ was paying a premium for fast hires, so I signed up. What about the prisoners on the first floor? Will asked. We could still hear them shuffling around down there. We looked all the way out of the yard, but we couldn't see anyone. Huh? Guard frowned. Nobody in there. They all got transferred. Transferred? The hell that mean? Means DOCR took them back. Returned to state custody since the company couldn't handle them. And that made sense. If the floor had been full of nut jobs, then North Dakota's first local private prison company hardly had the experience to handle them. But these new guys didn't have the skills to handle us. There were half as many guards as before, and they didn't know the routines or who the dangerous ones were among us. And as a result, they were distant, scared, and forceful. All except one guy. Kellen. Kellen wasn't the first guard to treat us like human beings, but by then, he was the only one around. He traded jokes while in the yard, never hit us, and looked us in the eyes when he talked. He went around and found some paperwork to confirm that the crazies had actually been transferred. But it took 3 months to get that info out of GCG. And by the time that he told us that he'd heard back, we sort of forgot the whole thing. And 2 nights later, maybe 2 hours passed lights out. The guys on the second floor began screaming. Dante leapt up and fell on one of our cellmates by accident before shouting,
Shit! Shit! It must be a fire!
Other guys in our row began banging on the bars and shouting for the guards. But the uniforms charged past and headed downstairs without talking to us. We could hear them shouting orders down below, and then yelling in confusion. The prisoners' screams were clearer coming from the second, and it sounded like they were terrified of something in particular and wanted help. The sound of gates began slamming and people running reached us after about 10 minutes of shouting. And then it was silent. And we sat there in the dark waiting and listening until morning. When the new shift came in, they were surprised and confused, and Kellen came by to ask what had happened. We told him what we knew, but he'd shown up and found open gates and an empty second floor. There was no indication of what had happened, but he promised to check with corporate and to figure out if the absent prisoners had been rapidly transferred again. Dante gripped the bars and made sure Kellen was looking at him.
Please find out who the hell is walking around down there at night.
And Kellen blinked at that.
I mean, I'm day shift, so I don't know what I can do, but what do you mean?
The prisoners are gone,
Dante told him fiercely but quietly.
but the guys on the third floor said that they still hear someone, maybe 2 or 3 someones, shuffling their feet every hour or so till morning.
I guess I can go look at that right now.
Dante reached through the bars and grabbed his uniform, something which usually got us a beating.
Hear me. Do not go in there by yourself. Stay in the stairwell until someone is with you.
And Kellen nodded fearfully. He looked like he finally understood how spooked we were. And he waved another guard off and Dante let go. But nothing came of it for a whole season. The night shift had quiet, and more guards got hired on at even higher pay. Kellen in another uniform scoped out the first 2 floors, but found nothing. Dante thought it was because they were looking during the day, but he wasn't about to ask our only friend to risk himself. And it was maybe 3 months later. Yeah. I was halfway through my sentence and I had taken up drawing, so I had pen and paper. And that's when we woke up in the middle of the night to everyone on the 3rd floor screaming in absolute panic. And this time we were less scared during the event itself. Will offered a guard racing past $500 from his commissary account if the man could come back and tell him what was going on. And Dante listened intently, trying to hear individual screams from the 3rd floor over everyone else's shouting and confusion. And I wrote down any words he had thought that he heard. And what I had written down was,
Jesus Christ.
killing him. God, let us out. Coming this way. We weren't as scared when it was happening because we'd lived through it twice before, but this time, the long-term fear was much deeper. Now we knew for sure that it was going to happen again, and any prisoners that had the means began lawyering up and doing everything they could to transfer to other prisons, even if it meant worse conditions. The problem was the North Dakota prison system was already overflowing, which was the whole reason GCG got started in the first place. So every guy that got out meant that it was much harder for the rest of us. Both of our cellmates transferred, giving us more space, so that was nice. But it was a small consolation. Apparently, word had started to spread on the outside, and GCG's solution, instead of paying the guards even more, was to stop having a night shift at all except for just one poor guy. Kellen was a bit miffed that he had gotten a raise out of the whole thing, but he was starting to believe us that something was going on. And by then, he'd been around a while, and he knew that we weren't bullshitters. And too many other prisoners had told him that they heard something walking around the first, second, and third floors at random during the night. It was just a few steps, sometimes as many as 20, but it only happened every so often, and only once it had been long enough that you thought that it had stopped for good. One guy on the 4th floor said that he'd heard a full run from one end of the 3rd floor hallway to the other. Clear enough that he'd expected a guard to come charging up the stairwell, but nobody had appeared. And he ended up slitting his wrists and getting transferred on a medical leave the next day. So, we took him serious. And all that was enough to get Kellen to start doing some research on the outside. He came to us in the 7th month of my sentence with a pale face. Beside us at the bars, Will asked, "What's the word?" Kellen seemed grim. "A lot of bullshit out there, but this place is mentioned a lot. It's been closed before, but I keep getting stonewalled when I ask for the historical documents. Thing is, I don't think that the prison itself is the problem. Get this." He pulled out a notepad for reference. 2 Canadian priests, Father Norbert Provencher and Sever Dumoulin, visited Pembina in 1818, before it was even an official township. That was back when the Hudson Bay Company was big around these parts. That's how long ago it was. Pembina was the biggest town in North Dakota then, so the trading post was full. So the priests chose to sleep outside, but where the Pembina River meets the Red River. The folktale has it that a vision of a rotting woman came at night and stole Provencher's life. The 2 men bartered for her to split the remaining life between them, co-signing both to live only 35 years instead of the 70. Sever left. Sever got an extra month and 20 days as a gift from his friend for a sacrifice. And he paused, as if we might guess the obvious outcome. They both died 35 years later. I knew Pembina prison had a horrible problem, but that didn't mean that I had to believe anything. Let me guess. A month and 20 days apart? Kellen nodded, and Dante snorted. It's true, dude, Kellen insisted. The dates of death are right on the Wikipedia. But get this, 35 years after 1818 made their death year 1853, the year that this prison was built, and the place that they camped that night, by the meaning of the rivers. I didn't know what it meant, but I was beginning to feel very uneasy. It's right here, isn't it? And he was dead serious. I think there's some shit here. Ancient shit. I asked a guy I knew, and he's got Chippewa relatives over at Turtle Mountain. They know the history of the Red River better than anyone else. He said his uncle told him to never sleep at the meeting of the Red River and the Pembina River. He said that something lives here, under the ground, and awakens with the changing of the seasons. We were silent for a beat after that. It was folktale nonsense, but it was as good as a theory as any. Whatever it was going to come back. And it wasn't friendly. And Will talked to Kellen for another few minutes, but Dante was silent. And after he was gone, I asked him, "What's wrong?" He sat at one of the now unused bunks and told me, "I got another 5 years in here." I ain't got no money for a lawyer. Your sentence will be up before it reaches us. And I'll be here alone.
There was no way to be sure.
It'll be back in 2 months for the 4th floor, and then 3 months after that for us. I could get out a week before, or a day too late. It doesn't seem to be exact.
And he just looked at the floor.
What I mean is, I do hope that you get out before it comes. Oh.
I wasn't sure what else to say after that. So I just sat in my corner like I always did. It wasn't too much after that we heard GCG was going under. The mad rush of transfers had pissed off the state and lost the company a vital contract for a second location. And investors had pulled out or something. The number of guards was cut and then slashed. And Kellen took a pay hit to stay on as the only good guard on the day shift. There's only 20 prisoners left on the 4th floor. He told the 20 of us remaining as the general week that we expected that it would happen approached. Feel like I should stay late just to see what the hell is going to go on down here. But the former guards I asked about it are all too terrified as hell and refused to talk. Some got violent just because I asked.
It's cool, Will told him. You got a kid at home. Don't be here for it.
And the 20 of us left on the 5th floor sat in our cells once night fell. Praying and listening. And on Monday night, nothing happened. The 2 guys down below occasionally shouted up at us that everything was clear. On Tuesday night, nothing happened. The strain was growing, though, and we could sometimes hear them breathing rapidly down there. I could only imagine the adrenaline rushing through them every minute until dawn. On Wednesday night, nothing happened. Yet something had changed in the air. The prison was much quieter now that the 2,000 men had become 22. And I thought I could feel the subtle sort of heartbeat in the air, pounding against reality like it was a thin sheet of paper.
It's just your imagination,
Dante whispered. None of us were willing to speak louder than that. And on Thursday night, the heartbeat became a feeling of footsteps approaching from a great distance.
Hey guys,
Will shouted from his cell.
You good down there?
Still here.
One responded from down below.
I could feel it. It's at the door. Knocking.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
But the man below did not respond. Friday night. That was the night that it would happen. All day, the 2 guys on 4th floor pulled and clanged at their bars, begging to be let out. And Kellen was torn. And after 2 hours of listening to their pleading, he came up with an idea and transferred both of them up to our floor. If nobody's on 4, he said happily, then we'll all be safe, right? And out loud, we agreed. But we were kidding ourselves. And when the night guard showed up, he freaked and took the 2 men back down. He said out loud what we were all thinking.
If nobody's on 4, then it'll just come right to 5 and get us all. What the hell was Kellen thinking?
We had to listen to the hours of sobbing that night. It was the hardest trial of my life. I wanted to call out to the night guard. I wanted to ask him to get those men out of there. But if I did, I knew whatever was coming would come to us instead. And the moment it happened was a cold hand on my shoulder.
What's going on down there?
Dante shouted. The man who was not sobbing called back.
It's changing!
Will demanded.
What's happening? Tell us!
It's red!
Red?
It's red!
What's red?
Will yelled insistently.
God damn it! What's red?
And we stared down the hallway at the night guard, who stood listening with fear.
The screaming began a few seconds later. This time only one floor above. We could clearly hear their every word. The sobbing prisoners shrieked,
There! It's there!
The man who had been communicating with us began incoherently raging with fear against his bars. And then, strangely, he stopped. And the 20 of us clung to our bars, unable to help, unable to flee. Many of us cried, but we were otherwise silent. For to yell would be to drown out the last words of the men below. But they were eerily quiet for nearly 2 hours. We waited in strained silence as random footsteps traversed to the 4th floor every so often. What was happening? And for the first time, the victims of whatever was going on down below had chosen to be quiet, instead of yelling for help. Why would that make things different? And at long last, the sobbing man broke the silence.
Oh my god. It's coming your way! Shut up! It'll see you! Distracted! Hit your bars!
And the sound of clanging echoed up the stairwell. And the sobbing man said with terror,
It knows! It knows! Jesus Christ, do something!
And we were no longer silent. We echoed that sentiment loudly and repeatedly to the guard. Do something. And he just stood there, literally quaking in his boots. And Will screamed at him,
Snap out of it! The other guards and the prisoners got away! You can too! Whatever it is, it won't follow you if you let them out and leave!
And I shouted,
They're gonna die down there!
Dante threw his shoe, and the impact finally snapped the man out of his terror. And the guard ran to the stairwell and descended, and the first thing we heard him say was taken aback.
Oh, Mary, Mother of Christ!
And the sobbing man again.
Over here, for God's sake, let us out!
The other prisoner wasn't talking for some reason. We could hear his gasping terror, but that too went quiet. Then we heard a buzzer, and all of the gates on 4 slammed loudly open. The sounds of panting, running, and someone dragging something followed. And the prison went silent. And just like that, we were all alone again. The formerly crowded prison now felt terrifyingly large and empty, with only 20 of us and no guards. And that night, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed from down below. I counted time as best I could. 40 minutes. Then someone took 3 steps out of a cell and into the hallway. An hour and 6 minutes. Someone ran 10 steps along the hallway and stopped abruptly. 28 minutes. The footsteps approached the stairwell but then turned into the cell and went silent. Thing was, whoever it was sounded barefoot. And the starting and stopping locations, they didn't match. Where they ended was often nowhere near where they began again later. And by the time that dawn came, we were scared into motionless, terrified silence. And it took Kellen's arrival for us to begin stirring again. With the GCG in bankruptcy court, we no longer had a night guard at all. If it came for us, there would be nobody left to let us out of our cells like everyone else. We hardly talked. We hardly ate. Each passing day was a grain of sand falling through an hourglass marking our executions. Our fellows began confessing to crimes that they hadn't committed just to get transferred to Supermax out of state. The only option left. All that. Or sewer slide attempts. And one by one, Kellen escorted or dragged guys out of our floor. 20 became 15. And then 10. And then it was just me and Dante, with Will still in his cell to our left. The three of us and Kellen. 4 men waiting for doom. We sat playing card games in the weeks leading up to it. It would be 1 full year for me in that place. But I could swear that I spent a lifetime in that cell. I couldn't think. Couldn't remember life before. Couldn't imagine surviving after. And every day I prayed for a transfer to come in. When North Dakota had gotten sick of our shit, and the judges had stopped hearing cases from Pembonita prison. They didn't know that there were only 3 of us left. Nobody knew. We contacted the media, we phoned the governor's office, we made a ruckus. That was worse than nobody knowing. Turned out that nobody cared. There was nobody higher up at GCG following this situation, and Kellen couldn't get anybody on the phone. Payroll, meaning just his paycheck, was being handled by a third-party disbursement company that couldn't answer questions about ongoing proceedings. And then the week approached. On Monday night, nothing happened. We were like statues in our cells, alone, waiting for a sign of the executioner's approach. When dawn came, we sighed and began moving again. And Dante asked, "You get out Friday?" I nodded. If things went like before, I would be released the day of. And as long as I left before sundown, I would be all right. On Tuesday night, nothing happened. 2 for 2. Just one more. Just one more day. I sat through the darkness until... No. And the feeling of the prison had changed around us. A subtle heartbeat seemed to pulse against our faces and ears and eyes. It had come a day earlier in the week than last time. And that morning, Will patted my arm as we both leaned out the bars. "Sorry, man." Dante shook his head angrily. I wasn't going to get out in time. And on Wednesday night, the heartbeat became the sound of footsteps approaching from some unfathomable distance. I think I stood at the bars of our cell that entire day, fingers wrapped around metal with force to match the tension in the air and in our minds. This couldn't happen. This wouldn't happen. My lawyer would walk in and tell me that he'd gotten the judge's unfair edition of an extra day removed. One day. What goddamn day? Even if I spent a whole year in this prison, one day meant life or death. Let me out. Let me the hell out, for God's sake! But nobody cared. And nobody would listen. The disbursement company fired Kellen and changed the locks on the property. According to the paperwork, all the prisoners had been moved, and they thought that he'd be getting fired for guarding an empty cell. They left us in there for 11 days before the error was found, which meant 11 nights with that thing. For 11 days we starved. For 11 nights we sat absolutely still, not daring to move or breathe or even look left or right. It knew where we were. Generally, it stood right outside of our cells for hours, and sometimes walked right through the bars and grassed at the beds around us, daring us to make even the slightest motion. When you've spent 6 hours staring into the blind crimson eyes of a rotting demon, unable to blink your eyes for fear that it will hear the air your lashes move. When you've seen what it's seen, the world that has walked reflected in hellish red. You'll understand. No one cares. I'd like to tell you that Kellen actually existed. I'd like to tell you that we had a friend among the guards, and that it wasn't all bad. I'd like to tell you that I wasn't traumatized by the hell that I went through being left to rot and left to die as nothing more than a number on some corporation's books. But no one cares. I can only describe what happened. I don't know if I can tell you what happened. You get it? Okay. When the snow starts to fall, we go up north to the cottage. The usual crowd is coming. 3 couples and 2 others. I'm in the other column. Me and Marcus Stove. Or the Stove Man. Call him that since we were kids. He's the 3rd generation of men who sell wood-burning stoves to the cottages up north. So, Stove Man. Stove Man and his family do real well. The cottage could fit 20 people comfortably, but I pack the tents away. If the temperature holds, Stove Man and I will tent outside. And it better hold. I can't be inside. I don't want to be inside. It reminds me of her. Daryl and Joanna, DJ, are already waiting. The 2 of them hugging and leaning against their hatchback when Stoveman and I park at the end of the long gravel driveway. DJ, because they're practically inseparable, 10 years together and they're still attached to each other wherever they go. Daryl is annoyingly handsome. The type of tall, beefy jock that you hate immediately when you meet him, but love him 5 minutes later. Fiercely loyal, and once you get him rolling with laughter, it's hard not to join in. He's got one of those high-pitched giggles, and he laughs at almost anything. Joanna, the J of DJ, is short, muscle-toned, and whip-smart. She eyes me carefully. And I'm trying to hold it together, but everything around here reeks of her. Literally. I smell it when I step out of the car. Pine. The towering evergreens dominate the thick forest that we're in. And I do what I can not to look at them. And Daryl comes in for a hug, as he always does, while Joanna simply nods and extends a hand. She's still the only woman I know whose handshake crushes yours, no matter how hard you go in. She throws me a casual smirk when I try, unsuccessfully, to hide the tinging pain in my hand after she lets go. And after the greetings are done, we all turn to stare up at the cottage. The front door is at the end of a long, narrow 100-meter-long pathway that can only be traversed on foot, as the dense forest creeps in on both sides. The cottage sits embedded in a massive man-made grass hill, so the basement is really in the ground. The main floor has a deck that faces this small lake that sits tucked in between the trees. We've all been coming here for winter for almost 15 years. But something about the way that this cottage sits in the middle of this encroaching thick sea of trees makes me realize how alone we really are up here. No one for miles. Even the newly erected cell phone tower does little to penetrate the canopy of evergreens, and usually the isolation and privacy is a comfort. Usually. Paul and Alan are next to arrive. Paul's a military man with a military family. A military man. That's the extent of what we know about Paul and what he actually does every day. We just don't ask anymore because the answer is always the same. A simple shrug of the shoulder, a sly smile from the corner of his mouth. He's always watchful, analyzing everything that you do and everything that you say. And don't ever play poker with Paul. Alan's nice enough, but barely know anything about him. He's the kind of man that you lose at the party within 5 minutes. But he's Paul's, so he's ours. When Paul steps out of the car, we all tackle him, yelling and cheering and hugging and showboating because we all know how much Paul hates that kind of thing. I can practically feel his displeasure at the show of emotion, but I don't care. We're lucky if we get to see Paul once a year.
It doesn't matter what kind of person he is to the military. To me, he'll always be the kid who pulled me up off the ground in grade school after Joseph Menson, the resident shithead, threw a shoulder into my back. There's 6 of us now, standing in the driveway, front door to the cottage beckoning 100 meters away. But none of us go towards it. We all know what's ahead of us, which is a wait. Probably a long wait. Brian and Cheryl are next, but they're always late. Always. They arrive 20 to 30 minutes after what time you tell them to meet at. We pool some money together to guess the exact minute their headlights will dot the horizon. My guess is the closest when they arrive, and now I've got a fat stack of cash to barter with when poker rolls around. Hopefully Paul goes to bed early enough so that way we can get a game in before the sun comes up. Seriously, never play poker with Paul. Stoveman and I always have another bet going on the side, trying to guess the date that Brian and Cheryl will finally break up. We love them both, but separately. Together, they create an unbearable tension that builds through the night, only to predictably blow up when Brian finally annoys Cheryl for the last time. And Brian, quiet, stoic Brian, is the polar opposite of life of the party Cheryl. Now I tell you, opposites attract, but I've yet to see opposites last. 8 of us now. Finally a full party. I grab a couple of bags from the car. DJ are locked in a vomit-inducing embrace. Paul is staring out into the forest and Alan beside him. And while Brian and Cheryl are not so silently having a whisper fight as they pull bags out of the back of their pickup. Stoveman makes the long walk up to the cottage and opens the front door, walking inside and starts to turn on all the lights, opening up windows. Everyone but me follows behind with bags in hand. I'm still at the car, struggling to maneuver the tent bag. I'm hoping to set up before the darkness arrives. I open the back seat and I reach inside when Stoveman comes back out. I hear the crunch of gravel as he stops behind me, his god-awful cologne practically knocking me out. Hey, give me a hand. And he doesn't answer, but he chuckles softly. What's so funny? And I turn around and there's no one there. And I mean no one. I feel my insides plummet, turn to ice. I run around the car, hoping to see him hiding on the other side, and I call out for him. No answer. Then I see him on the deck, at the cottage, 100 meters away. Impossible. I don't know how he did it, but Stoveman's always been good at pranks. That has to be it. At least, that's what I tell myself as I laugh and I try to brush the cold feeling away. Nice one! I scream up at him. But he simply waves. Dinner the first night. Spaghetti. A whole heap of it. I try not to feel sick when I see how much Brian is putting away. He's always been on the heavier side, but you never see that in his face. He was a wrestler and a boxer in college. If our friends ever had to fight to the death, Paul and Brian would be the last two standing. There's probably about 15 different ways that Paul knows how to kill someone with just his hands, but Brian and his ham-sized fists could smash a man in like a rotting pumpkin that's been thrown off of a roof. DJ are actually sharing a strand of spaghetti Lady and Tramp style, and we all groan in unison. When their lips meet, Daryl starts getting with the giggles, and soon we're all in on it. Even Alan's laughing. Which is the first time that I can say that that's happened since I met him. When he gets up to go to the bathroom, I mention it to Paul, who gives me a weird look. Alan's downstairs, he says. In bed, he says. Doesn't feel well, he says. And I jump out of my seat, literally jump and run to the bathroom, yank open the door. And of course there's no one inside. The small window has been opened slightly, and I can hear a howl of wind tearing through the trees. I try and I suppress the shiver that crawls up my back. What the hell? Snowman asks when I come back. He sees that look on my face and shuts up. The two of us clear the dishes while DJ gets up to pick the game that we'll play tonight. Paul goes downstairs to check on Alan. And in a whisper, Stoveman asks me what's wrong. What the hell do I tell him? And in the end, I say nothing. DJ comes back with categories. Great, I think. I'm mentally placing bets on how long it'll take Brian and Cheryl to argue about whether an answer is acceptable. Stoveman reads my mind and flashes his hands out twice, indicating 20 minutes. And I mouth, "You're on." And I flash my hands once. 10 minutes. Cheryl's on her third glass of wine now. The decibel level of her voice rises exponentially with each alcoholic drink. And 5 drinks and she'll start challenging people to slap fights. 7 drinks and she's out on the couch for the rest of the night. DJ starts to tickle each other and that's my cue to leave. Paul comes back up and is on the deck, looking up at the full moon. The pale light casts a long dark shadow of Paul on the deck boards. Alan must be feeling better because he's standing beside Paul. The two of them are talking intently about something that they don't want anyone else to hear, because when I slide the patio door open, they cut off mid-conversation. I catch the tail end of it, though, and I'm not really sure how to process it. I need more context. As soon as I come up to the two of them, Alan excuses himself. I won't say that we don't get along, but to me, Alan has always felt like someone standing on the other side of the glass in an aquarium, watching us swim around. I asked Paul about what I had heard the two of them talking about. What did Alan mean when he said bodies piling up? Paul casts one of his trademark smirks, when you just know that there's a whole ocean of things beneath his surface that you'll never see. Alan likes his metaphors. That's all he's willing to offer. Damn him. I'd hate Paul if I didn't love him, if you get my meaning. I offer him one of my cigarettes, but he declines and goes back inside. And I'm alone on the deck, looking out at the glassy reflection of the shallow lake a few hundred yards out. And I hear splashing. Try to focus. Cut through the infinite shadows the moon is casting out. I go to light the cigarette when I freeze, hand trembling. Someone's standing in the water. I think. I can't tell exactly. Could be a small tree. Could be anything, but it isn't. It's a f***ing person. Standing in knee-high water that must be freezing at this point because I can see the breath spilling out of my mouth. It's coming out in small, quick gusts as my breathing picks up. From the way that this person is standing, I just know that they're staring at the cottage. Staring at me. And I'm glued there. The shadows swim across my vision, the silhouette of whatever it is in the water shifting with the breeze. A laugh from Cheryl. On her 6th drink now, I wager. Cuts through the air and I'm pulled out of the trance that I was in. And I look at the lake again. No one's there. I laugh to myself again. Who would do that? Stand out there. And I hear the sound of the door to the basement opening up. Someone's walking out onto the stone patio below the deck, and they stop right beneath my feet. Paul? No answer. Then I hear Brian's voice through the deck board cracks. At least I think it's Brian. Cigarette? He asks. Is it him? It sounds like Brian, and yet it doesn't sound like Brian. His voice sounds strained. Sure, I say, and I start towards the stairs that leads off the deck. No! He shouts, and I'm startled by the intensity of it. 2 fingers shoot up through the deck boards beneath my feet, layers of dirt under the nails. They're like tongues as they clamp around the cigarette. I try to ignore my own hand shaking. What's wrong with me? Everything okay, Brian? I can't bring myself down to peer through the crack beneath the deck board. Why am I worried? It's only Brian. Right? No response. The hand draws away quickly, like it's being pulled. Brian? No answer. I take a deep breath, get down on my knees, and dare a look. There's no one there.
First night. And I can't sleep. Stoveman and I ditched the tent idea. I didn't want to go inside. Not after what I saw on the lake. My eyes kept darting to the doorway. It's open to the hall. A sliding pocket door that's broken and won't come out. The hall is pitch black save for the faint orange glow from the nightlight that seeps in through the bottom corner of the doorframe. I think I'm dreaming when I first see the leg fucking tiptoe out, bending like a spider foot. And a man slides into place, like a dead body reversing to an upright stance, straight as a fucking arrow, completely covered in shadow. It came from the direction of DJ's room. It has to be Daryl. No other rooms are in that direction. And then it starts giggling. High-pitched laughs like a hysterical hyena. It's Daryl, but it is not Daryl. It's 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 not Daryl. And I scream and I shoot my arm out to turn on the light when the not Daryl stops. Cut off like a power failure. Its mouth is wide open, like it's splitting his whole face in half. And then it twitches. A spasm like a seizure and quickly moves back towards DJ's room. I'm up and I'm running and I'm screaming, rip straight for DJ's bedroom and crash through the closed door. Then the lights come on and everyone's yelling and hollering and Daryl's in the bed. He's in the bed under the covers, not in the hall. Not in the hall, but as soon as I tell Daryl that there's someone in the cottage, he's up and he's puffing all alpha-like. He takes the lead as we search the whole place, waking everyone up, checking every fucking dark corner that we can think of. Nothing. We all grouped together in the living room. Joanna asked me what the hell that was all about. And what can I tell them? The truth? And when I explain every weird thing that I've seen since we got there, they all sit there with frightened looks and my stomach plummets again. I can feel the room getting colder. I'm not the only one with a story. And surprisingly, Paul is the first to speak. Guy's like a locked down 6-foot-tall presidential bunker when it comes to sharing. He looks at me and says that when they were all bringing their bags inside, he saw me standing outside on the deck. No, I fucking wasn't. I was getting the tents in the back seat of my car. Paul just nods his head. I walked out and no one was there. I couldn't make sense of it. Then I heard that you were yelling something and I saw you standing by your car. It's been a long few weeks and I'm pretty sleep deprived. I just chalked it up to that. I'm dumbstruck. I know I saw Stoveman on the deck. Everyone's quiet. I pretend along with everyone else that we don't hear branches breaking somewhere out in the black. And Cheryl speaks up next. Brian looks like a corpse beside her. She tells us all that before bed she went out onto the back porch to follow Brian, who had gone out for a smoke, and found him just standing there. Brian? No response. Cheryl starts towards him, and that's when he's hunched over. He started spewing out this long moan of a sob. Racked, strung up, and Brian starts bawling on the spot. I went over to hug him, threw my arms around him. My Brian, I'm sure of it. Because then she turned her head and saw Brian standing right here in the fucking living room, helping Stoveman light a fire. And then Cheryl screams. On the porch then, the living room, now. We all hear the tap water turn on in the bathroom. Joanna draws in a loud breath, as if she's been dunked into a lake of ice water. Because she's next to figure out that everyone is already right here in this room. So who the fuck turned on the water? An
I'm up in a flash. My reflexes guide my hand to the light switch because I want as much light as possible. The light's already on. And I plunged us into darkness. The bathroom light is the only thing that we see. And I can't fucking move. All of us are frozen to the spot. The water stops running. Then a figure creeps into view, bathed in shadow. Just the shadow in the door frame. And I take a breath. 2. And then it speaks. The words creak out of its mouth like the sound of a branch twisting in the wind. Kill you. No one says anything. I don't even breathe. And it throws back its head and screams, "Kill you, kill you, kill you." And it won't stop, it doesn't stop, it doesn't stop, stop! I finally managed to turn on the light, and of course there's nothing fucking there. Nothing. Cheryl's crying. Like a screaming cry. But we all saw it. We all fucking know. And take one look at each other, and in a hurry we group together and turn on every light in the cottage, room by room, never letting one out of sight until the whole place is lit up like an IKEA showroom. I'm sure I'm not the first to think of ditching right then and there. Fuck the clothes and food and sprint to the car. But after that creeping leg and the wide open mouth of that not Daryl cackling and whatever the fuck that was coming out of the bathroom, I don't want to put one foot outside in the black. Not a chance. I know I'm not the only one. But when I see Paul's face, his impossibly wide eyes tearing up. Motherfucking Paul, I could kill you with every object in the room crying and screaming because he had just seen Alan outside with his face pressed up against the window. And Alan had been laughing and stabbing himself in the eye, and everything inside him was sliding down the window, but Alan was sitting right beside him. And when Paul couldn't be consoled out of the fetal position as Alan held him and DJ were praying together and Bryce was hugging Cheryl and Stoveman was talking with Kelly, I just knew that we had to stay and wait the whole thing out. We couldn't leave. We had to stay and wait this whole thing out. And we couldn't leave and wait. What the fuck? Stoveman had been talking with Kelly. Kelly, no. No! I scream at everyone to freeze, and they all look at me, turn their heads at the same time. I tell them that I just saw Kelly, my Kelly. She was right there! And like an explosion, everyone is shooting out of their seats. We have to figure out how to get to the cars. They seem so far away. 100 meters might as well be a 1 million in the darkness. And we sprint. Daryl suggests that we all sprint as fast as we can down the driveway. 20 seconds, and we could all be in our cars and drive the hell out of here and never fucking talk about it again. Ever again. Tell no one. 20 seconds in the blackness. Even if we all had flashlights, the darkness would be. We wouldn't be able to see jack shit. But I don't care. None of us do. We don't want to spend another minute in the cottage. We have 4 headband flashlights and spread them out. We link arms in a circle, kumbaya. We are the world style like some massive circular starfish slithering against the bottom of the ocean. None of us will let go until we're in the cars. The circle is like this. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, and Joanna. And then we're off. Every crunch of gravel under our feet, every exhale of breath makes me pucker up tighter than when I had to go over a hill in a car, momentarily airborne, and my stomach is doing somersaults. 20 seconds feels like an hour. I'm staring out at the black, walking backwards, face backwards towards the cottage. I don't want to look at it. I'm too afraid the front door will start to open and that fucking leg will start to creep out again. I turn my head and reveal the sickly shapes of trees and the narrow beam of light coming out of my headlamp. They look like people. An eternity later, we reached the first car, Daryl's hatchback. We debated going in separate cars for about 2 seconds. I shove myself into the trunk and I'm the last to get in. DJ are up front. Daryl turns the key. Should have seen it coming. Should have never came outside. The car won't start. The goddamn car won't start. Goddamn start, and we're all yelling at Daryl to, what, fix it? Try again? Holy shit, we have to go back. I'm not going back. No way, no goddamn way, but then Daryl can't move. He's frozen in place. And we're all yelling at him and he doesn't move a muscle. And I'm the first to see why. The headlights are spraying out the front of the car. If the headlights work, why won't the car turn on? I can see the gravel. Weeds sticking out. Grass, woods, people. You can see people. All of us. Not in the car. Not in the car. Not in the car that we're all standing in the woods and we're all looking at each other. Why are we outside? We're in the car. We're in the car. We're in the car. We're in the car. I wake up. And we're all in the living room. The first shade of sunlight is creeping in through the window. Sweet, merciful light. I don't remember walking back from the car. Why can't I remember? DJ are wide awake on the couch. Brian and Cheryl are sitting across from each other at the kitchen table. Neither speaks. Stoveman is stoking the last dying embers of the wood. 2 small pieces of black charcoal. Final corpses, each breathing out a final orange glow. Paul and Alan are at the table, saying nothing. Paul, Alan. And then it hits me like a fucking sledgehammer. Crushes my face in. 2 of them. 2 of them, 2 of them, 2 of them. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, Joanna, Paul, Alan. Where the fuck were they? They never came with us. Never. They weren't there. No way we fit 8 in the hatchback. Now they're sitting at the kitchen table, looking at each other. Were they always there? When did... Fuck. No way we fit 8. No goddamn way. Of course the cars worked in the morning. We open up a call between us and remain in constant contact till we've all gone far enough that I can breathe again. That we can all breathe again, and that the sun is over our heads. And we drive for hours. We must have been driving all day when we finally stop. And when we all get out, we realize it then and there. Paul and Alan never came with us. I don't know how we missed it. They were just gone. You know the rest. The searches, the interviews, the interrogations, military police, investigators. No. I never went back. I'm never going back. Because when we drove out of that place, I felt a force tug at me that I hadn't felt since the last time that I saw my wife. The ocean. I felt that terrifying current pull at me when we drove away from the cottage. Exactly like the day that Kelly was ripped away from me and no one ever saw her again. I'll never go back. I'll never go back to that cottage. Mr. President, we have a serious situation. The briefing conducted by Dr. Anderson from the SCP Foundation. Everyone present has... They've turned, sir.
Turned? Are you telling me that everyone in that room has transformed?
Yes, sir. It's something that we've never seen before. We recovered an audio tape of the briefing, and we believe that it may hold crucial information about what happened and what we are dealing with.
My God. I can't believe that this has happened. We need to understand exactly what we are facing. Play the tape. We need to know every detail.
Yes, sir. I'll play it immediately. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. and I've been tasked with briefing you on a matter of utmost urgency and significance. As a senior researcher at the SCP Foundation, my role is to study and understand the anomalies that defy the natural laws of our world. And today, I stand before you to discuss a newly discovered threat that has emerged on our radar. This anomaly, designated SCP-M34T, exhibits characteristics and behaviors that pose a severe and unprecedented threat. It is imperative that we understand the nature of the threat and the protocols necessary to contain it. Your expertise and vigilance are crucial as we navigate the challenging and potentially hazardous situation. I will be providing you a detailed analysis of SCP-M34T, its origins, observed properties, current containment procedures, as well as its connection to SCP-W3ND1600N. Additionally, I will outline the potential implications for national security and the specific roles that you will play mitigating this threat. SCP-M34T. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the highly adaptive and digital nature of SCP-M34T, containment efforts are multifaceted. They encompass internet surveillance, cyber intervention, and psychological support for affected individuals. The Foundation has implemented the following measures to contain SCP-M34T. First to begin is internet surveillance. All major internet service providers, or ISPs, social media platforms, and video sharing websites are under constant surveillance for the emergence of SCP-M34T content. Advanced algorithms powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning have developed to detect and flag SCP-M34T's videos within seconds of upload. These algorithms analyze metadata, visual patterns, and audio signatures to identify potential content from this SCP. The cyber intervention that we have put in place are automated systems. These are put in place to remove SCP-M34T's videos immediately upon detection. In cases where the automated systems have failed or are circumvented, a specialized task force MT4MU-4, the digital trawlers, are deployed to track and neutralize SCP-M34T's digital footprint manually. MTF-MU-4 collaborates with major tech companies to enhance detection capabilities and close security loopholes. All right, next slide. Viewer protection. Psychological support and deprogramming protocols have been established for individuals likely to be saved who are exposed to SCP-M34T's content. These protocols include lobotomies, hypotherapy, and the administration of anesthetic agents to erase the memory of the exposure.
Research is currently ongoing to develop a digital vaccine that can be distributed through browsers and video platforms to inoculate viewers against SCP-M34T's effects. Success rates for rehabilitation are low, currently residing between 12 and 14%. Containment of transformed individuals. When a victim undergoes the final transformation into the meat form, containment teams are dispatched to capture and neutralize the entity. Specialized containment units have been designated to safely transport and store these entities until they can be studied further or disposed of following Foundation protocols. Now on to the description. SCP-M34T is an anomalous digital entity that manifests as an online persona, primarily as a content creator on the video platform YouTube, who produces a wide range of content designed to attract and engage a diverse audience. This SCP's content varies from popular trends and challenges to educational videos as well as personal vlogs. The content is meticulously crafted to maximize viewer retention and engagement. Embedded within SCP-M34T's videos are hypnotic audio-visual frequencies that alter the brainwave patterns of the viewers. These frequencies are subliminal, operating below the threshold of conscious perception, but powerful enough to induce a deep state of hypnotic suggestion over time. Viewers initially experience a mild compulsion to continue watching SCP-M34T's content, which progressively intensifies. As exposure continues, victims begin to exhibit obsessive behavior, prioritizing watching this SCP over daily responsibilities and basic needs, such as eating and sleeping. They develop an emotional dependency on the content, often becoming distressed when unable to access new videos. This phase can last from several days to weeks, depending on the frequency and duration of exposure. The final stage of SCP-M34T's influence, it involves a drastic and horrifying transformation. The embedded frequencies trigger a rapid psychological change, converting the victim's body into a gelatinous, meat-like substance within minutes. The transformed meat people maintain a semblance of consciousness and mobility, but exhibit a hive mind drive to seek out the nearest sewer system. Once in the sewers, these entities navigate through the underground network, seemingly guided by an unknown instinct, until they reach SCP-M34T's current location. This site is believed to be a complex subterranean facility. However, its exact location remains undetermined, as it does not appear to remain in one location for an extended amount of time. From what we have been able to gather, upon arrival, SCP-M34T absorbs and transforms victims, though the specifics of this absorption process and its purpose are still under investigation. Theories suggest that SCP-M34T derives sustenance, energy, or other unknown benefits from this absorption. Now, we do have a few addendums here. The first being an incident log of M34T Alpha. On 19, a significant increase in missing person reports were correlated with the release of a particularly viral video by SCP-M34T. The video rapidly gained millions of views across multiple platforms. Emergency containment protocols were enacted, and in conjunction with our contacts at Warner Brothers, the video was able to be removed across several major internet platforms to prevent further dissemination. Despite these efforts, individuals were confirmed to have undergone the transformation. And while the video still exists today and has been re-uploaded, it poses no threat as it is not the original. Current research into SCP-M34T focuses on decoding the hypnotic frequencies embedded in its videos. Preliminary studies indicate a complex interplay of sub-audible audio signals as well as visual stimuli that directly interact with the neural processes. Collaboration with experts in neurology, digital signal processing, and psychology is ongoing to develop effective countermeasures. One promising avenue involves the creation of a digital vaccine that can disrupt the hypnotic frequencies and protect viewers from SCP-M340's influence. As to what brought you all here today, apart from delivering this information to you gentlemen, there was a containment breach. On SCP-M34T's content managed to bypass automated detection systems, leading to a containment breach. New transformations were reported before the content was identified and removed. MTF-MU-4 traced the breach to a compromised server farm, which was subsequently secured. The investigation revealed that SCP-M34T had employed sophisticated obfuscation techniques to evade detection. Efforts to enhance the robustness of the detection algorithms are ongoing. We also have here a field report. An exploration team was sent into a sewer system of a major urban center that reported anomalous activity consistent with SCP-M34T's influence. The team encountered several meat people navigating the tunnels. Attempts to capture these entities were only partially successful, as the entities exhibited unexpected agility and coordination. Further exploration is planned, with enhanced safety protocols and equipment. Now on to its connection to SCP-W3ND1600N. Recent investigations have revealed a potential link between SCP-M34T and another anomalous entity, SCP-W3ND1600N, codename Wendigoon. SCP-Wendigoon is an SCP of similar class and behavior, although much less is known about it. Descriptions of SCP-W3ND1600N depicted as a beast-like creature with the body of a man, hooves of a goat, the head of a deer, as well as antlers. SCP codename Wendigoon reportedly appears to individuals in remote forest-like areas, luring them away from civilization. Preliminary data suggests that this SCP may influence victims in a manner similar to SCP-M34T, potentially driving them towards SCP-M34T's content or creating psychological conditions that make them more susceptible to SCP-M34T's hypnotic frequencies. There are unconfirmed reports that SCP-W3ND1600N may serve as a terrestrial agent for SCP-M34T, targeting isolated individuals and preparing them for digital exposure. In conclusion, gentlemen, SCP-M34T possesses a significant and evolving threat due to its digital nature and the rapid, irreversible effects on its victims. The newly discovered connection to SCP-W3ND1600N adds a layer of complexity, suggesting a possible coordinated effort between terrestrial and digital anomalies. Continuous vigilance and advanced countermeasures are essential to mitigate its influence and prevent further casualties. The Foundation's multidisciplinary approach, combining cybersecurity, psychological support, and cutting-edge research, remains crucial in the ongoing efforts to understand and neutralize SCP-M34T, as well as its potential allies. And so, in conclusion, we must ensure all personnel are shielded from this frequency and initiate immediate containment protocols. This is a goddamn nightmare. We need to isolate the source of this frequency and shield all critical locations. First, evacuate non-essential personnel from the immediate vicinity of the briefing room. Then, contact our top scientists to develop a countermeasure against these transformations. We must also... Mr. President, we have to... Mr. President, are you okay? Security! We need medical assistance! Now!
No! It can't be. Frequency.
Oh my god.
It's spreading.